The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
Well, Matt, we got some bad news. What is it? Well, it turns out we are out of episodes of Escape. Oh boy. But don't worry, I already solved the problem. I found another show to go in its place. A Day in the Life of Denis Day. Why don't you lead with the good news? I figured the good news sounds better if you hear it right after the bad news. Let's just get on with this day in history. It's May the 22nd, 2024. In 334 BC, the Macedonian army of Alexander the Great defeats Darius III of Persia in the Battle of Granasis. In 1570, First Atlas, the Theatrum Orbis Terrarium, Theater of the World, published by Abraham Ortelius in Antwerp with 70 maps. In 1843, first wagon train with 700 to 1,000 migrants departs Independence, Missouri for Oregon. In 1939, Germany's Adolf Hitler and Italy's Benito Mussolini signed the Pact of Steel, formalizing the 1936 alliance known as the Rome-Berlin Axis. In 1946, first U.S. rocket, WAC Corporal, to reach edge of space fired from White Sands Missile Range, New Mexico. In 2014, Royal Thai Armed Forces, led by General Prayut Chan-o-cha, stage a coup in Thailand, suspending the kingdom's constitution and taking control of the government, the 12th since the country's first coup in 1932. That country going on some sort of achievement hunt or something? No idea. In 1992, Johnny Carson's final appearance as host of The Tonight Show. Boy, I remember there was quite a bit of hubbub about that. In 1900, American inventor Edwin S. Volti receives a patent for pneumatic piano player. In 2003, in Fort Worth, Texas, and Kika Sorrentam becomes the first woman to play the PGA Tour in 58 years. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Matt, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
From the Davis-Monthan Air Base in Tucson, Arizona, the Abbot and Costello program, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobaccos. See if your throat and your taste don't make Camel a first with you, too. Find out for yourself. Listen to the great rhythms of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the swingy singing of Connie Haynes. And That chubby little civilian who, when he reported to the commanding officer, uttered these historic words.
Costello, where have you been? Just look at you. Your face is smeared with lipstick. From your eyebrows to your chin.
Yeah, I know that, Abbott. That's the last time I'll ever kiss a whack in a Jeep with the motor running.
Look, I missed you on the train coming out from Hollywood. Costello, where were you?
Abbott, I had a very rough trip.
You did?
I had to stand up all the way. Everybody had a place to sleep with me. There was even an army dog sleeping in an upper berth.
A dog in an upper berth?
Yeah.
Why didn't you complain to the conductor?
I did. I said, conductor, there's an army dog in the upper berth, and I can't understand it.
And what did he say?
He says, I can't understand it either. He paid for a lower.
I know. Never mind that. Look.
So he got a drawing room.
All right, never mind. Look, what is that outfit you're wearing?
Oh, I'm supposed to be a cowboy, Abbott.
You do?
How do you like my 4-gallon hat?
Costello, don't you mean a 10-gallon hat?
Nope, 4 gallons. All I had was an A ticket.
Well, if you're supposed to be a cowboy, where are your chaps?
What did you say?
The chaps. Where are the chaps?
I don't know where the Japs are now, but, brother, they ain't on Iwo Jima.
Costello, I didn't think it was possible for you to get so dumb.
Oh, I can do anything if I set my mind to it.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Why, this morning, I went back horse riding.
Yeah, you went what?
Horseback riding.
Oh, how could you ride a horse? You're a tenderfoot.
Tenderfoot? Brother, you got your geography all wrong.
All right. What kind of a horse did you ride?
It's tender.
Wait a minute, I understand that. Explain it to me. What kind of a horse did you ride? Did you have a Mustang?
No, I used to have a Mustang, Abbott, but I shaved it off. Made my girlfriend very jealous.
What do you mean?
It was bigger than hers.
No. Listen, you nitwit. I'm talking about a Mustang, not a mustache. You ride on a Mustang, but you can't ride on a mustache.
Well, you could ride on mine. It had handlebars.
Costello, I don't believe you can ride at all.
Oh, yes, I can.
Can you make your horse do a canter?
No, but I made him do a Jolson. He got down on one knee and he sang Mammy.
He did?
Mammy!
Yeah, all right. Just a minute, Costello. Are you trying to tell me your horse sang Mammy?
Well, he didn't sing it all the way through. He whistled the last chorus.
Okay. Look, Costello, that's impossible. How can a horse whistle?
I put my fingers in his mouth.
And he whistled?
No, he bit me.
He bit you.
Then I whistled.
Yeah, then you whistled. Never mind that. Well, look, what do you feed your horse?
Well, this morning I give him a bucket of whiskey.
A bucket of whiskey?
Yep. I felt very sorry for him, Abbott.
What do you mean?
The man that rented him to me told me he's got to go back on the wagon tomorrow.
You... Look, you idiot. The man rented you a dray horse.
He is not a dray horse. He's a brown horse with white stripes.
No, Costello. I'm not talking about the horse's color.
He didn't have any collar. He only wears the collar when he pulls the wagon.
No, well, look. If he pulls a wagon, he's a dray horse. He has to be a dray horse to pull a wagon.
Now, how do you like that? This guy wants to put all the other horses out of work. All the black horses, the white horses, all the brown horses. They will have no jobs at all. Nothing but dray horses pulling the wagon.
No, calm down, Costello. I'm only trying to tell you that if he pulls a wagon, he's a dray horse. A dray horse works on a dray.
Abbott, this horse works overtime. He pulls the wagon in the dray time, and I ride him at night. I'm paying time and a half.
Look, you dummy, when I say he's a dray horse, I don't mean he's a day horse. I mean he's a dray horse. Now, a dray horse can work in the day or at night and still be a dray horse. He can work at night on the dray.
Oh, when you say he's a dray horse, you don't mean he's a dray horse. You mean he's a dray horse, and a dray horse can still be a dray horse when he works night or dray.
Now, you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
And let's forget all about it. We'll see what you know about horses.
What page are you on, Abbott?
Number 4.
So am I.
I'll find out what you know about horses in just a minute. Do you prefer an eastern saddle or a western saddle?
Well, I don't know where it comes from, but I like it. I drink a big glass of saddle every morning.
Yeah, you dummy. What kind of saddle can you put in a glass?
Saddle Hepatica.
Costello, you'll never be a cowboy. Why, you haven't even got a lasso.
A what?
I said lasso. A lasso is a rope or a coil.
Oh, I got very pretty coils. My mother coils my coil every morning. Right on my forehead, I got a spit coil.
No, Costello. The coil I mean is a line that hangs on the saddle. The cowboys use it to catch horses and cows.
They catch horses and cows?
Sure.
They catch horses? And horses on a line?
Certainly.
What do they use for bait?
Costello, look, let's forget the whole thing. Now, while you're here in Arizona, why don't you take advantage of the beauties of the desert?
I tried that this morning, Abbott, and one of them slapped me right in the puss.
I'm not talking about girls. I mean the beauties of nature. You should go see the Grand Canyon.
That Grand Canyon is a fake.
What do you mean the Grand Canyon is a fake?
I went out there to look at it yesterday. There's nothing there but a big hole. They must have moved to someplace else.
Costello.
I didn't see nothing.
That hole is the canyon. And I am going to visit the Grand Canyon tomorrow. I am going right up to the edge of the canyon.
You're going right
up to the edge.
The edge of the canyon?
That's me.
Abbott, be careful you don't fall off. But if you do fall, be sure and look to the left.
Why?
You'll never see a sight like that again, brother.
Last year, Camel broke its own record, made more cigarettes than ever before in history. Now, a new production schedule topping even 1944 is planned for this year. And still, we can't promise to meet the civilian demand. Billions and billions of Camels are going to the servicemen overseas. And the service comes first. But when you do get Camels, they are still Camels. Rich, full flavor, cool mildness. Camels will not be sold down the river. They just wouldn't be Camels if we were to use green, insufficiently cured tobaccos. War or peace, Camels are still Camels. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels, still the cigarette of costlier tobaccos. Ask for them every time you buy cigarettes. Camel presents Freddie Rich's band with a hit song from Bloomer Girl, Evelina.
Costello, isn't it wonderful to be playing to this fine bunch of clean living boys?
What did you say they were?
They're clean living boys.
Clean living boys?
Yeah.
Well, a guy can't get very dirty on $50 a month.
Hey, look. Well, look, wasn't your cousin Private Hugo Costello stationed at this base?
Yeah, but they threw him out. He kicked an MP in the shins.
You can't go around kicking MPs in the shins.
You can't kick them any place. They're particular.
Yeah. Look, will you talk sense, Costello? Did you meet any Indians on the desert?
Oh, sure. You know me. I'm an old Indian fighter.
Fighter?
Yeah.
Well, why aren't you fighting?
I can't find any old Indians. They're all young.
Me Indian. Me sell moccasins. Me sitting bull.
If you're sitting bull, why are you standing up?
Me on vacation.
Mr. Bull, I'll take a pair of those moccasins for Costello.
Good. Here.
Wait a minute. These moccasins are kind of small. Ain't you got a size 10?
Say, what am I, Florsheim? I'm only an Indian.
Hey, Abbott,
All right.
you know what? My Uncle Artie Stebbins married an Indian girl, but he had to divorce her.
Why?
She used to walk in her sleep, and she took the blanket with her.
Costello, I understand you're thinking of building a house out here on the desert.
Yes, I was talking to an artichoke about the house this morning.
I think you mean architect. An artichoke is an expensive delicacy.
Well, there's nothing cheap about this crumb.
Look, before you start building a house, I think you should see a model home.
Okay, get me a model. I'll see her home.
No. Don't talk silly, Costello. Now, I've taken the liberty of drawing up some plans for your house, and here they are. Now, you'll notice I have placed your room here, the kitchen here, and the maid's room here.
I like that, Abbott.
Why?
I'll have to go through the kitchen to get to the maid's room.
Now, never mind that. Have you made arrangements to get the money to build your house?
Oh, sure. I'm getting the money from the We Trust You, but if you cheat us, you won't have any luck friendly credit finance company.
What security did you have to give to get the loan?
Oh, nothing. I just gave them my word. And my mother has to go and live with them.
Oh.
Come in.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm from the Friendly Credit Finance Company. My name is Ork, Tommy Ork.
I think before I spoke to your brother, Mohawk.
And of course, I think so too. Now, Mr. Costello, our company makes a practice of examining all applicants for loans. A mere formality, if I'm not too inquisitive. We have absolute faith and confidence in your honesty.
See that, Abbott? They trust me.
Now, Mr. Costello, please be so kindly and press your fingerprints on this pad. I'll check with Washington later after we take a sample of your blood.
You're going to take my blood?
Oh, just a couple of quarts. We'll return it after the loan is paid up. Now, do you having any birthmarks?
No, but I got my girl's face tattooed on my chest.
Are there any birthmarks on that?
Well, there's a mole there, but I don't know if it belongs on her chin or my chest.
Well, this is very enlightening.
Wait, will you give me that again, please?
I say what you're saying to me is very enlightening.
What do you talk with, lumps?
Thank you. Now, tell me this, what does the face looking like?
Well, she's got dark, curly hair. And every time I take a deep breath, she smiles.
I see. Now, Mr. Costello, have you any marks of identification on your body, like scars, wounds, or bruises?
Noses.
Well, if you happen to miss any of your payments, we'll attend to that.
Hey, Abbott, what did he mean by that last crack?
Oh, nothing, Costello. That's merely a matter of form.
That's what I'm worried about, my form. I want to keep it the way it is.
Now, Mr. Costello, in going over your plans, we find that your building thing is costing too many monies. We'll have to cut down.
Cut down? All I want is a living room, a bedroom, a dining room, kitchen, and a maid's room and a garage.
I see. Well, in the first place, you don't need any dining room.
Oh, now, wait a minute, just a minute. If you take away the dining room, where in the world is the man going to eat?
Well, the way this thing is going, I don't think I'm going to have an appetite.
Exactly. You cannot expect to eat and make payments, too.
Okay, the dining room is out. Gee, but that was a pretty room. Such beautiful wallpaper.
Yes. Now then, if you are not going to eat, you will not need a kitchen. And without a kitchen, you won't need any maid's room, is it?
I'm going to miss that maid.
Yes, the maid. That's very refreshing.
Will you cut it out with that? Now read straight.
I'm sorry, that's the way I talk and hasn't. Let us get back to the house, please. Right here, that's the bedroom.
Well, you can cut that out, too. I'll be so worried about the payments I won't be able to sleep.
Absolutely. Oh, say, incidental, what is this thing here?
Well, that's the living room.
Well, now, what do you want with a living room? You have no bedroom, no kitchen, and no dining room. Are you calling that living?
All right, so we'll cut out the living room. Now, what have I got left?
Well, you've got a lovely piece of ground there, Mr. Costello.
Good. I can park there and live in my car.
Oh, no, I'm afraid you couldn't do that, Mr. Costello.
And why not?
We take your car today for the down payment. Toodaloo.
Hey, Abbott, you know I really outsmarted that guy?
How did you outsmart him?
I gave him a $500 deposit, and I ain't gonna show up with the balance.
For Camel fans tonight, lovely Connie Haynes sings The Sunny Side of the Street.
Grab your coat and get your hat. Leave your worries on the doorstep. Just direct your feet to the sunny side of the street. Can't you hear a pitter-pat? And that happy tune is your step. Life could be so sweet on the sunny side of the street. I used to walk in the shade with those blues on parade, but I'm not afraid. This rover crossed over. If I never have a cent, I'll be rich as Rockefeller. Gold dust at my feet on the sunny side of the street. I used to walk in the shade with those blues on parade, but I'm not afraid. This rover, yeah, I crossed over. If I never have a cent, I'll be rich as Rockefeller. Gold dust at my feet on the sunny side of the street.
Compare used to be one of my favorite words. I'd stand up here and ask you to compare Camels with other cigarettes. The mildness, the mellowness, the rich, full flavor. Well, some of you did and some of you didn't. But a lot of people lately have been having to compare Camels with other cigarettes, whether they wanted to or not, what with this shortage. And as someone said the other day, I've been smoking Camels for years, but I've just really found out what an incomparably swell cigarette it is. I've tried a lot of brands, but it's Camels for me every time, whenever I can get them. And whenever you do get Camels, they are still getting Camels. No green, insufficiently cured tobaccos, but the costlier tobaccos, properly aged and cured, and blended in the traditional Camel way. So be sure to keep on asking for Camels every time you buy cigarettes. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels. War or peace, Camels are still Camels.
Well, Costello, how do you like this bunch of airmen here at Davis-Monthan Air Base?
Abbott, they're wonderful.
I
and
thought
so
you'd say
polite.
that. Mm-hmm.
I walked all through the camp with Connie Haynes and not one guy whistled at her.
I don't believe that.
Well, you can ask Colonel Northstein. He was with us.
Oh. I thought so.
And another thing, Abbott, these guys don't pay no attention to the 12 o'clock curfew. They break it all the time.
They do?
Yeah. Curfew or no curfew, they go to bed at 10 o'clock.
I found that out, too, eh?
Yeah. And I also found out why they called those guys buck privates.
You did?
Yep. I was out with 5 of them last night. There wasn't a buck between them.
You're certainly learning a lot about the Army. Tell me, do you know what the highest rank is?
Yeah, private, first class.
PFC is not the highest rank.
Well, it's as high as you can go and still have friends.
Look, talk sense, Costello. By the way, didn't your girlfriend, Ruby Poolcue, join some branch of the service?
Yeah, Abbott. Ruby is a sailor.
I think you mean she's away.
No, Ruby's a sailor. She's on a boat.
Costello, that's impossible. They don't allow women on those boats. Suppose somebody should find out.
Who's going to tell?
Costello, you're a dope.
I'm a dope.
Yes.
Hey, Abbott, why don't your wife go in the Army?
What would my wife do in the Army?
She could teach the commandos to fight dirty.
Never mind that. Who was that girl I saw you with in Phoenix yesterday?
That was Tessie Tinfoil, telephone operator at the hotel. I had a date with her.
Tessie Tinfoil? That dizzy blonde? She isn't all there.
There's enough of her there to have a date with.
Where did you take her?
Where did I take her? I took her over here to the Davis Mountain Air Base. And 2 rear gunners took a shot at Tessie.
How did that happen?
Well, she's got so many circles under her eyes, they thought she was a target.
Pardon me, sir. May I use your microphone to send a message?
Go right ahead, Lieutenant. Go ahead.
Calling Mrs. Wilbur Fuzz. Mrs. Fuzz, your husband, Private Fuzz, spent a very restful night. He slept like a baby. That is all.
Hey, who is Private Fuzz?
He's our night sentry.
You know we was doing good up till then?
Yeah, Look, never mind him. Costello, how do you like this air base, all kidding aside?
I think it's okay. Really wonderful. But one of the GIs told me it would be much better if they'd cut out all that working and drilling between meals.
Costello, suppose they should accept you in this outfit. Which front would you like to do your fighting on?
Florida.
But there's no fighting in Florida.
You're telling me.
It wouldn't hurt you to go into training. You'd lose a lot of weight on your basic.
I'll bet my stomach would get thinner, too. I know one thing, Abbott. I'd like the Air Force.
You would?
I can just close my eyes, and I could picture my first day in camp.
Awfully sorry, Private Costello. I didn't realize.
Oh, so it's you, eh, Sergeant?
Yes, I know it's kind of early, but if you don't mind, the Colonel wants to know if he could have a word with you.
Oh, the Colonel. I got other things to do. Okay, send the Colonel in.
Private Costello.
At ease, Colonel.
I want you to report to hangar number 1. We need a man to change an engine.
Hey, you giving orders to me?
Yes.
Who are you?
Of course. Don't forget, I'm a colonel.
How much money do you make?
$500 a month.
Well, look, kid, you got a good job. Now don't louse it up.
Private Costello. Private, I think the Colonel is mad at you. Now, I'll tell you what let's do. You carry this bomb sight over to headquarters so I can tell him you worked hard today. Maybe he'll forgive you.
You want me to carry the bomb sight, eh? Okay, Sergeant, give me the bomb sight.
Now, be careful with it, Private Costello. It costs $10,000.
Whoops, I dropped it.
Oh, Butterfingers!
Watch your language, Sergeant. I don't like it now. There may be an NP in the joint.
Oh, now, Private, shame on you. I mean it.
Quiet!
I'm surprised at you.
Shut up! Shut up! Talk to me in a civilian tongue.
I'm sorry, but this may cost you your chance for promotion, Private Costello. You may never get to be a corporal.
I don't want the job anyway. Too much responsibility. Besides my cousin Hugo, he started in the Army as a corporal.
Oh, that's impossible. How could he start as a corporal?
Well, Hugo was born with 2 stripes on him. Now, blow out of here, Sergeant. Get out, I'm busy. Go on, scat.
Good morning, Private Costello.
I said get out. Hello, come in.
Morning.
And who are you?
I'm the Colonel's daughter.
What a spot for a traveling salesman. Well, I'm pleased to meet you. How's your old man?
Why, he's just fine. He was so excited when he found out you all was assigned here. He just loves comical fellas.
Well, I'm glad to hear the Colonel likes me. And you're a pretty sweet kid yourself. Tell your old man I'll put in a good word for him with the draft board. I just got an offer from the Navy, you know. I'll take him along with me.
Private Costello. And Daddy says to tell you that if you all live through the basic training, He's going to see to it personally that you all get right into the thick of the fighting right away.
Kid, he don't have to do that. I mean, Wait a minute. Where do you think he'll send me?
I don't know exactly, but he did mention Tokyo.
Tokyo? Are you kidding? I'm liable to get hurt over there. They're double crosses. They're using real bullets.
Oh, you don't have to worry, Private Costello. Daddy says the minute you land in Japan, he's going to declare you an open city.
Oh, thanks, honey child, thanks. You know, I know... Wait a minute. Listen, them Japs don't live up to no rules of war. They don't recognize no open city. I'm liable to be bombed.
That's what Daddy thinks, too. Goodbye.
Hey, you. Hey, aren't you Private Costello?
Yeah, that's me.
Well, I'm an MP, and you haven't reported for duty in 15 days.
Well, what are you gonna do about it?
Oh, nothing. We just missed you, that's all.
All right, come on. Come on, Costello. Wake up.
What's the matter, Abbott?
Costello, come here.
What?
Your blood test just came back. You've been turned down again.
By the Air Force?
No, by the Red Cross. They sent your blood back with this note. Here, go ahead and read it.
Okay. Dear Mr. Costello, we are returning your blood. We need plasma, not asthma. Get me out of here!
Abbott and Costello will be back for Camel cigarettes in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Platoon Sergeant Ernest I. Thomas of Tallahassee, Florida, and the United States Marines. Sergeant Thomas took over the command of his platoon when the commanding officer was wounded and was the first American to plant the Stars and Stripes on top of Mount Suribachi on Iwo Jima. In your honor, Sergeant Thomas, the makers of Camels are sending to our fighters overseas 400,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 3 Camel radio shows honors the Yank of the Week by sending free 400,000 Camel cigarettes overseas. A total of more than 1 million Camels sent free each week. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week. I rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are fighting, and in cooperation with the Good Neighbor policy, also to Central and South America. Listen tomorrow to Jimmy Durante and Gary Moore, Monday to Bob Hawk in Thanks to the Yanks, and next Thursday to Abbott and Costello. And now here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with the final word.
Thanks, Ken. Well, Costello, they certainly have been nice to us down here at Davis-Monthon Field. And I want to thank Colonel Knopfstein and Special Service and Public Relations staff.
Yes, and Abbott, I got some good news for all the guys.
Yeah?
The war's going to be over in 2 weeks.
Oh, Costello, how do you know the war's going to be over in 2 weeks?
Because my Uncle Artie Stebbins joined the Air Force this morning, and he never held a job over 2 weeks in his life.
Oh, good night, folks. Good night.
Good night, Ed.
Yes, folks, be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel cigarettes. And remember, Camels are worth asking for every time. See for yourself how Camel's mildness, coolness, and flavor click with you.
Why is grapefruit juice like the Florida sun? Well, grapefruit juice isn't a red-hot fireball in the sky, but it will brighten up your day and put a sparkle in your eye. And while it's true that Florida grapefruit juice won't give you a tan on the outside, its cool, refreshing taste will make you glow on the inside. So, for the perfect refreshment anytime, let the sun go down and be sure to stock up on the delicious taste of 100% pure Florida grapefruit juice.
From the sound of music, and Bing Crosby is up next.
I see the Crosbys made the cover of Look magazine.
Yeah, we did. We're very large at Look this issue.
There are a lot of Crosbys hopping around your house, huh?
Rosie, may I tell you something? When we assemble, it's a real crowd, but with kids and kids and kids, and Say, speaking of a lot of kids, I meant to ask you, Rosie, how's little Rafael Francisco getting along?
Oh, he's just coming along fine, Bing. Thank you.
Let me see now. That's number 5 for you and Joe, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Cinco. Just one behind you.
And that makes a half a dozen, doesn't it?
You know, Bing, we're a big help to the greeting card business.
Yeah, we have a continual stream of birthday cards arriving at our house.
Say, do you suppose that's why the Norcross people signed us up?
Well, we sing.
Yeah, but I suppose that figured in their decision. But I really think it's the amount of greeting cards we put into circulation that cinched the deal for us, really. Norcross cards are so nice to receive.
Say, do you suppose we could arrive at some decision in the song department?
That's really not too much of a problem. Suppose you move right in here, buddy.
Just you, just me. Let's find a cozy spot where we can cuddle and coo. Just us, just we. I've missed an awful lot, and my trouble is you. Oh, gee, what are your charms for? What are my arms for? Use your imagination. Just you, just me. I'll tie a lover's knot round wonderful you. Imagination, just you, just me. I'll tie a lover's knot round wonderful, lovable you.
Bing, I've never seen you looking so well.
I'm getting lots of exercise these days, Rosie. I spent the weekend, for instance, wrapping golf clubs around trees and unwrapping them.
I see. Your cheeks are just full of roses, though, which reminds me of the new Norcross greeting card roses.
I don't see how you worked that out.
Well, I just made it, didn't I? Well, this is the year of the Norcross roses, and honestly, Bing, these new Norcross greeting card roses are about the loveliest remembrance you can send any friend on any occasion.
Could you name any of these beauteous blooms for our vast audience of relatives?
My pleasure. There's the Norcross Burgundy Beauty Rose greeting card, and the American Beauty.
Ooh la la.
The Mint Beauty.
Yummy.
The Rose Tapestry. And the Norcross Rose Parfait greeting card.
Hey.
Yes, that one. And so many more.
Oh, like the Orange Beauty, the Bronze Beauty, and the favorite of the fairy tale fans such as myself, the Norcross Wishing Rose.
Each of these new Norcross greeting cards has its own particular rose for its own particular person.
Yes, sir. Norcross greeting cards say the things you want to say. So pick the nicest cards on the rack. Pick the cards with the N on the back.
And send a friend a Norcross greeting card rose. There's one for every occasion, anniversary, birthday, convalescence.
At my stage of life, Rosie, a birthday is an occasion for convalescence.
Charms that I
got what I crave. You're the firstest with the most. You got the lips I love to kiss. I never had so much bliss. I would like to state you're the perfect hostess. Feeling is so nice. This paradise just can't be bought.
Next time you go to your grocer's, look for Gentle Fells, the only dishwashing detergent with lanolin D to protect your hands. Lanolin, the same essence used in costly lotions and creams to keep your hands soft and lovely. Only Gentle Fells clear golden liquid contains lanolin D. With Gentle Fells, your dishes and glasses dry sparkling clear, never spotty or streaked. For a spotless reputation, Gentle Fells, F-E-L-S, Fells.
Well, got plenty going on now. Got Rosemary Clooney for a partner and a beautiful Cole Porter song. Got it all rehearsed, ready to go. I guess we're ready, wouldn't you say so, Rosie?
We'll never be readier.
Our song is You'd Be So Nice to Come Home To.
Rather nice thought, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is. Good song. You mean the thought embodied in the song, don't you?
Oh, I mean it's nice to have someone to come home to.
Yes, verily, verily, truly.
You'd be so nice to come home to.
You'd be so nice by the fire, while the breeze on high sang a lullaby.
You'd be all that I could desire, under stars chilled by the winter,
under an August moon burning above. You'd be so nice.
You'd be paradise to come home to and love. By the winter,
under an August moon burning above. You'd be so nice.
You'd be paradise to come home to and love.
Well, now, word to the ladies. concerning their outdoor activities for the next few months.
The time for those activities is at hand, isn't
Yes,
it?
sir. The great outdoors beckons now throughout the land.
May I say I'm ready?
Rosie, do you fish?
Oh, I love it.
Oh, that's right, I remember. Stand by now, all girls who qualify as fishermen. I want to tell you, gals, that you can go fishing all you wish. But don't forget to tune us in.
You expect folks to carry radios while they're fishing?
Oh, no, I don't. All I ask is tune us in on your fishing rod.
Yeah?
Haven't you heard? Yeah, someone's cooked up a fishing rod with a battery radio in the handle. And the rod itself, of course, serves as the aerial, the antenna.
Hey, that's pretty good. Tune in and hear what's going on while you're fishing.
Keep in touch while you angle. That's the angle.
Right, Rosie, clever. Pretty remarkable gadget, I think. You listen with a little earphone. Fishermen can get music, news, weather forecasts, know whether it's going to rain or not.
And I suppose listening with this earphone, one won't disturb other fishermen or the fish, huh?
Don't fish like our program?
That's not the problem, Rosie. If they really dug it, they would. Problem is sound spooks fish. Any sound spooks them. That's what I've heard from anglers.
Well, just so they know we're on.
Well, I suppose with these fishing rods, when they get into circulation, they'll have special broadcasts to fishermen. You know, like old trout jumping on such and such a creek and big catfish under dead tree at Lake so-and-so. They're biting like mad on the Rappahannock.
Oh, sure. They'll broadcast all the dope about the hatch, what time, tip us on the proper fly to use, you know, silver doctor, black gnat, gray hackle, whatnot.
Say, I wonder why someone doesn't come up with a fishing rod with a radio and fish in the handle.
Oh, you. It'll come to that, I fear. This is the age of convenience.
Yeah, I wonder, would a song be convenient?
Certainement. Music's always convenient around here, Ken. You know that.
So rare, you're like the fragrance of blossoms fair, sweet as a breath of air, fresh with the morning dew. So rare, you're like the sparkle of old champagne, orchids in cellophane couldn't compare to you. You are perfection, you're my idea of angels singing the Ave Maria. For you're an angel, I breathe and live you with every beat of the heart that I give you. So rare, this is a heaven on earth we share, caring the way we care. Ours is a love so rare. That something, that certain manner thrills me just like the Star-Spangled Banner. You stage a love scene so sweetly tender, and in that love scene I gladly surrender. So rare to have a future like yours to share, sweetheart, the way we care. We'll live a life so rare, so rare.
Say, Bing, next time you go fishing, will you do me a favor?
Be glad to, Ken. What's your problem?
Well, Betty and I love bass. Would you catch me a big-mouth bass?
I sure will.
When?
Just as soon as I can get one to open his big mouth.
Well, that's fair enough.
Rosie, what do you say now to a song?
Speaking of big mouths, huh?
No,
yeah.
Not a bit of it. You have little bee-stung lips.
Keep talking.
You girls are always putting two and two together, and you get five or something.
my plan. I should have realized there'd be another girl. I overlooked that point completely until the big affair began. Before I knew where I was at, I found myself up on the shelf, and that was that. I tried to reach the moon, but when I got there, all that I could get was the air. My feet are back up on the ground. I've lost the one man I found. My plan. I should have realized there'd be another girl. I overlooked that point completely until the big affair began. Before I knew where I was at, I found myself up on the shelf, and that was that. I tried to reach the moon, but when I got there, all that I could get was the air. My feet are back up on the ground. I've lost the one man, the only good man. I've lost the one man I found.
Giving a party? Then you especially want your living room to look its best. And here's how. Just replace the regular light bulbs in your reading lamps and fixtures with new General Electric soft white bulbs. They're the GE invention with a special white coating that cuts out harsh glare and shadows. GE soft white bulbs are flattering to the complexion and easy on the eyes. Even if you look right at them, you won't see a glaring hot spot because there isn't any. Just soft white light all over.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that ends this rendezvous.
And both of us hope that you enjoyed it. You know, we have, and we thank you very much.
Bye for now.
Adios.
Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music were presented from Hollywood. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us again tomorrow.
What happened? I have to know everything.
I just can't wait.
Who's having an affair with who?
I gotta see.
You had to be there.
JTV, you got an effect on me.
Will she ever find out? I leave the room for a second.
JTV, you got an effect on me.
Well, even their secrets have secrets. I love this.
JTV, ABC, you got an effect on me.
It gets better.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Tonight, from the Veterans Administration Hospital at Sawtell, California, Lever Brothers Company presents the Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope and his special guest, Bing Crosby.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob broadcasting from the Sawtell Veterans Hospital on Christmas Eve Hope, telling all you guys that using Pepsodent will never hurt your purse, and when you whisper sweet nothings in the ear of your nurse, you'll never have to worry if your teeth are in right or in reverse. Yes, sir. Here we are at the Veterans Administration Hospital at Sawtell. That's a medical term meaning jab the needle in my left arm this time, nursey. I've already rented my right one out for a piccolo. I had a little trouble getting Crosby into the hospital. Dr. Hubbard took one look at him and said it was too late. They really have a lot of ground here at Sawtell. This morning, a doctor was making a tour of inspection and discovered 3 Spanish-American war veterans still firing. And they have 3 kinds of passes here, 24-hour, 36-hour, and I'm in the tunnel. Try and get me. And I found out why they call this Sawtell. I went through that Wilshire tunnel, and the things I saw I'd never tell. Most of these patients here are ambulatory. Ambulatory, that's a nurse's expression, meaning, for heaven's sakes, doctor, trip him the next time we come around the building. One of these nurses was missing yesterday, and they couldn't figure out what had happened to her until they saw one of the patients chasing his duffel bag down the hall. But I'm thrilled that I'm here. I had Christmas Eve dinner with these veterans, and before we started to eat, I made a very appealing talk, but I still had to pay. What a dinner. It's a memory I'll never forget. I've got the scars to remind me. These veterans really went after that food. It's the first time I ever saw a diving board in a gravy bowl. They ate 10 pounds of cranberries before somebody told them they were supposed to take them out of the cans first. One poor guy was on a liquid diet. He dampened the turkey before he swallowed it whole. And after they'd finished everything inside, I said, shall I call the waiter? They said, no, call the cook. He's got more meat on him. But it's a wonderful Yuletide, and I gave away a lot of fine, expensive presents this year. It's been a wonderful Christmas. I've been a regular Santa Claus.
It takes more than a pouch to make a Santa, Hope.
Oh, you're still up there in my head, eh, Conscience? What's wrong with you now?
Well, you didn't give me a present.
Why should I? All you ever gave me was dandruff.
What about the time I saved your life when you were a baby?
I don't remember your saving my life.
Who do you think stopped your father from drowning you?
But I guess I do owe you something, Conch. After all, you've stuck with me through thick and thin.
Only through thick, Hope. Remember, I'm in your head.
Anyway, why should I give you anything for Christmas? What'd you ever do for me?
What'd I ever do for you? Why, Robbie boy, I've done a lot for you. Remember when you were a little boy, you were crossing the railroad tracks, you didn't see a train coming? Suddenly a little voice warned you just in time. I saved your life.
That's right, I remember, Conch. Why, you saved my life. If it weren't for you, there would be no Bob Hope.
Yeah, can you blame me for staying up here and never showing my face?
Poor Miriam, neglected using Miriam, so her singing smile had no end in style. I'll be home for Christmas.
Oh, no.
Not you.
Let's go.
So folks don't be like Miriam, use Miriam.
The first time you try the new improved Pepsodent toothpaste, something wonderful happens to you. Your teeth look so radiantly bright. your whole mouth feels so gloriously clean. For this new Pepsodent with Irium cleans in a way no other toothpaste can. You notice first its difference in taste. This new Pepsodent has a cleaner, brighter taste. That means cleaner, brighter teeth. Next, you feel the difference in the way it cleans. This new Pepsodent contains more Irium, so it gives an abundance of invigorating foam. It cleans in between and around your teeth better, and cleans your breath better, too. Remember, Pepsodent alone among toothpaste gives you this active Irium foam. It sweeps dulling film away, uncovers the natural brilliance of your smile. Let your taste tell you. Let your mirror show you that something wonderful happens the moment you change to this new Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium.
Dear Miriam, sweet Miriam, now she's using Irium. For singing smile had the win in style. I'll be home for Christmas.
Some smile.
So folks just be like Miriam. Use Irium.
Here's the beautiful Columbia recording singing star to sing a very appropriate song, a Christmas song, Miss Doris Day.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Jack Frost nipping at the nose. Yuletide carols being sung by the choir. And folks dressed up like Eskimos. Everybody knows the turkey and some mistletoe help to make the season bright. Tiny little tots with their eyes all aglow will find it hard to sleep tonight. They know that Santa's on his way. He's loaded lots of toys and goodies on his sleigh. And every mother's child is gonna fight to see if reindeers really know how to fly. And so I'm offering this simple tale to kids from 1 to 92. Although it's been said many times, many ways, Merry Christmas to
Thank you, Miss Doris Day. Very nice. And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we have with us a veteran who has a few words to say to you on this Christmas Eve. A veteran who is one of our great leaders with a soft spot in his heart for all of you. He's a man who has fought with you in war and is fighting for you in peace. The boss man of the entire Veterans Administration, General Omar Bradley.
Hello, Bob. Thank you for this opportunity to say Merry Christmas to all veterans everywhere, but especially to those who are in VA hospitals tonight. I'm sorry that so many of you must spend this Christmas under medical care. We're doing everything possible to make your Christmas as happy as it can be, away from home, in a hospital bed. I hope that by next year, we will have many of you back on your feet so that you can celebrate Christmas at home with your families. And now, speaking for the thousands of you in our hospitals, I want to thank Bob Hope and all his associates of radio, motion pictures, and stage for remembering that the war is not over for thousands of veterans. Wherever there are sick and wounded veterans tonight, I know they would want me to tell you, Bob, how much it means to be remembered, how nice it is to be included in your Christmas parties and shows. We know that you will be with us again throughout the coming year.
Thank you very much, General Omar Bradley. We all consider it a privilege to entertain these veterans. And ladies and gentlemen, it's very interesting to visit hospitals such as this one here at Sawtell. You never know whom you're going to meet. Well, Miss Vera Vague. Yes, sir. Well, Miss Vera Vague, Santy's auntie.
Well, Mr. Hope, Dunder's blunder.
Well, now, Miss Vague, here it is the time of the year you're supposed to show goodwill toward all men.
Goodness, is there a season for us?
Yes, there is, Miss Vague, and this is it. Christmas. Today we must love our fellow man.
Oh, you silly boy. Why do you think I've been visiting the wards?
Well, tell me, did you make any headway with the boys, Miss Vague?
Well, I was doing fine until the nurse made me take off the red robe. Now, believe me, Mr. Hope, a pretty girl just isn't safe going through these wars.
Is that so? And how did you find it?
Oh! Oh, you dear bunion brain.
Yes.
Why don't you run down to X-ray and find out why your head rattles?
Yeah.
No, really, Mr. Hope, visiting a ward was just wonderful, and every one of the boys gave me the sweetest smile.
Well, naturally, they have to be quiet in the hospital. They're not permitted to laugh out loud.
Bless your heart. Don't you know people in glass heads shouldn't throw stones? You don't realize that I studied nursing for years. I'm a trained nurse.
Who trained you, Frank Buck?
Go on, make fun of me. I don't care. I have a blind date with a cute boy in the tunnel at 8. I have to be there at 7.
At 7? Why an hour early? Anxious?
No, but I want plenty of time to short-circuit the lights.
Yeah. Thank you, Miss Vera Vague. And now, folks, I have a big surprise for you. I'm playing Santa tonight for the boys here, and so as to not disappoint them, here's the bag now. Bing Crosby, right here.
Well, good old trout snout. How goes it, my Pepsodent Pinocchio? That's him. Pepsodent Pinocchio.
Tell me, Lard.
Is it a lime cola on you or something?
Tell me, Lard, does my broadcast have anything to do with your being here, or did you just come in for your regular shot?
Now, just a moment. This is Christmas, the season of good cheer and good fellowship. Mm-hmm. Why don't we forego for tonight this girlish vilification and be chums?
Oh, no!
Be pals.
Oh, break it up for us peasants, will you, please?
What, vilification? A
Yes,
little...
very nice, very nice. Wait till Gonzaga finds out about this.
Well, let's be chums, though, tonight. I'm be pals.
I think you're right,
Sure.
Bing. I'm sorry. We should. After all, we should have the Yuletide spirit. I want to tell you it's an honor to have you on my show.
Thank you, Bob.
You, the great Bing Crosby, the country's most magnificent voice on my poor, crummy little program.
Really? It's nothing, old man. My partner. It's a thrill for me to work with America's foremost comedian, America's finest actor.
What's wrong with Canada?
Well, the world's finest comedian, the world's finest actor. You are indeed good to have me here.
But no, this philanthropic gesture out of your bountiful goodness to pay tribute to me, a lowly punster, is merely a small symbol of your munificence.
I think we got more laughs with the insult.
Well, anyway, now it can be told, Bing, you're my favorite singer. Take Como, Sinatra, Russell, Haynes.
I'm better, huh?
No comparison. None of them were anywhere near as good as you were at their age.
Now, you wait a minute, blubberhead. It's Christmas. I know you don't mean what you said. Deep down inside, You're a regular guy.
Thanks.
Just the outside that's irregular.
Now listen, Elephant Boy, I want to tell you one thing.
Christmas, remember.
Yeah, I know. I saw you and your kids out singing carols on Vine Street last night.
So what's wrong with singing carols?
Well, you should sing them right through, not stop after each chorus and put in a commercial about Philco's. And who was that other little boy?
Other little boy?
Yeah, the one who kept following your boys around while they were singing.
Oh, him. Oh, that's Petrillo's son collecting dues. Don't run off. Now that I'm here, this is as good a time as any of my presents. You have something for me, haven't you? Some little gift or something?
Well, I had something real nice for you, Bing, but Mother thought she'd wear 'em a little longer.
I'll only take that because there's a big favor I want to ask you. How would you like to play Santa Claus over at my house tonight, Robin?
Well, what's the matter? Can't you fit down the chimney anymore?
No. Just that this year we're keeping the fire going, and my kids just love baked ham.
Well, they ought to. They've been living with one for years, you know. But believe me, ears, I'll make a fine Santa Claus.
Ears?
I really will. I'll be a fine Santa Claus. I'll just tuck a pillow in the front.
Good. From the rear, you're already in character. You need...
Wait a minute. What? That's not all me. Where do you hide your Christmas presents?
Hello, Bob.
Oh, Desi, this is Bing Crosby. You've heard of him.
Oh, sure. He's the American Tito guitar.
Yeah. Hello, Tito. ¿Habla español?
Habla español, sí, cómo
Dice
no.
mi amigo, el señor Hope, es muy simpático, ¿no?
Sí, simpático, pero chico, no, el dinero.
No
muy...
dinero.
No dinero. Muy
Wait a
poquito,
minute,
muy
wait a
malo.
minute. Wait, something tells me I'm not getting the best of this. Play, Desi, play. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now hear from the voice of Firestone, retreaded, Mr. Crosby.
Oh, buttermilk sky, I'm keeping my eyes peeled on you. What's the good word tonight? Are you gonna be mellow tonight? Oh, buttermilk sky, can't you see my little donkey and me? We're as happy as a Christmas tree, heading for the one I love. I'm gonna pop her that question. Do you, darling, do you do? It'll be easy, oh, so easy, if I can only bank on you. Oh, buttermilk sky, I'm telling you why, now you know, keep it in mind tonight. Keep a brushing those clouds from sight. Oh, buttermilk sky, don't you fail me when I'm needing you most. Hang a moon above a hitching post, hitch me to the one I love. You can if you try. Don't tell me no lie. Will you be mellow and bright tonight, buttermilk sky? Don't tell me no lie. You can if you try. Oh, buttermilk sky.
Very much. That's Mr. Bing Crosby and the Meltones, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by, Bing. Now, Wendell Niles, I understand you have something very special to hustle for the sponsor tonight.
Yes, I have, Bob.
Well, let's have it, Wen.
On behalf of Lever Brothers and Pepsodent, I want to wish all our listeners a very Merry Christmas.
Isn't that fine? Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a stirring Christmas story entitled The Road to the North Pole, or Santa Claus Rides Again. We now take you to the crawlaway hideout of St. Nick. As we look in on this prefabricated igloo, Jolly old Santa is making ready for his yearly trip.
Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho.
Well, you're mighty jolly this Christmas, Paul.
Jolly nothing. My red flannels tickle. Ho, 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 ho.
Going off on those trips and leaving me alone up here. Goodness, sometimes I'm sorry I saw you working in that bargain basement and married you.
Well, what makes you say that, Ma?
Well, of all the things in the May Company, I had to get the one you can't bring back and get your money back on.
Well, stop complaining, Ma. How many women can go to bed and sleep nice and warm all night under their husband's beard? Ho, ho, ho. I wonder who that can be.
Are you Santa Claus?
What do you know, Ma? It's Topsy.
Shelter. Shelter at last. Oh, I can't go on. I can't go on any further. Please. Please let me in. Please let me in.
Come on, you got one, Oscar. Don't overdo it. What can I do for you, stranger?
Well, tonight, Santa, I want you to stop to the Veterans Hospital at Sawtell and bring something special for the boys. Something they've been waiting for all year.
Oh, their pension checks, huh? Well, they'll get them. That Crosby fellow's bringing them on a horse. I don't know, son. Tell me, have they been good boys at Sawtell?
Don't be too hard on them, Santa. They can't help it.
What do you mean?
Well, you should see those nurses.
Pretty nurses, huh? Yeah. Hang on, here we go! Up, Dancer, up, Prancer, up, Dunder and Blitzen, up, Fortescue.
Fortescue, what's he doing in there?
He's the CIO organizer. Get up! Isn't it wonderful up here? Look down at that earth below us there, son. This is a night of brotherly love, everybody's friend. See that house all lighted up? That's George Raff's place. He's giving a big party for attorneys tonight.
Aren't they merry? And just look down there through that window over there. John L. Lewis is in the basement of the White House. He's shoveling coal in the furnace.
You see that there?
What's that there?
That's the peace conference. That guy is Molotov walking back in. Right there. And a little further on, I'll even show you an audience applauding Blue Skies. Right down there.
They can play off. You mean to tell me everyone is friendly tonight? What about Harry Cohn and Charlie Veeder?
Oh, everything is fine with them now. They're not talking.
Oh.
All right,
Pull over there. Pull over. Pull over to the side of the cloud. Pull over there.
But, officer.
Pull over. You just passed a red star. Let's see your driver's license.
Why, I'm old St. Nick. Ha, 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 ha. Yes, sir, good old St. Nick. Ha, 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 ha.
And drunk, too.
I'm not drunk, officer. Now, just what's the charge?
Speeding and driving drunken horses.
Just a minute. Those aren't drunken horses.
Oh, no? Then what are they doing going around stealing hat racks? All right, don't give me that. Don't give me that double talk. I'm on duty up here.
You're on duty, but we're 10,000 feet above the ground. What duty?
Rose Bowl traffic, top layer.
Why, this is ridiculous. How does your motorcycle stay up in the air?
Firestone balloon tires.
And how do you stay up here?
O'Sullivan balloon heels. Sorry, boys, I'll have to arrest you.
But, officer, I'm trying to tell you, I'm Santa Claus.
Santa Claus? Ah, yes, I know your sister well.
My sister?
Yes, Santa Monica.
Officer! Oh, Santa Monica. Officer, you surprised me.
No, you surprised me. I got the hiccup.
How'd you get the hiccup?
Just had a Tom and Jerry. That was Tom.
Listen, officer.
Who's that?
That was Jerry.
Listen, officer. What was that?
Relative. Well, I'll have to give you two boys a ticket.
Well, looks like we're in a jam, Santa.
Yeah, and I know this officer can't be bribed.
Who says so?
Well, we can't waste any more time with you, officer. I got to go all over the world tonight. Get up!
Stop! Stop!
or I'll shoot. You'll never stop us with that cologne. It's only a water pistol.
Dad, sometimes I wish I wasn't a California cop.
Oh, there's the Sawtell Hospital over there. Head in for a landing.
Are you sure it's the Sawtell Hospital?
Yeah, the buildings spell out no gambling.
Hang on, we're going down.
Okay, Santa, we're heading right down the chimney. Well, they were going to remodel this wing anyway.
Here's the bottom of the chimney. I'll walk out through the fireplace. Hi, everybody. Here I am.
Well, well. Let me welcome you to Sawtell Hospital, Santa Claus. I'm Dr. Hubbard.
Dr. Hubbard, huh?
Yes, I'm the head of the hospital. Here, shake hands.
Well, hiya, Dr. Hubbard. Put it there. Ouch! Ouch, my arm!
Well, what's the matter?
What a sneaky way to give a man a hypodermic. That was beautiful. Like Santa Claus at the orphanage, it really came packed with Christmas spirit. Sincerely, old man, your silent night has always put an arm around my heart and given it a big hug.
Well, Bob, I only wish that I could have come to Sawtell Hospital tonight and sung Silent Night in an empty theater. That would have meant that these 6,000 wounded veterans had gone home for Christmas.
And cut us out of a studio audience? Oh, they wouldn't dare play a trick like that. Seriously, Bing, it's Christmas Eve. What a night. Miles of homes lit up like an endless store window.
Living rooms chock full of pine needles and presents.
Doorbells ringing and folks barging in with greetings.
Telephones ringing and loved ones calling from across the miles.
Radios turned down soft for the Christmas carols.
Mother humming away in the kitchen while she stuffed the turkey. Not exactly the perfect night for a veteran to spend in a hospital.
What night is? Bing, if you could ask Santa for anything, what would it be?
The fellows here at Sawtell and all of Uncle Sam's hospitals could have their health back. How about you, Robert?
Well, when old Santa visits the mothers and wives and children of the fellows who didn't come back, I'd like to ask him to fill every stocking so full of Christmas cheer that there's enough left over to fill the empty place in every heart. Good night. Merry Christmas, folks. Merry Christmas.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
When your body says, Mentholatum says, yes, you can. Mentholatum Deep Heating works like a penetrating massage to help you get going. Mentholatum Deep Heating says, yes, you can.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to Personnel Division. A resident of your city files a report of assault and battery. His shoulder is dislocated. He's been badly beaten. He claims his assailant was a young police officer. Your job? Investigate.
Comparison proves Fatima quality.
Yes, comparison proves Fatima quality.
Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
And you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Definitely the best quality in its class, but the same price as the cigarette you are now smoking.
Prove Fatima quality yourself today. Buy Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, June 11th. It was mild in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of BIA. My partner's Ed Jacobs. The boss is Lieutenant Jessup. My name's Friday. It was 10:23 a.m. when I got to room 83, the squad room.
Joe, you catch up with the lieutenant?
Yeah, in a meeting. He said he'd be out about 11:30. He wants us to handle it for the time being.
Oh. Well, Joe, this is Officer Blanchard. This is my partner, Joe Friday.
I'm glad to know you, Friday. I think I've seen you around Central a couple of times.
Yeah, sure. How are you?
Well, what's this thing all about? Do you mind telling me?
You worked yesterday, did you?
Yeah, that's right. My regular beat, South Central area.
Anything out of the ordinary happen while you were on duty?
No, not much. Made a couple of pinches, that's about all. Pretty quiet otherwise.
Did you make one of those arrests at 7928 Cortlandt Avenue?
Yeah, that's right. A woman, 2 men, users. All 3 of them were booked in violation of State Narcotics Act.
Any of the 3 familiar to you at all, Blanchard? I mean, had you ever seen them before the time you arrested them?
No, none of them. I knew the place, though. I've been keeping an eye on it lately. One of those old-fashioned homes converted into a rooming house.
Uh-huh.
I've been noticing some of the people going in and out of the place. They didn't look too good to me. And that's why I say I've been keeping an eye on the house. Now, what's the story on this, anyway? You get a kickback on the arrest I made?
Well, we'd like to have your version of it first, Blanchard. Exactly what happened. How'd you come to make the pinch?
Well, I was walking my regular beat. I think it was about 3:30 yesterday afternoon. I was going along Cortlandt, the 7900 block. A woman came out of the front door and hailed me. She complained about a 507 party in the house a couple doors down the street.
And that was at number 7928, the boarding house?
Yeah. I checked it out. The party was going on up on the 3rd floor. I went up, found the girl and the 2 men in the room facing on the street. The girl was fixing a pop for herself when I came in. 2 caps of heroin on the table in front of her.
Mm-hmm. What'd you do then?
I made a grab for the 2 caps. One of the guys beat me to it. Got him, ran to the next room, and tried to flush him down the drain. He didn't quite make it, though. I got one of the caps before he could get rid of it.
What'd you do then, Blanchard?
Well, I sat the 3 of them down, called into the office. I checked the room over while we were waiting, found 2 more caps of heroin, usual equipment to go with it. When the radio car showed up, the 3 of them were taken downtown to narcotics squad and booked. That's all I can tell you about it.
Well, during the time you were waiting there in the room, Blanchard, did you have any trouble with the suspects at all?
Well, I got a lot of talk from one of the men, a fellow by the name of Evans. He's supposed to run the boarding house. Claims he didn't have anything to do with it. He didn't know the girl was a hype. You know, the usual stuff.
And that was the extent of it? Just talk?
Sure, that's all. Why?
Well, that's not the story, according to Evans. He had his lawyer bail him out last night. He was in to file charges against you.
Huh? What do you mean?
Assault and battery. He claims that you worked him over for no reason at all. He says you beat him up and dislocated his shoulder.
Oh, he's crazy. He's lying. I didn't work him over.
Well, he says he's got witnesses to prove it, Blanchard. The 2 people who were with him, the woman, the other man. He says they'll swear that's what you did.
Yeah, but it's not true. They're trying to cook up a frame. I didn't touch any of them.
Well, this Evans looks like he's been mussed up. Cuts and bruises all over his face. His shoulder's fairly recent, too.
Yeah, I know that, but I didn't do it. He was in the same shape when I found him up in that room yesterday. Matter of fact, I asked him about it. He wouldn't tell me. It's the truth, Sergeant, so help me. All 3 of them are lying. I didn't beat them up.
Well, it's your word against theirs, Blanchard. The facts seem to favor Evans.
I don't get this at all. 2 of those people are known hypes. They'd swear anything for a free cap. You know that. What good is their word?
Maybe no good at all. It's not up to us to decide. Evans filed a complaint. It's our job to follow through.
Now, you're sure about the shape Evans was in when you found him up in that room yesterday, Blanchard? He was already marked up, is that right?
I'm sure he was. I told you. I asked him about it. He wouldn't answer me.
But you had no way of proving that you couldn't possibly have been responsible for it.
Well, it's up to him, isn't it, Evans? If he says I worked him over, let him prove it.
I'm afraid he's got the jump there. 2 witnesses.
Yeah, but they're lying. You must know that. They're lying.
Well, now, look, you can see the position it puts us in. If you're innocent, we're going to do all we can. If you're guilty, we'll see that you get everything that's coming to you.
Well, you know it as well as I do, Sergeant. I had no reason to beat him up. I didn't do it.
Well, it's not up to us, Blanchard. The court will have to decide.
Doesn't make sense. None of it does.
There's no other way to handle it. We got 4,500 men in the department. We don't claim they're all saints. Once in a while, one of them turns bad, and all of us get a black eye. You're in a jam, Blanchard. Like anyone else, you'll get a fair trial.
Yeah. Well, what happens now? Do I draw suspension?
Yeah, that's right. If you're cleared of the charges in court, there'll be a hearing before the Board of Rights.
Am I through right now?
We'll have to book you in at the main jail. Case will be presented at the DA's office tomorrow.
Doesn't make sense. I had no reason to beat up Evans. No reason at all.
You sure of that, are you?
What do you mean? Of course I'm sure.
Well, Evans claims you did have a reason, a good one.
What?
Well, he says you handed him a proposition. He wouldn't go for it, so you worked him over.
What do you mean? What kind of a proposition?
The bad kind.
Huh?
He says you wanted a payoff. Investigating charges against a police officer involves exactly the same procedure as cases where private citizens are concerned. Prove the suspect innocent or guilty. If Blanchard was innocent, it wasn't going to be an easy job proving it. If he hadn't beat up the complainant, George Evans, and dislocated his shoulder, it seemed the only way out would be to find the man who did. Either that or prove that the 2 witnesses Evans had come up with were lying. If Blanchard was guilty, if he actually had slugged and beaten Evans, we had to find sufficient evidence and we had to find a motive. 11:10 a.m., Ed and I took Officer Harry Blanchard over to the main jail where he was booked in and lodged in one of the cell blocks. Then we went upstairs to the women's jail, where we interviewed one of the witnesses to the alleged beating, an Eleanor Rowland. She'd had previous arrests for vagrancy, grand theft auto, and petty theft, as well as an established reputation as a user of narcotics. She was 23 years old.
Yeah, it was terrible. That cop really roughed him up, poor old Evans. Cop didn't have to treat him like that.
How long have you known George Evans, Miss Rowland? You old friends?
No, I wouldn't say that. I met him a couple weeks ago when I came down from north.
San Francisco?
Portland. I was visiting up there. I'm a Portland girl originally.
Well, how about this other man you were with at the time Officer Blanchard picked you up, this Ray Sherman? He an old friend?
Buster, yeah. I've known him a few years.
Do you know Evans very well?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Ray's had a room at the boarding house a couple of years. I guess he's good friends with Evans. Say, can I ask you something?
Yes, ma'am.
You ever work narcotics up in Portland?
No, ma'am, never have.
Face is familiar. Could have sworn I met you in Portland.
Do you want to run over that story again for us, Miss Rowland, about what happened yesterday?
Not much to say, just the same as I told you.
You usually stay at Evans' rooming house when you're in town, do you?
No, that's only the second time I was there.
How about George Evans? Was he there at the time?
No, not first. Me and Buster had a pop, and then we sat around and talked. Evans came in a little later. 3 of us talked. Told me and Buster not to bring any more junk in the house. He didn't want to get into trouble. Didn't speak of the devil, a cop walked in.
What happened then?
Buster grabbed 2 caps off the table, tried to get rid of them. He only got rid of one, though. The cop got the other one.
Well, how'd the argument start? You remember that? Between Evans and the officer, I mean.
Well, I was a little high at the time. I don't remember it word for word. Evans said he didn't have anything to do with it, but the cop kept pressing him. He told Evans he'd forget about it if Evans would pay him off. Evans told him no, he wouldn't give him a cent, and then the cop started beating him up.
You were in the same room with him all this time?
Yeah, Buster and me. We saw it all. Poor old Evans. He really got worked over. Cop didn't have to treat him like that. Say, are you sure you're not from Portland?
Yes, ma'am, I'm sure. Now, about how many times would you say the officer hit Evans?
Oh, I couldn't tell you that exactly. Dozens of times, I guess. Kept hitting him with his fist, pushed him all around the room. I was a little high at the time. I don't remember everything exactly. Sure could use a booster about now.
Are you sure about everything you've told us, Miss Rowland? That's the truth?
Yeah, that's right. Some of the details I didn't remember so well. He straightened it out for me, though. He told me just what happened.
Who's that?
George Evans.
11:50 a.m. Ed and I continued questioning Eleanor Rowland. The more we talked to her, the more we were convinced that at the time of the alleged beating, she was under a heavy dose of narcotics, and that for the most part, she picked up her version of the story from the alleged victim, George Evans. We went down to the second floor of the main jail to one of the interview rooms where we talked to the second witness, Ray Sherman, alias Tom Raymond, alias Buster Raymond. He also had a long record as a user of narcotics. He gave the same general version of the incident as the Rowland girl did, but despite the girl's story, he claimed he was not under the influence of narcotics at the time Officer Blanchard entered the room and made the arrest. Besides that, there were other discrepancies. 1:05 p.m., we had some lunch at the Federal Cafe, and then we drove out to interview the complainant in the case, George Evans. After checking in his rooming house, we finally located him in a neighborhood bowling alley. He was sitting at a bar adjoining the actual playing area, drinking a bottle of beer. Parts of his face and neck were bandaged, and his left shoulder was in a cast. He appeared friendly and cooperative.
I kept telling the cop I didn't have any money. Told him I wouldn't give him a payoff even if I did.
So he started working you over, that right, Evans?
Yes, that's right. I don't have anything against cops normally, but this guy, that's something else. How do you ever get on the force anyway?
Had you ever had any contact with Officer Blanchard before yesterday, Evans?
Yes, I did, twice before. He came to the house, accused me of running a hideout for thieves, junkies. Tried to get me to pay him off then, too. I wouldn't do it.
That's, when was that, Evans?
About 6-8 months ago. Yeah, at least that.
Well, how was it you didn't report Blanchard then?
Well, that wouldn't cause any trouble, get mixed up in a law case. I figured I could take care of him myself. But after that going over yesterday, that was enough for me. I don't understand how the guy ever made the force to begin with.
What's the matter?
Shoulder of mine. He really tore it apart.
How'd you spend your time yesterday, Evan? Do you mind telling us?
No, I don't mind. I slept till about 12:30, 1 o'clock. Had a little bit of a hangover. Then I got up and made some breakfast and read the paper. That's about size.
You mean you were in your room all day after the time you went down the hall to Ray Sherman's room?
That's right. Ray was there with this girlfriend of his, Eleanor. I didn't know she was a hype. That's the truth. Ray should have known better having her there. I don't like the kind of stuff going on around my place.
Now, we've checked you through the record bureau, Evans. There's been 3 or 4 similar cases at your places the last few years, hasn't there?
A couple, yeah. It's a real problem. I don't know how you keep them out. Whole neighborhood around here, you know. Pretty hard to stop it, I guess.
We understand you were in the room there while the girl helped herself to a fix. Is that right?
No, I wasn't in the room when she took the fix. I got there a couple minutes after. I didn't even know what was going on. You can ask Ray Sherman, the girl, too. They'll tell you I wasn't there.
Well, there's something else we wanted to ask you about. Sherman and the girl don't seem too sure of their stories. Can you straighten us out there?
How do you mean?
Well, Sherman tells us one thing, the girl tells us something else. Can't seem to get together.
Yeah, but I told him.
You told him what, Evan?
Well, nothing. I told him to tell the truth, that's all. That stupid Ray. He doesn't know half the time what he's doing.
Well, that doesn't make him much of a witness then, does it?
Well, what do you mean? He was there when that cop slugged me, beat me up. He could see that much.
Well, that's just it. We're not sure he did.
Huh?
The girl says Blanchard worked you over in the living room there. Sherman says Blanchard took you out in the kitchen and beat you up. Now, which is it?
I think I'm beginning to get the pitch.
How's that?
You're out to cover up for that cop. Is that it? Take care of your own?
We're assigned to investigate this thing, Evans, just like any other criminal case. Blanchard's not getting any more of a break than any other suspect would.
Yeah, sure.
We still haven't answered our question. Where did it happen, living room or kitchen?
The interview's all over, Sergeant. I got the pitch. You can take this back to your office. I'm going to get that cop convicted. If it's the last thing I do, you can count on that.
What's the matter, Evans? All we did was ask you a simple question.
Don't try to kid me, Sergeant. I got the angle. You're trying for a cover-up. Okay, go ahead and try.
Now, look, why don't you snap out of it, mister? Nobody's trying to cover up unless it's you. Sherman and the girl are your witnesses. Some of the points of their stories don't check out. We want to clear them up. Does that sound unreasonable?
I told you, Sergeant, it's no use. I got your angle.
Answer me one more thing, Evans.
You're on your own. I'm telling you nothing.
Who was the doctor that treated you after you were beaten up?
Down at Georgia Street, the emergency. You ought to know that.
No, I mean for your shoulder. We checked over your car down at Georgia Street. No mention there of a dislocated shoulder.
No, of course not. I didn't even know I had one until I was bailed out. I had my own doctor fix it.
You mind giving us his name?
Why should I? I was willing to go along, cooperate. Then you started playing the cage. You're trying to cover up for that cop. Now you work it out on your own.
All right, mister. Any way you want it.
You bet that's the way I want it. You had this whole thing framed from the beginning.
Now you're off the track, Evans.
You're not kidding me. You're trying to prove that cop's innocent, trying to make me out a liar. What am I supposed to do? Help you prove I'm a liar?
No, you've helped enough already. Ed and I double-checked through Officer Blanchard's departmental record. It showed that Blanchard had been working his present beat for a little more than 4 months. Evans had told us that Blanchard allegedly had solicited payoffs from him at least 6 to 8 months before. The following day, Ed and I made further inquiries in the neighborhood of Evans' rooming house and also among his friends and associates. For one thing, we found out that Evans had not spent the entire morning and early afternoon in the house. He'd been seen leaving his place by several neighbors at about 10 a.m. Through one of his contacts, we got the address of an ex-wife, since remarried, a Marie Evans Zarconi. We located her in a small apartment in the East Wilshire district, a small brunette woman about 35.
Now, you tell us she used to be married to Evans.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, what kind of business was Evans in when you were married to him, ma'am?
Well, he had that rooming house over on Cortland
Yes,
Avenue.
ma'am, we know about that. Was there anything else?
What's the matter, anyway?
Just a routine investigation. We'd like to have as much background on him as you can remember. Are you on fairly good terms with Evans now?
No, I haven't seen him since we split up. About a year and a half ago, I think. That's why I couldn't stand him.
What was the trouble, ma'am? You mind telling us?
He just isn't much good, that's all. You find a lot of names to fit him. He was in everything.
Well, how do you mean?
That's why I got away from him. Every cheap, lousy racket you can think of, he was in it. Peddling dope, blackmail, making books, some of the two-bit rackets. He's been in all of them, one after the other. I had to get away.
The rooming house on Portland Avenue, that's where he's been operating all this time?
As long as I've known him, yeah. About 3 years, I'd say.
Mm-hmm. Is narcotics just a sideline with him, or does he go in for it pretty heavy?
He was in it pretty heavy when I left him. I don't know what he's been doing since. I don't care. Just soon forget all about it.
Yes, ma'am, I can understand.
What's the matter now, anyway? Got a case against him?
Well, not exactly. Evans is filed against a police officer, assault and battery, soliciting a bribe. We're investigating the charges.
Sounds like him. Some cop really rough him up?
Well, we don't know, ma'am. That's what we're trying to find out.
Oh. Well, I'd like to help you out. Don't think I can, though.
Well, just one more question, ma'am. While you were married to Evans, did you have a family doctor? I mean, one that you called regularly when you were sick?
Yeah, we did. Why?
Well, what was his name? Can you remember?
Yeah, Dr. Chase. Would you like his address?
2:47 p.m. We got to Dr. Chase's office, and luckily we found him in.
Take a look at this magazine, Joe.
What?
National Geographic. Looks like a real old one, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it sure does. Cover's torn off there.
Yeah. What do you know about that? It's older than I thought. Look at this here.
What do you got?
These pictures, eh? Look. 4 pages of them. Pretty grand affair, huh?
Yeah.
Teddy Roosevelt breaks ground for Panama Canal. How about that?
Yeah.
Sorry to keep you waiting, gentlemen.
That's perfectly all right, Doctor.
Let's see now. You want to know about...
Mr. Evans, Doctor. George Evans.
Oh, yes, Evans. What was it exactly, Sergeant? What did you have in mind?
Well, the first thing we'd like to know is if you've treated Evans recently, the last week or so.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I have. He was in here, well, let me see now. Let's see, yes, I thought so. He was in here 3 days ago. I had some bad cuts and bruises.
Mm-hmm.
They'd already been treated, though. There wasn't much I could do.
Well, was there anything else wrong with him, Doctor?
No, not actually. I examined his shoulder. He insisted it hurt him. He wanted me to put it in a cast.
Mm-hmm. You put the cast on, did you?
Well, there really wasn't any need for it, but I put it on anyway. A little bit of psychiatry thought it'd make him feel better.
Well, how do you mean, Doctor? Wasn't any need for it?
Just one of those peculiar things. I've been treating Evans for some time, you know.
Yes, sir. That's what we understand.
It's fairly unusual. Hardly a rare case, though. I suppose you might call it a trick shoulder. It looks as though it might be dislocated, but it actually isn't. I think it's voluntary.
You mean he could do this thing himself?
Oh, yes. He can make it appear dislocated anytime he wants.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
Fatima, America's first largest-selling blended cigarette. Now, best of all, king-size cigarettes. Prove it yourself today.
Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
And you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Friends, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Fatima contains the finest domestic and Turkish tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild, with a much different, much better flavor and aroma. Because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, more smokers now insist on Fatima than ever before. Switch to Fatima today. Remember, each king-size Fatima filters and cools the smoke, gives you those extra puffs, and you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Buy Fatima. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Saturday, June 15th, 10 a.m. The investigation continued. Meantime, the newspapers were still making front-page material out of the story. One of the morning banner lines read, "Cop slugs cripples citizen to get payoff," and another one, "Police brutality rouses entire city." Our investigation went on. Early Saturday afternoon, Ed and I succeeded in locating a former friend of Evans who told us that he'd seen him downtown the morning of the day on which the alleged beating had taken place. The same time Evans had told us he was in bed nursing a hangover. The former friend, a Fred Werner, said Evans was in the company of 2 known gamblers, Carl Sweetser and Stanley Parrish. He told us that he'd spotted the 3 of them together at about 11:45 a.m. We questioned Sweetser and Parrish, but they refused to tell us anything. They admitted that they were acquainted with Evans, but they knew nothing about the beating he'd received. We continued making the rounds. 5:30 p.m. We dropped to the main jail and questioned Evans' 2 witnesses, again, Ray Sherman and Eleanor Rowland. We got the same stories as before. 6:18 p.m. We got back to the city hall.
Long stretch, huh? Sure be glad to get home.
Yeah. Not a bad day, though. We had fair luck, didn't we?
I suppose so. It could always be better. Sure like to get the straight story one way or the other.
You want to check the book, Ed, see if we got anything?
Yeah, okay. No, not much, Joe. Call from a Tom Donnelly. You know him?
Donnelly? No, that doesn't sound too familiar to me.
I got it. Personnel Jacobs. How's that? No, afraid he's gone for the night. Yeah, huh? No, I'm sorry. I wouldn't know. All right, thank you. There's another message here for us, Joe, in the book.
Yeah?
From Blanchard's wife again. I'm getting to feel pretty silly about it, telling her the same thing night after night. Why don't you call her tonight?
Well, you've been doing all right. Why give up now? Personnel, Friday. Yeah. What was that? Mm-hmm. Your name? Yeah, okay. Uh-huh. 10 o'clock tonight? All right, that's fine. That's so. Sure. Yeah, we'll meet you. Okay. 10 o'clock. Yeah, fine. Bye. Sounds pretty good.
Who was it?
Guy by the name of Martin Kimbrough says he knows George Evans. He wants to talk to us tonight.
What's the pitch?
I don't know. Might be straight, might not.
What'd he say?
About Evans being worked over. He claims he knows all about it.
Yeah?
He says Blanchard couldn't possibly have done it. 7:05 p.m. We went over to Frank Tang's place, had some dinner, and then we drove out to interview the man who'd identified himself on the phone as Martin Kimbrough. We located him at the designated meeting place, a small bar just off Beverly Boulevard and Normandy Avenue. Kimbrough was a small man, slight build, middle-aged. He seemed less sure of himself than he did on the phone. He said that he knew George Evans fairly well and that up until 6 months before he'd been on good terms with him. He didn't go into details, but he gave us the general idea that Evans had cheated him on some business deal the two of them had been engaged in. We asked Kimbrough about the beating Evans had taken. He said it was common knowledge among the people he traveled with that gamblers Carl Sweetser and Stanley Parrish were responsible for beating up Evans. He'd welched on a gambling debt, and the two of them had been after him for months to pay off. He also said he knew a close friend of the two gamblers who told him that in private, Carl Sweetser openly boasted of beating up Evans. According to Kimbrough, the beating had taken place about 1 p.m., the Monday before, the same day Officer Blanchard allegedly had given him the beating. We located Sweetser in the coffee shop of a small hotel on South Rampart Street.
I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about, Sergeant. I don't know any George Evans. I've never heard of him.
We understand you do, Sweetser. Heard you used to play cards with him. Got it from a couple of people.
That's all. I guess they made a mistake. I don't remember the name at all. Maybe he's going under a different one, huh?
Well, how about his description? You ought to remember that.
Well, maybe I meet quite a few people. It's kind of hard to place all of them, you know. What's the guy look like?
Oh, he's tall, dark complexion, dark hair, scar under his chin. He dresses pretty well, usually wears a suit.
No, that doesn't mean a thing to me.
Runs a rooming house over on Cortlandt Avenue. He's been in quite a few rackets, all in all.
No, sorry, I'm afraid I wouldn't know him.
Now, look, we haven't got any beef with you, Sweetser. That's not the point. Evans is trying to get away with a fast one. We're out to stop him. We could use your help. How about it?
I don't see how I can help you. What's the beef, anyway?
We think you know. It's been all over the newspapers the last couple of days.
Oh, yeah, a young cop. What's Evans got against him, anyway?
He's trying to save face. We figure that's what we hear, anyway.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I think you know how Evans likes to play the big shot. It wouldn't do his stock much good around town if the real story got out.
I don't follow. What story are you talking about?
About his welching on a gambling tab, getting roughed up. If he says a cop did it, makes him look a lot better, doesn't it? He comes out of it pretty clean that way, doesn't he?
Here, pass us all, huh?
Yeah, sure.
Why don't you guys have some coffee? I hate to eat alone.
Okay, as soon as the waitress comes around.
No. Oh, what else you hear about this, Evans? Pretty bad boy, that, right?
Bad enough. He's got a fast mouth, telling quite a few stories around the neighborhood.
That's so. Yeah, I might remember him. Tall, dark guy who runs a rooming house.
Yeah, that's right. You should remember him. He's mentioned you in a couple of the stories he's passing around.
Yeah, where'd you get that?
Talking to a fellow last night. He says Evans claims that card game he was in with you was rigged. That's why he didn't pay you off. He claims you and Stan Parrish framed the whole thing. Is that right?
That's a laugh. Huh? Phony bums are all alike. Lose a couple of dollars and squeal like a pig. What's this Evans doing now?
He's up for a narcotics rap. He's out on bail.
Cheap punk. What's your stake in this thing?
We're trying to clear the thing up. Apparently, Evans figures he's going to frame the young cop, save face, talk himself out of a bad situation.
Oh, what do you want from me?
The truth.
I'm not going to talk myself into jail, young cop or not.
We're not asking you to.
You want to clear the case, huh? All you need is proof the cop didn't give Evans a working over.
That's right.
Okay, you got a deal.
Without actually incriminating himself in any way, Carl Sweetser gave us information and leads which, after they were checked out, showed definitely that George Evans was slugged and beaten in a neighborhood at least a mile from his rooming house. We talked to half a dozen people who saw Evans in that neighborhood shortly after 1 p.m., the day of the incident. We talked to the clerk at the drugstore where Evans went to buy iodine and bandages. They all told us that he bore the markings of a severe beating as early as 1 o'clock that afternoon. Evans had told us repeatedly that he'd received the beating at the hands of Officer Blanchard no earlier than 3 or 3:15 that afternoon. Ed and I drove over to the main jail where we interviewed Evans' two witnesses again. The girl, Eleanor Rowland, was the first to break. She admitted that Evans had promised both her and her friend, Ray Sherman, $50 apiece if they would go along with him in his plan to frame Officer Blanchard for assault and battery and soliciting a bride. After an hour of questioning, Sherman admitted the same thing. We had a stenographer take their statements. 4:50 p.m., Ed and I got in the car and drove out to the rooming house on Cortlandt Avenue.
Yeah? Oh, how are you, Sergeant?
You want to get your coat, Evans? Like to see you downtown.
What for? What's it about?
Filing a false report. You know the story.
What are you talking about? What do you mean a false report?
You've been checked out all over town, Evans. Your doctor, your ex-wife, your gambling friends. We talked to them all.
So what? What's that prove anyway?
Proves you were lying, mister. That young officer, Blanchard, he didn't beat you up. There's nothing wrong with your shoulder either. Dr. Chase will vouch for that.
Look, I don't care what he says. I don't care what any of them say. I got my case against that cop. I'm sticking with it. You're not going to talk me
Why
out
don't you give it up, Evans? We had a talk with Carl Sweetser.
What did he tell you?
Enough to convince us you're trying to frame Blanchard. We've got statements from people who saw you before you got back home Monday afternoon. They say you were mussed up then. That was at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. You've been telling us Blanchard wasn't at your place till 3 o'clock. Now, how do you explain that?
Well, I don't know. Maybe I didn't have the time right. My watch could have been off. Doesn't make any difference anyway.
It's going to make a lot of difference. How about getting your coat?
I'm going to call my lawyer first.
That isn't going to do much good. We've got statements from your two witnesses, Ray Sherman and the girl. They've admitted the whole thing. Now, you haven't got much of a case left.
I don't care what they say. They're lying. Both of them. They're lying.
You ought to know, mister.
What?
You taught them how.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On September 2nd, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 89, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, I sincerely want you to smoke Fatima and prove Fatima quality. You know, we have a lot of confidence in our king-size cigarette. Enough confidence to make you this money-back guarantee. Buy a pack of Fatimas. Compare them with any other king-size cigarette. If you're not convinced Fatima is better, just return the pack and the unsmoked Fatimas by August 1st, 1952, and we'll give you your money back plus postage. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1. Buy Fatima. Best of all, king-size cigarette.
A complaint was received on George Evans from the city attorney's office for violation of Section 5243 Municipal Code, filing a false report to the police department, a misdemeanor. He received a sentence of 30 days in the county jail. Ray Sherman was tried and found guilty of Section 11,500 Health and Safety Code, possession of narcotics. He was sentenced to 1 year in the county jail and 3 years probation. Eleanor Rowland was filed on as a bag addict, Section 11,721, Health and Safety Code. She was sentenced to 60 days in the county jail. Officer Harry Blanchard was cleared of the charges pending against him and was reinstated with back pay. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, and Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Barney Phillips and Whit Connor. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles. Now, it's Counter Spy on NBC.
Now the shower freshness of Summer's Eve Feminine Wash is at your fingertips. Introducing Summer's Eve Feminine Wash Intimate Cleansing Mist. Use it when you want to feel especially fresh. Anytime, anyplace. Summer's Eve Feminine Wash Intimate Cleansing Mist.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Bristol Myers, makers of Mom, the safer deodorant, and Vitalis for well-groomed hair, bring you Duffy's Tavern transcribed with our guest tonight, Ed Wynn, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where you'll eat meat to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Where was I last night? I went to the opera. Yes, the opera, you know, Misery with the French horns. Yeah, Duffy, there's two kinds of people that go to the opera, you know. There's them that goes because they think it's the thing to do, and then there's their husbands. Yeah. Then there's the type that goes they go just because they get free tickets. Yes, I had a very good seat. In fact, for opera, it was the best kind. Yeah, I was behind a post in the last row. And guess who I met there? He's coming down here tonight. Ed Wynn. Wynn, Duffy. As if if you're married, you can't. Huh? Who is he? Well, he's one of those lowbrow comedians. Yeah, you know, the kind that gets laughs. You can't place him? Oh, look, Duffy, remember in the old days when you turned on the radio and you used to get a lot of static? Well, if the static giggled, it was Wynn. Yeah. Well, look, Duffy, I think we've had enough fun for one nickel. I'll call you back.
Hey, Miss Archie, how'd you like the opera last night?
The opera, well, Eddie, it was sort of in between.
In between?
Yeah, too loud for sleeping and too soft for snoring.
How'd you happen to go?
What do you mean, how did I happen to go?
Well, when you left here, you was cold sober.
Well, I thought I told you. You know, I had an Annie Oakley. You know that Senor Vermicelli from the opera company?
Yeah?
Well, I waited on him the other day, and he asked me if I liked opera, and before I had a chance to answer, he gave me a free ticket.
Well, with the kind of service you give people, you deserved it. Well, yeah. Didn't you like nothing about the opera?
Well, just one thing.
What?
The blonde sitting next to me. She and her and me and... Well, anyway, we had quite a literary discussion about music. And somehow I happened to mention about the opera that I wrote.
The opera you wrote?
You seem aghasted.
You ain't never told me you wrote an opera?
Well, Eddie, I don't tell you everything. Like, for instance, I didn't tell you that I took a bath last week.
Did you?
Well, no, I'm just using it as an example.
You write an opera.
Why not? Some guys shoot pool, some guys go out with dames. I happen to write operas. And mine is one that the people will be able to understand, too. Now, take last night. There was a lot of suffering going on, you know, but nobody knew why. With my opera, it's going to be different.
You're so right.
As I say, why is it that people enjoy an opera on the radio so much, Eddie?
Why?
A very good question. The reason is it's because Milton J. Cross keeps interrupting, you see. He makes everything clear, and that's what gave me the idea for my opera. I wrote one with a built-in commentator.
Well, who's going to be this commentator?
Ed Wynn. I'm going to try the opera out here tonight, and Ed Wynn will do the commentating. And, Eddie, this opera can't miss. I can see it already. It's opening night. Me name is up in lights. Limousines driving up. Ladies with evening gowns. Men with tails.
Well,
hello, Finnegan.
What you doing?
Writing an opera.
Oh. Is it tough to write an opera?
Oh, not at all.
How does it work?
Simple as ABC.
Oh, yeah? How does that work?
Well, Finnegan, to write operas, you got to visualize. You know, for a stupid guy, you got a very intelligent face.
Well, thanks, George.
Yeah. I'm sure that if you had been born with a forehead, it would have been a high one. Well, as I say, you got to visualize the thing as a whole.
In the head?
In your case, yes. And now, as I say, if you visualize the whole...
What's that word again,
Visualize.
Do you mind if I ask you a pertinent question?
Go ahead.
What's the meaning of the word pertinent?
Finnegan, I'd answer that question, but I failed to see where it is irrelevant.
Well, thanks, Arch. I think that covers it.
Hey, Archie, did I hear that you wrote an opera?
Yeah, that's right.
And you're going to put it on here tonight?
Why not?
Should I tell him?
Look, Miss Duffy, just because you studied singing with that broken-down Yasha Slavnik...
Broken down?
You heard me, broken down.
Archie, I'll have you know that Yasha Slavnik is a very high-priced teacher.
How much does he charge?
$15 a lesson.
$15 a lesson?
Yeah. Of course, if you pay cash, there's a discount.
How much is it then?
20 cents. Of course, to get the discount, you have to bring your own piano.
Well, naturally, but even Miss Duffy at 20 cents, I think the guy is still robbing you.
Oh, yeah? Yasha says that I'm his most promising pupil.
He does, huh?
Yeah. And believe me, that's quite a compliment coming from a man who once shook hands with Nick Lucas.
Well, maybe we can use you tonight.
As a singer?
Certainly not as a showgirl. Now get in the back room and start practicing.
Well, why do I have to practice?
I would like my opera singers to practice what they screech. Now, let me see. Who else could we get to sing the other part?
Say, Arch, Eddie tells me you're putting on an opera tonight.
That's right, Joe.
Do you need a singer?
Everybody wants to get into the act. Yeah, Joe, we need a singer. You want to audition me?
Okay. Orito Pagliaccio! Singers run in my family, you know.
I can see why. Joe, maybe you better stick to singing the praises of Vitalis, huh?
Well, naturally, that I do with more enthusiasm.
Well, tell me why, Joe, in so many words.
Because Vitalis keeps your hair well groomed. Vitalis tames down dry, unruly hair and helps hair that's been dried out by sun, wind, and water. Why, no other hair preparation can give your scalp and hair better protection than Vitalis and the 60-second workout. For the Vitalis formula contains 2 of the same ingredients that many skin specialists prescribe for dry, flaky scalps, plus all the other extras that make your hair more handsome, more healthy looking. So try the Vitalis 60-second workout. Let it prevent scalp and hair dryness, rout flaky dandruff, and give you the best-looking, healthiest-looking head of hair you ever had. You'll look your best tomorrow if you get a bottle of Vitalis today.
Well, Eddie, I got the opera finished.
Oh, that's nice. What you gonna call this masterpiece?
Well, I was thinking of calling it Carmen.
That's a tricky little name.
Thank you. It don't make sense, of course, but it has a nice operatic feel.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let me just polish this thing a little now. This half note here, I think I'll change that to a quarter note, in case a little dame sings it, you know. Now, this minor fifth, I think I'll make that a demented fourth. Yeah, that's a lot better. Now, let's see.
Hey, Arch, that guy that just come in.
Yeah?
He looks like an idiot.
Finnegan, that's Ed Wynn.
Hello, Archie.
Finnegan, I think you was right.
You know, I hope I'm awfully late, Archie.
You hope you're late. Why?
Well, my first joke depends on it. I thought that was clever when I put that in there. I had an awful time getting here, Archie. I had an awful time, really.
Yeah? Well, didn't you take the number 8 bus like I told you?
The number 8 bus?
Yeah.
For heaven's sake, no. I came the hard way. 2 4s.
Hey, that's a very funny joke. Well, Mr. Wynn, I'm glad you came down here tonight. You see, I got a little proposition.
You know, that reminds me of a joke.
What's the joke?
Well, it's the joke. I think you'll enjoy this, you know.
Yeah?
It's the joke about the fellow who brought a girl home to the girl's father.
Uh-huh.
See? Now, you gotta follow this. So the father says to the boy, says, what have you done to my daughter? Look at her. She's all sun-tanned. When you hear this? So the fellow said to the girl's father, he said, well, I took her to the beach. And the father said, you did, eh? Well, you leave this house and never darken my daughter again. Did you get that? What a good joke.
Well, anyway, you see, I was to the opera last night.
Did I ever tell you the joke about the man who had only 2 teeth, Archie?
2 teeth?
Yes.
Yeah.
Man had 2 teeth. One in his upper jaw and one in his lower jaw. This is very funny. One day, the tooth in the lower jaw said to the tooth in the upper jaw that we ought to get together for lunch sometime. I'm kidding. You know that's good.
Well, Mr. Wynn, as I was saying, I went to the opera last
that
night.
reminds me, you know. Archie, I'm in quite a predicament.
A predicament?
Yes, I've been having trouble with my stomach, and the doctor told me to diet. But he didn't tell me what color, you know.
I can see I'm in a bit of a predicament myself.
Yeah?
You see, I went to the opera last night.
Oh, that reminds me of another one. Just what you said. Do you like food, Archie?
Wouldn't sit down to a meal without it.
That sounds funnier than anything I've said so far. That's a daily trick. Well, I'm glad you like food anyhow, Archie. If you want a wonderful dinner, I want you to take down this recipe. Will you do that?
Okay.
Well, now, first, you take a large turkey, and you clean the turkey very carefully.
Uh-huh.
Then you take a goose, which is a little smaller than the turkey, and you place the goose inside of the turkey. Now, inside the goose, you place a little duck. Then inside the duck, you put a chicken, and in the chicken, you put a squab. What a dish that is. Inside the squab, you put an olive, you see?
An olive?
Yeah. Then you cook the whole thing for about 3 hours, and it's wonderful.
Really?
Oh, yes. Cooked that way, an olive is simply delicious.
I imagine the part around the wishbone must be great. But as I was saying, Mr. Wynn, you see, the trouble with opera is that the people don't understand it, you
Archie,
see.
last week I took my girl to the opera, Archie. What do you think happened?
What?
Well, you'll enjoy this. I keep laughing because I love life, you know. I'll tell you the whole story. I took my girl to see the opera Goddamn, you know.
Watch your language, please.
Oh, we're making this up, you know, as we go along. So far, he's ahead of me.
Surprise.
Shall we start the whole thing over again?
No. Take it from the Goddamn.
All right. Anyhow,
what happened?
I took my girl to the opera Goddamn, and I didn't hear one word of the opera, Archie.
No?
She talked and talked and talked all through the opera. I didn't hear any of the overture. I didn't hear any of the singing. Even after the opera, she kept talking. I heard none of the opera Goddamn. And last night, she called me up again, and she asked me would I like to take her to the opera, this time for Rigoletto. Do you know what I said? I said, I'd love to take you. I've never heard you in Rigoletto.
Well, Mr. Wynn, as I was saying, I went to the opera last night and decided that people don't understand opera, so I wrote myself with a commentator, and I want you to be the commentator.
Why didn't you say so before?
Well, I tried to, but you seem to have a slight impediment in my speech. What, will you do it?
Oh, I'd love to do it. You know what I'll do, Archie? I'll go out and put on my opera clothes. I think this is going to be a lot of fun.
Miss Archie, this opera, this Carmen.
Yes?
This, Mr. Wynn, is he the gentleman that's going to make it clear?
Yes. He's going to do sort of a commentary. Hey, a commentary. I guess I'm pretty good with the jokes myself. I must send that one into the Reader's Digest.
Well, I hope they got a reader that can digest it.
This is something personal. It's something that both men and women should be aware of, and that's your own freshness and charm. Trust Mum for that. M-U-M. Mum. For Mum is the underarm deodorant with a unique cream formula that protects freshness all day, all evening. It smooths on in a jiffy. It's gentle. It's safer. Because it contains no harsh or irritating ingredients, Mum is safer for skin, for clothes, and most important, for your charm. So remember, after every bath and before every date, smooth on Mum. For you see, your bath washes away the past, but Mum safeguards the future. And because Mum is so effective, you will never experience that left-out feeling. Really, personal daintiness can play a most important role in your future, in business as well as romance. Don't neglect it. So if you want to be sure you're nice to be near, depend on Mum. M-U-M. Mum.
Now, look, Finnegan, when Mr. Wynn is finished with the commentation, I want you to holler, bravo.
Bravo? What's that?
It's an operatic term, like in baseball you say, kill the umpire. But we better get going with Carmen. Mr. Melnick, we're all ready to start the opera. Now, if there's anything that confuses you, Mr. Wynn has some program notes, and we'll be very happy to add to the confusion.
Well, as the curtain goes up, we find ourselves in scene one. I think that's odd. Now, scene one is the cigarette factory. We know it is a cigarette factory because there are doctors walking in and out of the building. Now, suddenly Carmen appears, and she works in the cigarette factory. She's a young girl still in her nicotine. Now, Carmen is very popular. She has hundreds of boyfriends, and she gives each one of them a lock of her hair. Carmen, or as her friends call her, Baldy, she is dressed in very gay colors. She is wearing a yellow blouse and a checkered skirt, and as she walks down the street, men whistle at her. They think she's a taxi cab, you know. Carmen enjoys this little game and keeps her motor running. I think that's very subtle. That's fine. At this point, our hero, who is Don Jose, he enters. Don Jose speaks to Carmen.
Well, me petite cucaracha, Chili Billy Bean.
Who are you, senor?
I am Don Jose, a gay caballero and hombre about town.
Ain't you the Uno? Wait. You are not Don Jose, the great lover.
You see this badge?
What does he say?
Tamale inspector.
In Spain, this is a very big joke. At this point, Carmen discloses that she is Carmen, and Don Jose discloses that he is Don Jose. Or is it the other way around? Well, it doesn't matter, just as long as it's clear. Anyway, Carmen and Don Jose sing a duet.
I am Carmen, and I'm no prude.
What a hunk of punctude. Mr. Wynn, in case we have some dopes here, perhaps you better explain the word punctude.
Punctude?
Yes.
Well, that means that Carmen is beautiful. You see, that's the idea of punctitude. Of course, I don't like to be catty, but a great deal of her beauty is due to makeup, you know. In fact, Carmen wears so much makeup that if you want to kiss her, you have to drill for it, you know. Anyway, in the next scene, we see Carmen sitting on a park bench. Don Jose sneaks up behind her and puts his hands over her eyes. Both of his hands. Then he whispers in her ear. He says, Carmen, do you love me? And she says, of course I love you. Who are you? This makes Don Jose suspicious. Our next scene is the public square. The square speaks.
Buenos dias.
Who are you, pig?
I am your head driver. I am Don Schlemilio.
You are Don Schlemilio?
Yes.
I am Don Jose.
And I am Don Carmen.
I love Carmen.
And I love Carmen.
And I love Carmen.
You love Carmen?
Yes.
Once again, the infernal triangle.
I love her, and he loves she.
If he loves her, then I hate he.
He loves me.
And so does he.
This makes it fun for loved of me.
Oh, I hate you.
And I hate you.
But I hate you more than you hate me.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, yes, I do. We hate each other with a love so true.
By now, Don Jose and Don Schlemilio hate each other. And the audience is in a pretty nasty mood, too. Well, anyhow, in the next act, a complete year has passed, and Carmen has gotten quite heavy. But Don Jose does not care. He still worships the very ground she sinks into.
Ah, Senorita Carmen.
Da.
Carmen, can you ever forget that night in Madrid?
Sure. What's it worth to you?
Azusa, Carmen. Why is it you are so mean to me?
It's because I hate you.
Stromboli. Then why for you go out with me?
It's because I love supper.
Then, Carmen, marry me. Carmen, I love you. Will you marry me?
I will marry no one. I am fancy free.
But I cannot live without your love. I am a lost little dove.
Ha, 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 ha. You men are fools. The one I love is me.
You know, it's really, it's a wonderful opera, this is. In the next act, it is the day of the big bullfight. Now, there is much excitement and everybody is having a good time. We even hear the vendors walking up and down through the arena.
Get your red hot bull burgers here. Get your bull burgers here.
Well, there is much excitement, and the toreadors are having a good time. And now the bullfight starts. Don Schlemilio faces the bull. He is at ferocious feast, and his nostrils quiver as he paws the ground. And the bull is pretty tough, too. But Don Schlemilio and the bull stare at each other. They cannot decide who will make the first move, so the bull tosses him for it. Do you think that needs repetition or something? There was a lull there. The bull tosses him for it. I want to send that to some other comedian. Anyhow, In the meantime, we're still talking about Carmen.
Okay.
In the meantime, Don Jose has proposed to Carmen again. This enrages Carmen, so she kills Don Jose. This gives Schlemilio an idea, and he kills Carmen. Not to be outdone, Don Jose gets up and kills Schlemilio. And as the three of them lie there on the stage waiting for the undertaker, they speak.
And now I feel I must drop dead.
Drop dead.
I feel that we can never wed.
Drop dead.
The time has come when I must die. Time now to
Drop dead.
Drop dead.
drop dead.
Mr. Wynn, I think you should explain that last part to the audience.
Archie, I've listened to this opera for 10 minutes now.
Yeah?
I think you should explain the last part to the audience.
What do you mean?
Drop dead.
Mister, we're sure of it. Try just one tube of Benex brushless shave cream, and we're sure you'll use Benex for life.
Yes, we're certain that Benex, Benex, will give you the best shaves you've ever had.
Benex gives extra easy shaves, thanks to a special beard softening formula.
Benex is extra smooth, lighter, so different it rinses off your razor instantly.
Benex gives you extra comfort. A special after-shaving action leaves your face feeling wonderful.
Just try Benex. See for yourself. That's Benex, Benex. Benex brushless shave at your nearest drug counter. Get Benex tomorrow.
Why do you suppose there's so many people all over the world waiting to come to America? Sure, you know the reason. It's freedom. Freedom, the most wonderful word in the world, and our most precious possession. Unfortunately, so many of us take freedom for granted. There are millions of people in the world who would give anything to be able to do something you do every day without thinking about it. I mean a simple thing like listening to news on the radio. We hear news without distortion of facts. Few people in other countries do. And this is only one of a long list of freedoms we Americans enjoy. But we must work to keep our precious freedoms. Work at being a good citizen by voting, by keeping informed, making our opinions known, and resisting all attacks on our political and religious rights. We must all do it, for freedom is everybody's job. It's time now to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday. Duffy's Tavern Transcribed is brought to you by Mum, the safer deodorant, and by Talis for well-groomed hair. Each Wednesday, Bristol Myers brings you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Who are the brightest kids in America? Mom's rated thicker, vivid, higher than Clorox 2 for making colors and whites look cleaner. So, who are the brightest kids in America?
Mine are. Don't just get 'em clean, get 'em vivid.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
the new Dennis Day Show, written by Frank Galen, with Sharon Douglas, Bea Benaderet, Dink Trout, Lou Merrill, Jerry Hausner, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and starring the popular singer of the Jack Benny Show in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing On the Boardwalk in Atlantic City. All aboard, all aboard. Goodbye, little chicks, we're leaving the sticks. We're catching a train at 5:45. And if anyone should drop around, won't you please tell them that we can be found on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. We will walk in a dream on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Life will be peaches and cream. There where the saltwater air brings out a lady's charm. There on a rolling chair, he'll roll right into your arms. Cinderella, you will find your fella, someone that you've waited for, in romantic, enchanting Atlantic City, down on the old New Jersey shore. All aboard!
What? Train leaving on track 6 for Elizabeth, Camden, Lakehurst, Red Bank, and Atlantic City.
If you want to get a fella, Cinderella, sit beneath the yellow rented umbrella in a cozy corner where the cool breezes play. Or if you prefer to try a different lure, why don't you start a strolling where the waves are rolling and the band plays music all day. There where the saltwater air brings out a lady's charm. There on a rolling chair, he'll roll right into your arms. Cinderella, you will find your fella, someone that you've waited for, in romantic, enchanting Atlantic City, down on the old New Jersey shore. Well, Saturday night in Weaverville, where Dennis Day lives and works, is just like Saturday night in your town or any other. Everyone likes to forget the cares of the week and go out for a good time. For instance, there's Mr. and Mrs. Anderson, who run Dennis's boarding house.
Would you care to see a movie after dinner, Herbert?
I'd love to, Poopsie. What's playing tonight?
Well, there's a Charles Boyer picture at the Bijou.
Oh.
And at the Fox is Betty Grable in Technicolor.
Oh.
Have you any choice, Herbert?
Yes, Poopsie. That lot of good's gonna do me.
And, of course, our young hero Denis is making plans for the evening, too, with his girlfriend, Mildred Anderson.
Would you care to see a movie after dinner, Denis?
Gee, Mildred, why pay 60 cents to see a movie when we can sit here alone by the fire? And I'd say the same thing if I had 60 cents.
Golly, Denis, are you broke again? You never have any money.
I know. The other day I finally figured out why, too. It's because my expenses are bigger than my salary.
Gosh, I guess you'll never save enough out of your salary so we can go out like other people.
Oh, no? Just you wait till next Saturday night.
Next Saturday night? What do you mean?
Well, I was going to make it a surprise, but I guess I'll have to tell you now.
Oh.
I've taken on an extra job. I mean, besides the one at the drugstore.
Oh, Denis, that's marvelous. Is it a big job?
It might be tremendous someday. These people are young, just starting. Who knows where they'll go? 2, 3, 6, maybe a dozen.
You mean a dozen factories?
Factories? Gosh, no. I'm going to be a babysitter.
Oh, babysitter. I thought it was going to be a real job, a good job.
It is a good job. Mrs. Hoffenheimer wants me to sit with her little baby Monday night at a cool 15 cents an hour.
15 cents an hour? Do you call that money?
Well, after all, a sitter has to start at the bottom.
Denis, wanted section of the paper. That's where the good, steady jobs are.
But I have a steady job now at the drugstore.
For $8 a week as a soda jerk. Oh, Dennis, you're evading your responsibilities, that's what. You're shirking.
I'm not shirking. I'm working. Jerking.
Look, Mother and Daddy have the evening paper in the dining room. Come on, we'll look through it together right now.
Well, okay.
Mother, can Dennis and I borrow the evening paper for a few minutes?
Your father's still looking at it, Mildred.
Oh, here, take it. Murders, robberies, people in trouble, people starving. Oh, it's all I read about these days. Keeps up, I'm going to stop reading the comic section. Here, darling.
Thanks, Mr. Anderson.
Let's see, the help wanted section's in the back, Dennis.
The help wanted section?
Yes, Mother, we're looking for a job for Dennis. These days, a lot of people need help badly.
That badly?
Now, Mother, you see anything good, Dennis? What's that one you're reading?
I am not responsible for any debts contracted by my wife, Lucille Gibson, who has left my bed and board. It doesn't say what the salary is.
Dennis, you're reading the commercial notices. The ads are over here.
Oh, hey, golly, look at this. Here's a job that pays $75 a week. Advertising copywriter wanted.
Dennis, you've had no experience at that.
Yeah, that's true. Here's one. Furniture factory manager wanted. No, that's out for the same reason.
Oh, I'm afraid so.
Here's another that says man wanted. Gee, I wish we could find one I've had some experience at.
Dennis, don't be silly. Let me see that. Man wanted, earnings up to $300 a week. No experience necessary. Golly, Dennis.
Gee, I can make up to $300 a week.
There's a catch in it someplace.
You may apply if you're between the ages of 20 and 30.
Yeah?
Hardworking, dependable, honest.
Yeah?
And of normal intelligence.
I knew it.
Mother, please. Dennis, come on outside a moment. I want to talk to you alone.
Okay, Mildred.
Dennis, you're going to apply for that job first thing Monday morning, and you're going to get it.
Gosh, Mildred, I haven't got a chance.
Oh, yes, you have.
But how? Why would a big, important man like...
A big, important man, that's it.
I said something?
Yes, look, Dennis, the only way to get a job is to pretend you don't need it.
Huh?
Make him think this job is just dirt. Tell him you're a millionaire who's only held the biggest positions. Or he'll beg you to work for him.
Gee, I see what you mean. I'll tell him I'm a big earner, huh?
That's it.
I'll tell him I made such a big salary last year, I earned nearly as much as my income tax.
Oh. Wonderful. Oh, Dennis, this is the end of all our troubles.
All right, Miss Blake, send in the next applicant. Good morning, young man. Lester is my name, vice president in charge of personnel.
Glad to know you, old man. I'm Dennis Day, the well-known sportsman and playboy.
Eh?
Let's make this fast, shall we? My 1946 Buick is double parked downstairs.
Double park?
Yes, it's next to my 1946 Lincoln.
You have two brand new automobiles? Why, you must be a millionaire.
Oh, I am. I've got hundreds of dollars.
Oh, I see. Well, sit down, my boy. Sit down. Care for a Corona?
No, thank you.
They're the very best.
I never eat between meals.
Do I understand that you're applying for the job we advertised in the paper?
Oh, I might consider it. One gets a little tired of polo, you know, just hitting at a little ball with a stick while mounted on a chucker.
Yes, of course. Well, tell me, Mr. Day, have you had any experience in our line?
Oh, lots and lots, old man. Just what is your line?
We sell vacuum cleaners house to house.
You don't say. I was general manager of a vacuum cleaner company for years.
Oh? Which company?
See if you can guess.
Acme?
Gee, I thought it would take you a lot longer.
So, you were the general manager of Acme. That's the job that Harry Jackson has now.
That's right. He came after me.
After you, eh? Harry's had the job for 46 years.
I know. I left when I was very young.
Well, I guess you must know Harry pretty well, eh? Probably worked together.
Well, no. You see, Harry was in the East, and I was the troubleshooter for our Western Territory.
Acme doesn't have a Western Territory.
Yeah, that was the trouble.
Mr. Day, this farce has gone far enough. You've been lying your head off since you walked into this office. Now, what's the big idea?
Golly, Mr. Lester, I'm sorry. It was just that I wanted the job so bad.
Oh, so that's it, eh? Sportsman, playboy. A millionaire with hundreds of dollars. Boy, wait till the boys in the New York office hear this. Shut up!
Yes, sir.
Well, at least you had a novel approach. You probably wouldn't make a bad vacuum cleaner salesman at that.
Oh, no, sir. I'd be marvelous.
Only you've got to get over this habit of telling lies.
Honestly, sir, I won't tell another lie as long as I live.
I'll see that you don't. Well, possibly I can use you, Day. Are you married?
Married?
The company has a decided preference for married men, much more dependable.
Yes, sir. That's the kind of outfit my wife always wanted me to be with.
Good. So you are married. Any family? The company prefers a man who has a child to worry about.
I'm your man, then. I'm worrying about mine right now.
Well, your union has been blessed with offspring. Excellent. How many have you, Day?
How many does the company prefer?
Oh, it doesn't matter in the least.
Well, we have one, but if the company would like more, just speak right up.
By George, you are cooperative. Well, you can consider yourself one of us, my boy. I'll have your contract ready for you this evening.
Gee, thanks a lot, Mr. Lester.
Now, you see how silly it is to tell lies when you can get just as far with the truth?
Yes, sir.
Just leave your address on the desk on the way out, and I'll drop over to your house tonight around 8 with a contract.
My house?
Certainly. I want to meet that wife and baby of yours. Oh, I won't stay long. Just time enough for a few kitschy coos with the kid. I love babies.
Yes, sir.
Well, good day, Dave.
Kitschy coo, Mr. Lester.
Dennis, I've been waiting right here by the door. Did you see the man? Did you get the job?
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, Dennis.
But I'm afraid I won't have it long.
What are you talking about?
I had to tell him I was married to get the job, and now he's coming here at 8 o'clock to meet my wife.
Oh, is that all? Well, what are you worried about? I'll pretend to be your wife. That's a problem I can handle easily.
I also told him my wife and I had a baby. Let's see you handle that one.
A baby? Oh, my goodness. What did you tell him that for? Now we really are in trouble. Oh, just a minute. The Hofheimer baby.
Huh?
Isn't this the night you're supposed to sit with it? As soon as the Hofheimers get out, bring the baby over here.
Gee, you've got brains everywhere.
Tonight, the Hofheimer baby will be our son. Or is it our daughter?
Darned if I know. I get paid the same either way.
We have to know what to tell your boss, silly. Ask Mrs. Hofheimer whether it's a boy or girl.
Yeah, that's a good idea. She'll probably know. Okay, I'll see you back here about 10 of 8, Mildred. Gosh, Mildred, your mother and father are still in the front room. How are we going to sneak the baby past them? If she sees it, we're finished with Mr. Lester.
Darn it, they said they were going to call on the McNultys tonight. They should be leaving any minute. Is the baby all right?
Yeah, it's asleep. Look.
Oh, isn't that sweet? Dennis, look at that tiny pink face.
Yeah.
Doesn't it make you long for one of your own?
Oh, I'd feel silly with a tiny pink face. Yeah, I hope your folks leave soon. It's nearly 8. If they... Oh, darn it, it woke up.
Golly, maybe it's hungry.
Yeah, if we could only get it inside. There's a nice salami in the icebox.
Dennis, it's the way you're holding it.
Mrs. Hofheimer told me to cradle its head with my arm.
Yes, but you shouldn't let go the rest of its body. Dennis, put your arm under it and rock back and forth.
Okay. There, baby. There, baby. There. That's better.
Oh, my goodness, Dennis.
What?
My mother and father are coming out the front door. They'll see us quick. Put the baby under your coat.
Okay, there.
Is the baby all right? Can it breathe?
Oh, sure. Its head is sticking out the bottom.
Dennis, cover it quick. Oh, rock it.
Okay. Gee, it works every time.
Golly, here they come.
Is that you out here, Mildred?
Yes, Mother, I'm with Dennis.
Oh, evening, Dennis.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Anderson.
Nice night, isn't it? You putting on a little weight lately?
Me? A little, maybe. You know how it is in the drugstore with all that ice cream around. What was that? I drink a lot of sodas, too.
Well, if we're going to the McNulty's, we... Where did that come from?
I didn't hear anything. Did you, Mildred?
Why, no. What kind of a noise was it, Mother?
That kind.
Oh, that was me. It's a trick I've worked up for parties. See? Notice how I do it sometimes without moving my lips?
A fine accomplishment, I must say. What are you rocking back and forth for?
I'm also taking Roomba lessons. I'll see you later. I'm going into the house.
Mildred Anderson, you should be ashamed. Going around with a boy whose only talent is making a noise like a baby.
Dennis did it very well, though, Pussy. A couple of times it was all I could do to keep from throwing him over my shoulder and burping him.
The whole thing was ridiculous. Come on, Herbert. Good night, Mildred.
Night, Mother. Night, Daddy.
Good night, dear.
Dennis, is everything... Well, where's the baby?
I was afraid your mother might come back, so I hid it.
Hid it? Where?
Up there in the chandelier. I saw a fella hide something up there once in a movie.
Dennis, get that child down immediately. It's after 8. Your boss will be here any minute.
Okay. Come on, baby. Golly, it is a cute baby, isn't it? When Mr. Lester sees it, he'll be...
Oh, there he is. Look, I'll sit on the top for the baby. You answer the door.
Okay.
Well, good evening, Day. I'm sorry to be late.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Lester. We loved it.
And I got your contract right here in my pocket, my boy.
Good. Suppose I sign it right here in the doorway.
Oh, no, not so fast. I came over to see the little fellow and the little woman. Where are the little fellow and the little woman?
In the little living room. I mean, the living room. Come on in.
Well. Isn't this a beautiful picture?
Yes, the little fellow and the little woman side by side on the sofa. That's my wife on the left.
How do you do, Mrs. Day?
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Lester.
My, isn't this nice? How long have you two been married?
2
4
years.
years.
How long?
4
2
years.
There seems to be a difference of opinion.
Well, as soon as we get upstairs, we'll have another look at the license. Now, if you just hand me that contract, Mr. Lester...
Say, you folks sure have a sweet baby here. Good as gold, isn't he? Hello there, little fellow. Oh, you little Dickens, you. How old is the baby?
5 years.
How old?
8
5
months.
years.
Another difference of opinion, eh? What's the little tyke's name?
William.
Margaret.
What?
Margaret.
This difference of opinion I don't understand at all. Is the baby a boy or a girl?
It's a boy.
You're certain of that?
Absolutely. I found out the only sure way. I asked Mrs. Hoffheimer.
Just who is Mrs. Hoffheimer?
Oh, she's the baby's nurse. Yes. Mr. Lester, you said something about having a contract in your pocket.
Oh, yes, so I did. And I've taken up enough of your time. So, Dave, you'll sign this paper right here.
You bet, Mr. Lester.
I have a pen here somewhere.
Yoo-hoo, Mildred, we're home.
Who's that?
Oh, the servants. They were out visiting.
Don't come in, Mother. I'll be right out.
Mother!
I married the cook's daughter. Well, I gotta warn you, Mr. Lester. My wife's folks are very eccentric.
Eccentric?
I'll say, Mother drinks even more than Father.
You don't say.
Mr. McNulty had a terrible headache, so we... Oh, company.
Yes, Mother. Mr. Lester, I'd like you to meet my parents, Mr. and Mrs. Anderson.
Well, how do you
How
do?
do you do, Mr. Lester?
You folks certainly have a lovely family here. I was just admiring your daughter's baby.
My daughter's baby? My daughter has no baby.
Mother, you've been to Joe's again.
Joe's? Joes, what do you mean?
Yes, what is all this about Mildred's baby? What baby?
Boy, they've really got a buzz on tonight.
Just a moment. I demand to know what you're talking about, Mr. Lester.
I'm talking about a baby. The one there on the couch. Is that or isn't it a baby?
It certainly is a baby, but where did it come from?
Ask Mr. Dennis Day here. He's the father.
What? Is this child your son?
Oh, no, Mrs. Anderson. He's just a business acquaintance.
You mean he isn't your child?
No, sir. I just borrowed him from Mrs. Hoffheimer so I could get that job from you.
So, to think I nearly made you my star vacuum cleaner salesman. I ought to have my own vacuum cleaned. Good night.
You come upstairs with me, Mildred Anderson. You too, Herbert. And as for you, Dennis Day, we'll discuss this in the morning.
Gee, I got in a lot of trouble on account of you, baby. You sure are a cute little thing, though. Yes, you are, you little rascal. Gee, I wish you were mine at that. And you know something? You look a lot like me. Gee, that isn't nice.
Here's Dennis Day with Charles Dant and the orchestra and Somewhere Over the Rainbow.
When all the world is a hopeless jumble and the raindrops tumble all around, heaven opens a magic lane. When all the clouds darken up the skyway, there's a rainbow highway to be found, leading from your window pane to a place behind the sun, just a step beyond the rain. Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, there's a land that I heard of once in a lullaby. Somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue, and the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true. Someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where troubles melt like lemon drops away above the chimney tops. That's where you'll find me, somewhere over the rainbow. Bluebirds fly, birds fly over the rainbow. Why then, oh, why can't I? If happy little bluebirds fly beyond the rainbow, why, oh, why can't I?
Here's Dennis to sing The Girl That I Marry.
The girl that I marry will have to be as soft and pink as an nursery, the girl I call my own will wear satins and laces and smell of cologne. Her nails will be polished, and in her hair she'll wear a gardenia, and I'll be less than a flittin'. I'll be sittin' next to her, and she'll purr like a kitten. A doll I can carry, the girl that I marry must be. Her nails will be polished, and in her hair she'll wear a gardenia, and I'll be there, instead of flittin'. I'll be sittin' next to her, and she'll purr like a kitten. A doll I can carry, the girl that I marry must be.
The Dennis Day Show has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
These are two identical slotted spoons and two very different spaghetti sauces, Prego and Ragu. When you see them side by side, the difference really comes through. Prego spaghetti sauce. Homemade taste. It's in there.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Who Cares? Last night, I read an interesting advertisement by a tire company telling car owners how to take better care of their tires to make them last. This seemed to me to be very helpful advertising, and it suggested to me to make sure that every car owner also knows how easily he can take better care of the finish of his automobile with Johnson's Car New. Cleaning and polishing a car used to be a big job, one of those all-day or at least half-day affairs. But Car New has done away with most of that hard work, because Car New both cleans and polishes in one application. Two jobs at once in quick time. Car New is a liquid polish. You massage it lightly over the car finish, let it dry, wipe it off. It cleans amazingly, brings back your car's original showroom shine. If you want added protection for that gleaming finish, if you want to save money on car washings, you can apply a coat of wax, too. But first, do a double cleaning and polishing job with Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U. Take Me Out to the Ball Game used to be a very popular song, particularly with Mrs. Magee of 79 Wistful Vista, who at this very moment is singing the old refrain to her husband as we meet Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Magee, why don't you want to take me out the ball game? It's the opening game of the season today, and I love baseball.
But, Molly, I called up and the park is sold out.
Oh, what of it? A man of your influence?
Huh?
You always said you could get in any place you wanted to, one way or another.
Oh, I can, too. Oh, I can get in all right, but I wouldn't ask you to smuggle yourself into the ballpark in a beer truck.
Oh, Magee, come on. What are you president of the Chamber of Commerce for if you can't even get tickets to a ball game?
Tickets? Me go to a ball game on a ticket?
Why not?
If I can't get in on a pass, I won't go. Only the common people buy tickets.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm a common people, and I want to see that ball game.
No, gee whiz, Molly, I don't quite see how
Magee, I'm challenging you.
You are, huh?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you're as good as in. Where do you want to sit?
Well, it doesn't matter. I stand up all the time anyway. I can holler better that way. Now, how do we get in?
Oh, I don't know. The details ain't important, but we'll be there. Don't worry.
Magee, at times like this, I almost admire you.
Well, how do you think I got where I am today? If I didn't have imagination and stamina.
I don't know. Where are you? Say, and look, you better get busy now. The game's this afternoon, you know.
Yeah.
And I hope Zernicke pitches.
Who?
Zernicke. You know, the southpaw that Wistful Vista bought for $3,000 and a shortstop from the Akron Acmes, and who spent 4 years in the minors trying to straighten out his fast drop. You know Zernicke.
I'm afraid I haven't followed the game as close as you, Molly. This Zernicke is pretty good, eh?
Good. Why, he's a sidewinding sensation.
Huh?
He's got a curve that would fool a slow-motion camera, and he steals bases like the Invisible Man. He's 29 years old, and he has a batting average of .367. Born in Zanesville, Ohio, and has a small mole on his left shoulder.
What was his grandmother's maiden name?
Princess Purple Prairie Dog. She was an Indian girl.
You seem to be kind of up on your baseball, Molly.
Well, I ought to be. I've been following baseball ever since I was old enough to throw a pop bottle. Remember before we were married, dearie?
If that's Judge Landis wanting some information, what'll I tell him?
Tell him he rang the right bell.
Okay. Come in.
Oh, it's Mrs. Uppington. Hello, Abigail.
How do you do, Mr. Magee? And Miss Magee.
What's new, Mrs. Hughes?
Well, I just stopped by to see if you could use a couple of tickets to the baseball game. I'm so busy I won't be able to go, so I thought you might use them.
Oh, heavenly days. Thank you, Abigail.
Yeah, what'd I tell you, Molly? There's a power that watches over me.
Yeah.
You see, Uppy, I promised Molly I'd get her into the game today, and when you came along and give us tickets for that...
Well, these tickets are for Thursday's game, Mr. Magee. What power is watching over you today?
Think fast, Mastermind.
I'll go under my own power today.
Why can't you go to the game, Abigail?
Oh, nice club work, you know, Mrs. Magee. We have a guest for luncheon today who is going to talk to us about China.
Oh, that ought to be interesting.
Oh, sure. Fascinating. How you gals can sit there, Uppy, and listen to a lot of burble about how to paint forget-me-nots on cups and saucers when there's so much going on in the world today is beyond...
Please, Mr. Magee.
Huh?
As usual, you have taken a running jump to an incorrect conclusion. Our guest is not speaking about cups and saucers.
Oh.
He represents the United China Relief, for which our organization is helping to raise a very necessary $7 million fund.
You'd better blush, Magee.
Oh, I'm sorry, Uppy. Well, I've got my neck out. Would you mind looking to see if I need a haircut?
You do.
Thanks.
Say, what about this United China Relief, Abigail?
Well, Mrs. Magee, China didn't want this war any more than we did.
No.
It was forced upon both of us. America and China are fighting the same gangster nations for the same ideals. Peace and honor and personal freedom. But China has been fighting our fight for 5 years, and now they need help. They need $7 million urgently for civilian morale, medical and food supplies. And I think it's up to us to help by subscribing generously to the United China Relief. We owe it to them, as we owe certain things to Japan, and I think they will both be paid. Goodbye.
Well, now, don't you feel just a little sheepish, dearie?
I sure do. If I felt any more sheepish, I'd rent myself out to jump over fences for people with insomnia. Yeah. I didn't know she was doing such good work.
Indeed she is. She's doing a lot. You know, she gives 5 days a week to the Red Cross, 1 day to canteen work, and she's bought $40,000 worth of United States War Savings Bonds.
I think I felt proud when I turned in that old toothpaste tube last night. Well, it just goes to show one never can tell from where one sits how wrinkled one's pants are going to look when one stands up. you sit on the Davenport, and I'll sit in the big chair here. I like to sit here because the ashtrays...
No, I don't mean where we're going to sit here. I mean out of the ball game.
Oh, yes, the ball game. Well, there's no rush. We still got 2 hours, and we can get there in 20 minutes.
Yeah, but it may take us an hour to find a hole in the fence.
What do you mean, a hole in the fence? I says I'd get you into the ball game, and by the 40 flutes of the Philadelphia Philharmonic, I'll get you into the ball game. Now, just take it easy, Molly. I'm not...
Come in.
Hello there, kids. I brought you something.
Much obliged, old-timer, but what is it?
Sack of alfalfa.
Huh?
It's for Lillian's baby. I didn't think he'd want a red or a silver cup with his initials on it, so I brought him this.
Well, thank you, Mr. Oldtimer. This is very thoughtful of you.
How's the kid doing?
Well, it's going to be a fine horse when he grows up. Might make a racehorse out of it.
Good for you, Johnny. Leave me know and I'll help you train.
Oh. Do you know something about training racehorses, Mr. Oldtimer?
Do either of you kids?
No.
No.
Yes, sir, I sure do. You know that all the big racehorses have a mascot that lives in the stable with them, a dog or a cat or goat or rooster or something?
Oh, yes, I've heard that.
Well, I was a mascot for a horse named Chester's Baby down in Louisville. Lived right there in the stable with him.
How'd you ever get a job like that?
No, I was just a stable boy at first, Johnny.
Yeah?
Then the owner seen he needed a mascot, so we told the trainer, grab that old goat over there and put him in the store. The trainer was nearsighted and grabbed me. Natural mistake. I wore the beard then.
Quite a career, Mr. Oldtimer. Roommate for a racehorse, huh?
We were more than roommates, daughter. We were sidekicks. He'd kick me in the back, and I'd kick him in the side.
Learn to eat hay, old-timer?
Nope. 2 ticklish eat it in a bunch, and 1 straw at a time don't give enough nourishment. I'm like you, Johnny. I stick to the old corn. Well, call me if you need a good trainer.
By the way, dearie, did you go out and feed Lillian and her baby?
Sure, and you know what? That colt understands Chinese.
Go on.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? That horse is as American as baked beans.
I don't care. He knows Chinese. I was trying to think of a good name for him this morning, so I thought I'd try a few. And the one that got the best reaction was going to be the name.
And what was the name?
Well, sir, I tried Alfred and Homer and William and Bert and Paul and Cecil and Leonard and Sidney and all stuff like that there. Till I was a little horse myself. And all they'd do is Lillian would look at the colt, and the colt would look at Lillian, and they'd kind of shake their heads. So I got disgusted and says, phooey. And they both started squealing. I tell you, that horse is Chinese.
Oh, George. Well, this isn't getting us to the ball game. Now, don't forget your promise you take...
Hello, folks. Am I intruding?
Oh, not a bit, Mr. Wilcox, not a bit.
No, I was just getting ready to take Molly to the ball game.
Oh, are you a fan, Molly?
Well, yes, in a way, Mr. Wilcox.
In a way. Say, I'll bet she could tell you who the leading pitcher was in 1905.
What league?
American.
Rube Wardell, Athletics, 127, lost 10.
See? Why, that's wonderful, Molly. You know, I used to play a little baseball myself.
Did you really, Mr. Wilcox? What did you bat?
Right-handed.
He means your batting average, Wilcox. See, even I know that.
Oh, well, I never figured it out. I pitched for the salesman's team of the Johnson Company back in Racine, Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
Been a big help to me ever since, too.
How, Mr. Wilcox?
Oh, Molly. You shouldn't have asked that.
Why not?
Why, that's the same as giving Lillian a handful of hay to keep for you overnight. But it's too late now. Why, Mr. Wilcox, did your baseball experience help you later on?
Well, I'm still on the home team, you know. Still in there pitching.
Oh, my...
Telling housewives they'll never get to first base with old-fashioned methods of rubbing and scrubbing linoleum.
See what I meant, Molly?
Yes.
Why, a short stop at your dealer's for a can of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat will result in a home run with efficiency and economy. You can just see Pop fly home to get a look at that gorgeous kitchen floor. Gleaming like a diamond. With no rubbing and no buffing, you'll get your innings with more outings. Because Glow Coat saves you so much time and energy. Pitch your old mop pail out the window, girls, and get some Johnson's Glow Coat right off the bat.
Listen to old Gabby Hartnett Wilcox. All the baseball he ever played was for a handful of salesmen.
Didn't you ever try the big leagues, Mr. Wilcox?
Yes, once, but I quit after one season.
What for?
Well, the club started playing night games, and I never was one to play around in nightclubs. Well, I'll see you later.
Say, why didn't you ask him what he could do towards getting us into the game this afternoon, McGee?
He hasn't got any drag, except with housewives. If I wanted a piece of sponge cake or something, I'd go to him. But for ball games and stuff, we got to contact the sporting element. Now, let me see. I think a better way for us...
Uh-oh. Come in. Oh, hello, Mayor Latrivia.
Hi, Latriv. I'm glad you arrived.
Good day, Mr. McGee. Oh, why are you glad, McGee?
I wanted to talk to you about the ball game. You see,
that's odd. I'm on my way out there very shortly, and as it's getting so much warmer, I wondered if you'd mind if I left my top coat here. I don't like to leave it in my car.
Oh, of course, Mr. Mayor. Are you a baseball fan?
Oh, not much, I'm afraid. The last game I saw in Chicago in about 1919. I remember that because it was my birthday, June 17th.
June 17th, 1919. Then you saw Frankie Frisch.
I did?
Of course you did. That was his first major league game. McGraw sent him in the ninth inning to bat for Hal King against Grover Cleveland Alexander. Paxford was playing center field for Chicago.
Good heavens, woman. How do you remember all that?
Why, everybody knows that.
Ain't she wonderful, the trivia? Who won the World Series in 1912, Molly?
Boston. Boston 4 games, New York 3 games, 1 tie game.
Amazing.
It's no such a thing, really. I just take an interest in the game and all.
Didn't you ever play baseball in college, Latriv?
No, I was a more inclined toward mental work, McGee. You see, I specialized in lists.
In what?
Lists.
You were? All the time?
Were what?
Lit.
Of course not. Lit is merely the abbreviation for literature.
Just the same, I should think you'd have to have a clear head for that kind of work.
I did.
Well, how could you? Lit all the time.
I was not lit all the time. I was a very abstemious young man.
Well, I should think you would be with all those professors around. I'd be kind of abstemious. Catch on?
Catch on to what?
You know, you being lit.
I tell you that lit stands for literature.
Yes, but the literary guys stand for you being lit.
Can't you get it through your head, McGee? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
What was that for?
I promised myself. Next time we got into one of these things,
I told myself I would not give way to anger. Besides, I have a mission to perform this afternoon, and I wish to present as cheerful a face as public to the public. I wish to present...
What's the mission, Mr. Mayor?
As mayor, I have to throw out the first ball.
I thought you never played baseball.
That's correct. I never did.
Do you know how to throw, Mr. Latrivia?
Oh, I fancy I shall make out all right, Mrs. McGee. One just raises one's arm like this, and...
No. Look, Latrivia. Stand sideways, like this. Then wind up a little. Hey, wait a minute.
McGee, where are you going?
I'm going to find my baseball and catcher's mitt. Then I'm going to take Latrivia out in the backyard and show him how to toss the baseball. I ain't going to have our mayor disgrace himself out there at the ballpark.
Oh, really, McGee? Well, this is very decent of you, I'm sure.
Not at all. We owe it to Wistful Vista. Did you find your ball, dearie?
No, but I think I know right where it is.
Where?
Right here in the hall closet.
My. Don't things accumulate fast?
The King's Men and Blues in the Night.
My mammy done told me when I was in knee pads. My mammy done told me, son, a woman will sweet talk and give you the big eye. But when that sweet talk is done, a woman's a two-faced, a worrisome thing who'll leave you to sing the blues in the night. Now the rain is falling, hear the train a-calling, hooey, hooey, hooey. Hear the lonesome whistle, blowing across the trestle, hooey, hooey, hooey. A hooey, the hooey. Oh, clickety-clack is echoing back the blues in the night. The evening breeze will come. Crying Atlanta to Mobile, from Memphis to St. Joe, wherever the four winds may blow. I've been to some big towns,
Yes, sir.
and heard me some big talk. He said, but there is one thing I know. A woman's a two-faced, a worrisome thing who'll leave you to sing the blues in the night. My mammy done call me so. And brother, I tell you, so help me, I got the blues in the night.
Okay, Latrivia, you're catching on pretty good. Now throw me a fast one.
All right, McGee. Here it comes.
That's better, much better. How's he doing, Molly?
I don't know why you're keeping him at it, dearie. He does all right, and the poor man's so tired he can hardly stand up.
Ah, it's good time. How you feeling, Latrivia?
Pretty tired, McGee. Haven't you got another catcher's mitt? That ball's pretty hard. My hand's getting blistered. I can hardly close it.
Gee, I'm sorry, Latrivia. This is the only mitt I got. Anyway, a politician who can't close his hand might be a very good thing. All right, let's try it again. Here she comes.
McGee, now you can throw better than that. You didn't come anywhere near him. He's had to shag every one of those throws.
I know. I'm limbering him up.
Yeah. Oh, look, McGee. There's Uncle Denis upstairs in the window. He's been watching you and the mayor.
Yeah, look at him, licking his chops.
Well, what's that for?
Those last three Latrivia tossed were highball. Okay, Latrivia, let me have another one now. And remember what I've been telling you. Wind up.
Like this?
Yeah, only don't raise your hand like you were going to slap somebody's sassy face. Swing your arm out more to the side.
Well, McGee, I'll try it again. I'm getting very tired.
Oh, come on now, Mr. Mayor, right over the plate.
What place?
Never mind. Just throw it, Latrivia. And remember the instructions. Wind up, throw your left leg up for balance, bring your arm way back, and then kind of push the ball at me.
Ready?
Ready. Ah, that's much better, Latrivia. Much better. And you can put your left leg down again now.
Throw the ball back to me, McGee, and I'll try it again.
Here it comes.
Say, he catches pretty good, McGee, considering he does it with his eyes shut.
Well, I ain't through with him yet. Okay, Latrivia. Ready?
I'd like to rest a minute, McGee.
No. Keep swinging that arm. You don't want to get cooled off. Come on now, try it again.
Well, you ready, McGee?
Shoot the spear to me, dear.
Now, that was very good.
It was, really?
Yes, it was, Latrivia. I only had to run 7 or 8 feet for that one. At least you'll be able to keep the ball in the ballpark. Now, let's try it another 15 or 20 minutes, and then I think
Look, McGee.
Huh?
Here comes Mr. Wimple. Maybe you better rest a few minutes, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, thank you. Good heavens, I hadn't realized that baseball was such a strenuous game. I'm just about... Oh, hello, Mr. Whipple.
Hello, folks.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wimple.
Want to play a little ball with us for a while, then?
Oh, no, thank you. I really had all the baseball I wanted yesterday. Sweetie Face's brother was over at our house, and they were playing catch with me.
Oh, did you use a hard ball like this one, Mr. Whipple?
Oh, they didn't use the ball. They were playing catch with me.
Heavenly days, that must have been fairly rough, Mr. Wimple.
I didn't mind, Mrs. McGee. But when Cyrus, that's Sweetie Face's brother, when Cyrus suggested that you get a bat and knock a few flies for Sweetie Face to catch, I just ran like the dickens.
You ever meet Sweetie Face, Latrivia?
No, I don't believe I ever have.
I don't believe she goes out much. Does she, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, yes, quite a bit. In fact, Sweetie Face loves to get out and mangle with people.
You mean mingle?
Oh, I do I?
This wife of yours must be quite a character, Mr. Wimple.
She really is, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, now, let's not all talk about her like that. She isn't so bad. She really feels terrible after she treats me badly.
She does?
Oh, yes, indeed. Why, just this morning, she was down on her knees to me, just begging.
Oh, not really.
Really, Mrs. McGee? Down on her knees with a flat iron, just begging me to come out from under the house.
I won't interrupt you any longer. I have to be getting down to jail.
Jail? What you going to jail for, Wimp?
I'm going to be locked up. I called them and told them I was coming.
Oh, but what on earth did you do?
I just slugged through the face with a baseball bat.
Good heavens, man.
Did you hurt her?
No, that's why I want to be locked up.
Shall we go on with the lessons, Mr. Latrivia?
I'd rather not, if you don't mind, though I really do appreciate this, Magee. It was very sporting of you.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Mayor. Here, now. Here's your coat.
Oh, thank you. What's
the matter, Latrivia?
My right arm. I can't raise it up.
Oh, it's just a little stiff, Mr. Mayor. Try again. Here, I'll hold the sleeve of your coat for you. Now.
No, it's no use, Miss Magee. I can't lift that arm an inch. Magee?
Huh?
I can't go. I'm too lame. I'm sore all over. My arm, my leg. I've got to get to a doctor. Will you do something for me?
What is it, Mr. Mayor?
Why, just name it, Latrivia. I'll do anything on account of I feel kind of responsible for this.
I hate to ask you to do this. Will you represent me at the game today and throw out the first ball?
Oh, now, gee whiz. Just because I'm president of the Chamber of Commerce, well, all right. I'll do it. You got a pass to the ballpark or something?
Yes. It's right here in my... You get it.
I already got it, Latrivia. And it's for a whole box, I see, so I'll take mine.
Yes. Take anybody. Yeah. Now, help me out to my car, will you? I don't believe I can walk alone.
I'm sorry, Latrivia. I ain't got time now. Just got time to get out to the ballpark. Now, come on, Molly. Let's hurry.
But McGee, poor Mayor Latrivia is...
No, go on, Mrs. McGee. I'll be all right.
Yeah, come on, Molly.
But McGee...
You wanted to get out to the ball game, didn't you? I told you I'd get you in, didn't I? Well, come on. Go on, Latrivia. Take it easy.
No. Last time you were in the kitchen, did you happen to notice the floor? Was it clean and sparkling and cheerful? Or was it a little on the dull and gloomy side? You know, it's so easy to take care of your linoleum floors with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. It's as simple as this. Just apply and let dry. Glow Coat polishes itself while it's drying without any rubbing or buffing. And did you know that linoleum protected regularly with Glow Coat will last 5 to 10 times longer than if it's unprotected? With all of us looking for opportunities to save and ways to take better care of our things, it's good judgment to protect all linoleum surfaces with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Be sure to get the original and genuine Glow Coat.
You enjoying the game, Molly?
Oh, I certainly am, McGee. But you know, I keep worrying about Mayor Latrivia.
Ah, he's all right.
I know now why you spent all that time teaching him how to throw a ball underhanded.
Overhand.
It was underhand.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Well, I thought you would because... Here it comes, Carnegie! Slam it out of the park!
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for the home and industry, inviting you all to join us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Chicago WMAQ.
Tomorrow we'll look into the evolving role of big business in the Soviet Union, also America's best restaurants, and Tom Bosley on Good Morning America tomorrow.
If you are a working parent, your child could be cared for by a daycare teacher. Is she qualified to do the job? The Daycare Dilemma, Saturday at 6.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
The Ford Dealers of America present the Fred Allen Show. The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guests Basil Rathbone, Fulton Hoffman, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Fenley, the DeMarco Sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And this is Kenny Delmar speaking for your Ford dealer. It has been years since any new development in trucks has created such a sensation as the new line of Ford trucks. In the first place, they're tomorrow. Say, it's Sunday night again. Here comes Fred Allen in his new Ford to keep his weekly date at the corner of Main Street. As Fred turns to lock his Ford, he hears a voice say,
Mr. Allen!
Portland, gee whiz. Portland, what is that poster you just tacked up on the telephone pole?
This is Natural Health Week.
Natural Health Week. Well, it's about time we had a health week. Lately, we've had nothing but disease weeks. Sinus week, have your appendix out week. Get a friend to look in and see if your tonsils are infected week.
If people observe Natural Health Week, they'll live forever.
Oh, that's bad. If people live forever, what will become of the undertakers?
They'll all be busy.
Busy doing what?
Burying doctors.
You mean if people are all healthy?
The doctors will starve to death.
Oh, that's ridiculous. The doctors are so rushed today, they're calling the latest sickness Virus X. They haven't even got time to think up a name for it. I read that some doctor's laboratory uptown is selling mouse milk for $10,000 a quart. Only a quart to a customer, 1 quart.
How do they milk the mouse?
Well, they use tweezers and a small Dixie cup. And a man with a light touch, I understand. Told to me on excellent authority, which I checked out later in the day. What'd he say? That's awful. I'm stealing from Maury Amsterdam.
I never heard of mouse milk.
Well, I tell you what, they have a mouse dairy uptown. If you pass there at sundown, just before milking time, you can hear the mice mooing in their stalls up there and chewing their junior cuds as the day comes to a close. Well, Portland, what's new this week?
Billy Rose just got back from a trip round the world.
Oh, I saw him in Lindy's. Happened to look under a table and he was standing there. With his hat on, too. They have high Billy spent 2 days in London and came back with a British accent.
Oh, I heard when Billy Rose goes to his country home, he lives like an English gentleman.
He rides to the hounds?
He doesn't have to.
Well, why not?
With Billy Rose's money, the hounds come to him.
Oh, say, the dogs are going to the Rose, eh? Well, this is getting silly, Portland. I think I'll go along and get my paper.
May I come too?
Oh, sure. Come on, let's take a walk down Main Street.
What does the paper say?
Say, here's a political ad. Look at this. Alonzo Squires is running for the city council in Charlotte, North Carolina. Imagine he's got an ad way up here in the New York paper. Look at this, a thought for today. What is this?
The emptiest man in the world is the man who is full of himself.
Say, here's something. Don't bother with that. We'll take it up. I'll ask questions later. Here's something. Look at this. The Secretary of the National Education Association says that schools are not neglecting the 3 R's, and that he also claims here the techniques of teaching are vastly improved.
Do you think the methods of teaching are better?
Say, it's so long since I went to school, I don't even know, Portland. I tell you, I'll ask some people now as we're walking down Main Street. This man coming along, drooling on his lapel to keep his gardenia fresh. Pardon me, sir.
Well, I say Claghorn's the name. Senator Claghorn, that is.
Well, sir.
Don't hem and haw, son. Shoot it to me. What's on your mind?
Well,
Let's go, son. I'm busier than a glutton loose in a pantry.
You're busy?
Yeah, me and Harry opened the baseball season down in Washington. Harry threw out the first ball.
Did the president enjoy participating?
You couldn't stop him. The way things are going, Harry will play ball with anybody.
Good.
Harry couldn't wait to throw that first ball out to the Washington team.
Why?
It was the first time this year the Senators took anything from Harry.
Senator, I noticed that Governor Dewey went to the Yankee game.
Yeah, I seen the picture in the paper, son.
Yes?
First, I didn't recognize Governor Dewey with that mustache.
No?
I thought it was some man eating a Hershey bar sideways.
Oh, well, I read that Mr. Dewey is going to Europe.
Well, he's doing the smart thing, son.
Going to Europe?
When he comes back, Dewey's going to enter the country as an immigrant and start all over.
Well, Senator, what about scattered applause? You notice I'll let it accumulate and give it to you in a lump later. Senator, what about our question tonight? Do you think the techniques of teaching at school have improved?
Well, son, the foundation of our American school is the 3 R's.
The American. What about foreign schools?
Russia has the 3 R's.
Russia has the 3 R's?
Poland's ours, Hungary's ours, and Bulgaria's ours.
Well, how about teaching in this country, Senator?
Well, son, the greatest teacher in the U.S. today is little old Harry Truman.
He's the greatest teacher?
At the last election, Harry taught 40 million Republicans a lesson. So long, son. So long, Eddie.
Now, come on, Portland. What are you stopping for?
Look at this sign.
Outside the tavern?
It says no parking.
Let me see. No parking near tavern. This is a loading zone.
Look who's coming out of the bus station.
Who?
Titus Moody.
Hi, Mr. Moody.
Howdy, Bob.
That's some suitcase you have there.
Yeah, it's cellophane.
A cellophane suitcase? Why, look, you can see right through it.
Comes in mighty handy.
Well, how?
If I'm looking for something, I hold up my suitcase.
Yeah?
If I can't see what I'm looking for, I know I got it on.
Well, that's it. Well, Mr. Moody, about this school business. Now, do you think the teaching methods have improved?
Oh, shucks, I don't know nothing about schools.
Oh, really?
No, my whole family was so ignorant there was a law against us.
You were really ignorant, eh?
My pa not only didn't know nothing, he didn't suspect nothing. My ma, she drowned 2 of my brothers before she knew they was children.
Hey, that's pretty bad.
And my uncle, Snavely Moody.
Yes?
He didn't even know he was supposed to wash himself. Not till he see a cat doing it.
He got the idea from the cat, eh?
Every Saturday night, my uncle would sit around in front of the stove lapping himself.
Well, tell me, how do you feel about learning?
Why, everything depends on the teacher.
I see.
The little country school I went to, the teacher taught arithmetic by counting off her toes to the class.
Oh, the teacher would count on her toes?
She'd put her 2 big bare feet up on the desk.
Yes.
But the little toe on her right foot was missing.
Well, did the missing toe bother her arithmetic teaching?
Oh, it sure did.
How?
Till I was 40-year-old, I thought 5 and 5 was 9. So long, Bob.
Look, Portland, look, a new bakery just opened on Main Street.
Oh, Mama says it's run by a midget.
How does your mother know the bakery is run by a midget?
All they sell is shortcake.
Oh, I see. Well, I get it. Very good, semi-clever, I'd say.
Look who's coming out of the bingo game.
Mrs. Nussbaum, tell me, how did you do playing bingo?
My luck a horseshoe should have.
You are not bringing home the bacon?
Not to my home. I couldn't stop tonight. I'm in a hurry. I couldn't talking anymore.
What, Mrs. Nussbaum?
It's too bad Mrs. Nussbaum couldn't stop.
What do you know? Well, it's all right. I tell you, I'll try this little man coming along carrying the green flag. Hi, buddy.
How do you do?
Ajax Cassidy. What is that green flag with the gold harp on it, Ajax?
Erin Gobra.
You mean you're celebrating?
Haven't you heard the news, you heathen infidel? Ireland is free.
Have you been celebrating all week?
Me boy, as soon as word reached Kerrigan's, we all drank a toast to the Republic.
Yes.
Then we drank a toast to Eamon de Valera.
Yes.
Next, a toast to King George.
Yes.
Then a toast to Martin Downey.
Yes.
Then a voice said, "This drink is on the house."
On the house.
How we all got up there, nobody knew.
The new republic is off to a great start.
Sure, now we can concentrate.
Concentrate how?
With the English out of Ireland,
yes,
we can keep the fighting among ourselves.
Well, now that Ireland's free, a great injustice has been remedied.
Only one injustice remains.
And what is that?
The greatest injustice in the world is that money is green and the Irish have so little of it. Me especially.
Well, tell me, Ajax, what about schools and teaching?
Me boy, to me, schools are a waste of time.
How do you mean?
Well, if you're born in Ireland, you only have to learn one thing.
And that one thing is?
How to get to America. Goodbye to you.
So long, Ajax. Come on, Portland. Let's stop in the music store. I have a surprise for you tonight.
A new song?
Ah, yes, but this is a song with a little story. Last October, when you and I started walking down Main Street, Al Goodman wrote a few bars of music, which he called the Allen Stroll. You know the music. Well, so many people wrote to Al Goodman asking what the music was, if it was a song, that Al decided to use the few bars as a theme and compose a song. Mitchell Parrish, the man who wrote the lyrics for Stardust, has assembled the words, and tonight, for the first time, Portland, the five DeMarco sisters will sing the new Al Goodman, Mitchell Parrish number, Carousel of Love.
Here I go again, riding on the carousel of love, round and around, round and around, round and around, meridian, the road to nowhere. Breezes blow again, spring is here and skies are blue above. I should beware, but I don't care. What do I care? Riding the carousel of love. I thought that I was smart, careful with my heart. Love and I were really through. But that was long ago. How was I to know that I'd meet lovely you? So here I go again, riding on the carousel of love. Round and around, round and around, round and around, head over heels in love with you.
Say, wait a minute, Portland. Just wait outside the music store here. Here comes Kenny Delmar. See, there's some fella with him.
Well, hiya, Fred. Meet a friend of mine, Speedy Simpson. Speedy's the world's fastest talker.
Really glad to meet you, Mr. Simpson.
Thank you. Wonderful to be here. Glad to be here. How do you do, Mr. Allen?
Well, I'm taking Speedy over to the Ford dealer. There's so much to say about the new Ford. I think a fast talker like Speedy can say it all and save the dealer some time. Show Fred what I mean, Speedy.
Well, I want to put out the proudest on the new model for the character. It's a question of the Mistral, which is the latest in the revolving wheels, and that won the Fashion Academy Award.
Oh, say.
Yeah, you see, Fred, in 2 seconds, Speedy told how the New York Fashion Academy picked Ford as the fashion car of the year because Ford is ahead in design and style appeal.
Say, he sure did. Speedy covered everything as far as I'm concerned.
And when it comes to describing the wonderful feeling you get when you drive the new Ford, that smooth midship ride, those sofa-wide seats, those magic action brakes, why, it would take the average talker all day to describe the new Ford feel. See how long it takes Speedy to do it.
I'll take no time to point out the distance of the standards of the new Finkel, but certainly is evident by the rheumatic tires. And what's more, take a look at any pair and you'll see the model with the big picture windows and choice of engines, V8 or 6.
4 seconds.
Right.
4 seconds. I timed it.
Speedy told the whole story, and he also mentioned Ford's recent price reduction.
Oh, wait a minute, Kenny. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that about the price reductions. Was that in there, too?
Fred, I heard it distinctly.
I didn't decipher it. Just got away from me.
Well,
I followed him right up to the end.
To
the
there?
V8 engines, but the price reductions got away
But
from
Speedy doesn't miss a trick.
But how can anyone understand Speedy?
Well, if you can't understand Speedy, just go down to the Ford dealers and see the Ford's good looks. Drive it and feel the difference. And those lower prices speak for themselves. Let's go, Speedy.
I want to be here. Let's see you not so long, Mr. Allen.
Don't mention it, Speedy. So long, Kenny. Come on, Portland. What now?
Isn't this where the circus is playing?
Sure is.
Well, you used to know when the circus was in town.
Well, not anymore. The circus carries a nail wick 2 blocks long now. Are you turning here?
I have to see Mama.
Oh, your mother?
She's standing in line at the Radio City Music Hall.
Oh, really?
Now, I have to go every 3 hours and bring Mama something to eat.
Oh, really? I heard the Red Cross was opening a small place in Well, see you next Sunday, Portland.
Good night.
Good night. Say, this man coming out of the bookstore looks familiar.
Well, Fred Allen.
Basil Rathbone. This is a surprise, Basil. I thought you were still on the road with your play, The Heiress.
No, Fred, I just finished an 8-month bus tour across the country.
You lived 8 months on a bus?
Mm-hmm.
Did you stop overnight at hotels?
No, we slept on the bus.
Oh, you had berths?
No, every night the driver handed each passenger a pillow and a sleeping pill.
Oh. What did you do about eating?
At mealtimes, we'd stop along the road at a Howard Johnson stand for 2 minutes and have a malted milk.
You had to drink your malted milk in 2 minutes?
It was easy, Fred. Each malted milk was shared by 4 people.
One malted milk for 4 people? Well, you must have lost plenty of weight.
Actually, I gained 10 pounds on the trip, Fred. I outsmarted the others.
How?
When the malted milk was served with the 4 straws,
yes,
I would point to a freight train passing by and say, "Look, everybody, there goes Burl Ives."
Burl Ives?
Yes, while the other 3 were looking under the freight cars for Burl Ives, I would plug up their straws with pipe cleaners.
You fooled those other suckers.
With my clear straw, Fred, I was the only sucker.
Well, Basil, now that you've finished your road tour, a laugh startled me. Well, Basil, now that you've finished your road tour, I suppose you're relaxing.
No, Fred, I'm busy with my radio program for Fatimas.
Fatima cigarettes?
Yes, I smoke nothing but Fatimas, Fred. They're the new long Fatimas.
Oh, you smoke Fatimas because they're longer?
Yes, I have rather a lengthy nose.
I noticed, yes.
When I try to light an ordinary-sized cigarette,
yes,
I exhale through my nostrils and blow out the match.
Oh, I see.
Yes. Now, with the new long Fatima,
yes,
I can rest my nose on the cigarette while I'm lighting it.
Oh, say, that's comfort while you're smoking. Yes.
Yes.
Well, about your radio show, Basil, I know it's a mystery program.
Yes, Fred. That's what keeps me so busy. I'm always looking for new mystery stories.
Really?
Yes, I just picked up these mystery books in the bookshop.
Let me see.
Yes, this first one is called The Dirty Chiropractor.
What? That's a mystery? Yes. What is that?
The dirty chiropractor removes the backbone from one of his patients.
Yes.
That night, the patient's back lights up, and he realizes too late that the dirty chiropractor has stolen his backbone and given him a neon spine.
Oh, he was a dirty chiropractor.
Yes. Now, Fred,
what is that other one you have there?
It's called The Butcher's Undoing.
The Butcher's Undoing, a mystery?
Yes. It's about a butcher who drugs his wife and hides her in his icebox.
Yeah.
But the wife is half Eskimo, and only half of her freezes to death.
Oh, Basil, no, wait a minute, old boy. Old chap, these plots that you have here, they sound like something cooked up by the mystery chef on an off night. If you're looking for a real mystery, I have a mystery.
What is your story about, Fred?
Well, my story starts with a fanfare.
Presenting the Mad Doctor of Downing Street.
Oh, death wore rubber gloves.
I am Sir Hubert Buffington. For years I was physician to His Majesty the King. Today I sit here in Old Bailey waiting to go to the gallows. Why, you ask? I'll tell you. My professional life was happy. Every morning as I walked into my office, my nurse, Miss Tuttle, would say...
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Miss Tuttle. What's on my schedule today?
At 2 o'clock, you're to remove a kipper bone from Sir Stafford Phipps's lower lip.
Yes?
Then at 3 o'clock, for an hour, you picket the socialized medicine clinic.
Yes?
And at 4 o'clock, you pose for a cigarette testimonial.
Splendid! I don't know what we doctors would do without these testimonials for cigarettes. Is my T-zone chart ready?
Yes, sir.
Well, sterilize my pointer and I'll be off. My professional life was happy, but my domestic life was hectic. My wife, Lady Buffington, was constantly nagging me to buy her things. One morning I refused to buy her a television set. That night, as I came in the door, Chung, my houseboy, was waiting for me.
Oh, Mr. Buffington.
Yes.
Oh, something
Yes,
terrible happened. Yes, Chung see Lady Buffington leave by back door with a duffel bag. Also find a note.
A note?
Here is a note.
Sir Hubert, you have finally gone too far with this inhuman stinginess. You know I'm crazy about pictures. This morning you refused to buy me a television set. All is over between us. I have run away with Cecil Spoonmaker. Signed, Lady Buffington. Cecil Spoonmaker! The name haunted me. Who was Cecil Spoonmaker? I searched for 3 months, in vain. Then one day I was in my office trying to get my thumb out of a test tube when the door opened. A stranger confronted me.
Well, say, Doctor, you've got to help me.
Your name, please.
Spoonmaker. Cecil Spoonmaker.
Cecil Spoonmaker? Yes. I say, have you ever been in London before, Mr. Spoonmaker?
Yes, 3 months ago I was here with the circus.
The circus?
Yes, I'm the tattooed man. I'll take my shirt off.
I say, your right arm is the Tower of London.
And here on my left arm...
the White Cliffs of Dover.
Look here on my chest.
My word, an enormous monkey climbing up your chest, his outstretched paws on your Adam's apple.
Well, Doctor, that's why I'm here. I want the monkey taken off me chest.
Taken off?
I've been asked to give a command performance. I got to make room for Winston Churchill. The monkey has got to go.
Very well, I shall give you an injection of energy.
Energy? Well, that's a cleaning fluid.
Precisely. When the energy gets into your bloodstream, that monkey will disappear.
Righto.
Here's the energy solution. Now hold out your arm.
Righto. Ow!
That's all right now. There we are. I'll just sterilize this needle. I'll be back right away.
Yeah. Oh, Doctor. That injection. Something's happening. I can't breathe. Help! Doctor!
Summoning all vehicles, calling Detective One Long Pan, proceed at once to Sir Hubert Buffington's foul play suspected. Calling One Long Pan, Detective One Long Pan.
Greetings and shalom alaikum, kiddy. Detective One Long Pan, Oriental Sam Spade on job. All right, Louis, drop the gun. Long Pan catching everyone. All right, Louis, drop the gun. Ho-ho, Long Pan, an exceptional voice tonight. Maybe catch a fan letter from Jackie Eigen.
I say, old boy, will you stop that infernal racket?
Who are you, big boy?
I am Sir Hubert Buffington, physician to His Majesty.
You doctor?
Yes.
Who is party on floor with shirt off? Who is party?
He's one of my patients, Mr. Cecil Spoonmaker.
Oh, holy smoke. You some doctor. Long Pan stick to Dr. Pepper. Meantime, arrest you for murder.
Murder? That's ridiculous.
Say, victim body covered with blue picture.
Mr. Spoonmaker was the tattooed man with the circus.
Tattoo on arm?
Yes, that's the Tower of London.
Oh.
And these are the White Cliffs of Dover.
Oh, you skip travelogue. What is this on the chest? Fur coat?
No, it's a monkey.
Monkeys paw leech up and grab dead man's Adam's apple.
Mr. Spoonmaker came to have the monkey removed.
Something fishy here, Doctor. Long Pan suspect monkey business.
Oh, Dr. Buffington.
Oh, woman enter case. Who is floozy?
This is my nurse, Miss Tuttle.
Oh, turn around, baby. Long Pan give you fast flisk.
Here, take your slimy hands off me.
Oh, you fess up, missy. Where were you when Mr. Spoonmaker bumped off? Where were you?
I was in the doctor's laboratory with 2 loaves of rye bread making some black penicillin.
What happened?
Dr. Buffington came out of his office and said he had given the patient an energy injection to remove some tattooing.
Very good.
Suddenly there was a scream. Dr. Buffington and I rushed into the room.
Mr. Spoonmaker was dead.
He had gone to that big sideshow up yonder.
There's my alibi, Long Pan, and it's airtight.
Confidentially, Long Pan stump, but not for long. Who else in house, Dr. Buffington?
Oh, well, only my houseboy Chung. I'll ring for him.
Oh, Long Pan, girl Chung, China boy to fairly well. China clicky people, duck soup for one Long Pan.
You Ling and Mr. Buffington?
Chung!
Long Pan!
Ding ho!
Ding ho!
Sing wu fu, sing tong.
Hui fang ling lung mu gai peng.
Mu gu gai peng.
Ding wu fu.
Ho la ma ho.
You two seem to know each other.
Chung, Long Pan go to school together.
Hong Kong, you class of 28.
To the table down at Long Fong. To
Oh, well, the class reunion over. Chung, go back to kitchen.
You'll catch him later, Chung. Finish off a mouse song together.
If you care to leave now, Long Pan, I won't charge you for this visit. Show him to the door, Miss Tuttle.
Right this way, Long Pan.
Not so fast. Long Pan Lee examine body. Oh, you see, tattoo man also have picture inside coat pocket. You see, snap a shot.
My word, it's Lady Buffington.
My word, it's my wife.
My word. With Lady Buffington a snapshot is a dead man on floor, Mr. Spoonmaker. Maybe, Dr. Buffington, you explain why wife in picture snapshot with Mr. Spoonmaker.
Yes, Long Pan. Lady Buffington was mad about pictures. 3 months ago, I refused to buy her a television set. To get even with me and to see some new pictures, Lady Buffington ran off with this tattooed man, Cecil Spoonmaker.
And today, when he come into your office, you get revenge. You personally kill Cecil Spoonmaker.
How could I kill him? I wasn't even in the office when he died.
Yes, Long Pan. I told you Dr. Buffington was in the laboratory with me.
Not necessary. Doctor be in office when give patient fatal injection.
Fatal? Absurd. I merely gave him an injection of energy. Here's the bottle.
Formula on bottle K2SO4AL7. Number now changed. Butterfield 82099.
What's in that bottle?
Not energy, Missy. Bottle filled concentrated solution alum.
Alum, good heavens. I must have made a mistake.
Make a mistake on purpose, Dr. Buffington.
But how could the alum kill him?
You see on tattooed man's chest, big monkey. Paw of monkey reach up and hold Adam's apple.
The monkey's paw's right around his throat.
Exactly. Alum shrink Mr. Spoonmaker's body. As Mr. Spoonmaker shrink, monkey's paw close tighter and tighter around neck. Finally, monkey's paw choke Mr. Spoonmaker to death. You fess up, Dr. Muffington. You put tattoo man out of picture.
I'm no match for you, Long Pan. I confess, Cecil Spoonmaker stole my wife. I killed him.
Very good. No time to waste. Only 30 seconds left. Mystery solved.
Will I get the gallows, Long Pan?
Confucius say, man who shrink other man bound to go away for a long stretch. Oh, Long Pan hot tonight. Ping pong anybody? I want to thank Basil Rathbone for joining us tonight. Here's a tip-off on what they're saying in Detroit these days. The word is it will pay you Ford owners to keep your present car in top-notch condition. And the way to do that is to bring it back home for service, home to your Ford dealer. Thank you and good night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Watch as iron, magnesium, lime, and other minerals in your water blend with dirt to form a hardened film. Now watch as extra-strength Lime-A-Way dissolves that film, while the leading cleaner can't. So to clean away hardened film from any surface in your bathroom, get extra-strength Lime-A-Way. It cleans what the leading cleaner can't.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield, America's most popular two-way cigarette. What a pair. Chesterfield King Size at the new low price. Chesterfield Regular. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Mr. Dillon.
Oh, hello, Chester.
I sure am glad you're back.
I've only been gone a couple of hours.
Well, that's all it takes, a couple of hours. Oni Becker's been shot.
Huh? Oni Becker?
You know him, that little sodbuster lives out near Clear Spring.
Oh, yeah.
He's up at Doc's. You want to see him?
Yeah. Well, tell me about it, Chester.
Well, sir, all I know is he was gambling this morning over at the Texas Trail. He left there a little after noon, and then some fellas found him laying in an alley with a bullet in him.
Well, can he talk?
No, sir. He's been unconscious the whole time. But Doc's working on him in here. Oh, hello, Matt.
How is he, Doc?
He's dead, Matt. About 10 minutes ago.
Oh. Oni Becker. Now, who'd have shot a harmless little man like that?
Harmless is right. He didn't even have a pocket knife on him. And besides, he was shot in the back.
Maybe it was an accident of some kind.
Accident? Chester, I once tried to save a man who'd pulled a scythe across the back of his neck by accident. Yes, and I remember a boy who fell between the slats of a fence and got hung. But I never heard of a man shooting himself in the back by accident.
Well, I meant maybe somebody else done it.
Of course somebody else did it.
I know that. I meant by mistake.
Oh, Chester. Chester, are you sure you've been keeping your hat on when you're walking around in the sun?
Oh, you're just mad because Oni Becker died on you,
There was
Doc.
nothing I could do to save him. He bled to death. Inside.
Oh, you did what you could, Doc.
Yes, well, I think I did.
Did, Ani say anything? Anything at all?
No, Matt, he never even opened his eyes.
Well, he was shot in the back, so it wasn't anybody he was fighting with.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Dillon. Oni was fighting, or at least having an argument over a card this morning with that gambler, what's his name, Al Clovis, over at the Texas Trail.
He was. Well, why didn't you just say so before, Chester?
Well,
I never heard of this, Al Clovis.
Oh, he's only been here about a week, Doc. Chester, you wait here. I'm going over the Texas Trail.
Oh, is that you? Oh, hello, Marshal.
Hello, John.
Looking for somebody, Matt?
Oh, hiya, Kitty. Is Al Clovis here?
I was wondering when you'd get around to him.
What do you mean?
I heard about Oni Becker. And Al Clovis threatened him this noon just before Oni went out and got shot.
No.
Almost seemed like Al was trying to start a fight with him, Matt.
Where was Clovis when it happened, Kitty?
He wasn't in here.
Oh. Kitty, you know Al Clovis better than I do. Would you say he's the kind of a man who would murder Oni Becker because of an argument over cards? You know, shoot him in the back?
I don't know him that well, Matt.
Yeah, well, maybe he had another reason to kill him. If he did it.
Shooting little Oni Becker's like shooting a pet deer. Makes about as much sense.
Yeah. But usually when a man gets murdered, there's a reason of some kind for it.
You mean it'd take more than plain anger to follow a man down an alley and shoot him in the back?
Well, ordinarily it would.
Al Clovis must have wanted Oni dead for some special reason, Matt. Maybe Oni had something on him.
Yeah, maybe.
He was in here a while ago, but he left.
Well, I'll find him.
He might be at the depot, Matt.
At the depot?
He said something about going to St. Louis. Now everything's been taken care of here. I didn't know what he meant at the time, but he said it loud, and I know the train leaves at 4:30.
4:30? That's about that now, isn't it?
Well, maybe he said it just to throw you off his trail.
Yeah, well, I'll find out. I'll see you later, Kitty.
Better hurry, Matt.
This is George Fenneman. In choosing your cigarette, be sure to remember this. You will like Chesterfield best because only Chesterfield has the right combination of the world's best tobaccos. Tobaccos that are highest in quality, low in nicotine, best for you. You and I smoke for relaxation, for comfort, for satisfaction. And in the whole wide world, no cigarette satisfies like a Chesterfield. Get a carton of Chesterfield today. Chesterfield Regular, Chesterfield King Size, both at the same price in most places.
In regular or king size, you can get 'em either way. The best smoke ever made's the Chesterfield you buy today. Smokers coast to coast are changing, it's a cinch to do. Here's all you have to say to get the one that's best for you. Chesterfield's for me, Chesterfield's for me. You just say it's Chesterfield's for me.
One more car to go, Mr. Dillon. If Al Clovis ain't in there, he ain't on this train.
Well, he might have fooled us after all, Chester.
Yes, sir. He could be riding west while we're heading east. We'll never find him if he is.
Well, let's take a look into this car before we walk in, huh?
Yes, sir. Well, I sure don't see him. Not in there, I don't.
Yeah. Yeah, unless that's him down there, lying back with his hat pulled over his face.
It could be.
Well, it better be. Now, come on.
Okay, sir.
Hey, wake up, mister. Come on, wake up.
Quit bothering me. What do you want? Marshal Dillon. Huh. What are you doing here?
Keep your hands on your knees, Clovis. Tight.
Well, what's this all about, Marshal?
You carrying a gun?
Why should I carry a gun?
Stand up, Clovis. Come on, stand up.
Okay. What for?
All right, search him, Chester.
Yes, sir.
No, keep to one side of him, out of my way.
Don't you try nothing, Clovis.
Well, why should I? I told you I wasn't armed.
No, ain't nothing on him.
All right. Okay, you can sit down, Clovis.
I don't understand this, Marshal. What are you looking for?
I'm looking for the man who murdered Oni Becker this afternoon.
You mean you followed me and got on this train because you thought I killed Oni?
It's about 100 miles to Great Bend, Clovis. We'll get off there and take tomorrow's train back to Dodge.
Oh, you're making a big mistake, Marshal. While you were riding up and down on this railroad, whoever did kill Oni Becker's leaving the country for good. You'll never catch him now.
What you're trying to say is that you don't admit killing him yourself, isn't it?
I'm not a murderer, Marshal.
No, we'll see.
Oh, I know what you're thinking. You heard Oni and I had a little argument this morning.
Didn't you?
Sure. That doesn't prove anything. I argue with lots of men.
You threatened to kill him.
Ah, that was just to scare him. He was being kind of stubborn about it all. You know what those farmers are like. And I suppose it takes a stubborn man to grow potatoes.
Well, if you're so innocent, why did you announce everything had been taken care of and that you were going to St. Louis?
Did I say that, Marshal?
You know, Clovis, I can always kick you in the head and take you back to Dodge in a sack. Now, why did you run?
I'm not running. There's no reason why I should. That's the truth, Marshal.
Where were you when Oni Becker was killed?
I was wondering when you'd ask me that.
I suppose you got an alibi.
You know Mr. Botkin, don't you, Marshal?
I ought to. Botkin's run the Dodge Bank ever since it was an old whiskey barrel.
Well, I was with him in his office at the bank, Marshal. I suppose you'll take his word for it.
Yeah, sure I will.
Well, we were discussing the money I placed in the bank when I arrived in Dodge a week ago. $5,000, Marshal. Mr. Botkin is going to transfer it to St. Louis for me.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
Go up and tell the engineer to stop the train at Jane's Crossing.
Stop the train?
There's a ranch about a mile from there where we can borrow some horses.
Well, I thought you said we were spending the night at Great Bend, Marshal.
I changed my mind, Clovis. Your story doesn't make much sense, and I want to get back to Dodge and find out why.
It must be about midnight.
Sure is, and I'm tired. Haven't been on a horse in years.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so, Clovis? We'd have borrowed a wagon for you.
Never mind, Chester. You take him on down to the jail and lock him up, huh? I'm going to stop here at Mr. Botkin's house. His light's still on.
Want me to go in with you, Marshal?
I'll let you know what he has to say, Clovis. I'll be along a little while, Chester.
All right, sir.
Matt Dillon, Mr. Botkin.
Oh. Well, Marshal, come in. Come in.
I wouldn't have bothered you this late, Mr. Botkin, but I saw your light was on, and I figured you were still up.
Up? Of course I'm up. How could I sleep tonight?
Why? What's wrong?
Where have you been, Marshal? The whole town of Dodge has been looking for you. Fine time for you to be up riding off somewhere, I must say.
Well, tell me what happened.
What happened? Don't you know even yet? What are you doing here at my house?
Well, if you'll calm down, I'll tell you.
You'll tell me? I'd better tell you, Marshal. Well, you're out gallivanting around on the prairie somewheres. My bank was held up.
What?
About 5 o'clock, just as we were closing. 3 men that got away with over $25,000. Every cent of cash I had in that vault, Marshal.
Well, didn't anybody try to follow him?
No, they tied me and them cashiers up so tight they were miles out of town before we could get loose. A few men saw him leave, but they were afraid to do anything about it. And, of course, the United States Marshal, he wasn't even in town.
Did you get a look at him?
No, they were masked. Nobody I found can even identify their horses. They're just gone, Marshal, with $25,000.
Look, Mr. Botkin, I came here to ask you a question. It might have something to do with your bank being robbed.
Oh? Well, what is it?
Was Al Clovis with you in your office about noon today?
Clovis? Yes, he was for a couple of hours. Why?
He had some money on deposit?
Yeah, that $5,000 cash. Of course, that's gone, too. That's part of the money they took. I'm afraid Clovis is broke now, along with me and a lot of other people.
Well, maybe he isn't as broke as you think.
Oh, he's broke. Unless you can get that money back, Marshal.
Look, I got an idea. I might find it for you, Mr. Botkin. And it won't take very long, either.
Well, I got Clovis all locked up, Mr. Dillon. He won't be taking no more trains for a while.
Good.
What'd you find out from Mr. Botkin?
And I'll tell you and Clovis at the same time, Chester.
Well, he's right in the first cell.
Well, Marshal, come to turn me loose.
Mr. Botkin says your alibi's good, Clovis.
If you'd have believed me in the first place, you'd have saved us all a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Well, let me out. I don't want to spend the night here.
You better get used to it, Clovis. You're going to be spending a lot of nights in here.
What?
At least a month or two of them.
No. They can't keep me here, Marshal. It's illegal.
Is it?
Of course it is.
Well, maybe you know more about the law than I do, Clovis, but I run this jail, and you're going to stay here a long time. And what's more, I'm going to tell the whole town where you are. Come on, Chester.
Marshal, I demand to be released at once. Now come back here. It'll cost you your job if you keep me here.
Shut the door, Chester.
Marshal, you can't do this. Marshal!
You really gonna keep him locked up, Mr. Dillon?
I am.
But he ain't done nothing. I mean, if Mr. Botkin said he is with him...
Well, Clovis didn't kill only Becker, if that's what you mean.
Well, then why don't you turn him loose?
Chester, the bank was robbed of $25,000 today.
It was?
Yeah, just after we got on the train. Looks to me like Oni Becker was murdered just to get me to follow Al Clovis out of town.
Well...
We'll find out in a few minutes. I don't think Clovis can stand the idea of sitting in jail while his partners ride off with all that money.
You mean he was supposed to get out of here and meet them as soon as his alibi was made good, huh?
That's the only way it makes sense to me.
Marshal? Marshal Dillon?
Well, it didn't take as long as I thought. Come on.
Marshal, I got to talk to you.
All right, go ahead.
You really gonna keep me in jail here? You mean that?
That's all you wanted. Don't bother me again.
No, don't go, Marshal.
What do you want, then? It's late, Clovis. I want to get to bed.
Marshal, I'll make you a deal.
About what?
If I help you get back whatever was stolen from the bank today, can I keep my $5,000 out of it?
How did you know the bank was robbed, Clovis?
You're smart, Marshal. I can tell you got this all figured, holding me in jail and all. But I'm smart, too.
Are you?
Smart enough to know you need me as much as I need you. You'll never find those men without me, Marshal. But I can take you to where they are, and I'll identify them for you.
Why?
All I want out of it is my $5,000. Now, that's mine. You can do what you like with the rest.
The court will have to decide about your $5,000, not me.
Will you think there's a chance I might get it?
Well, I don't know. But you're a gambler, aren't you?
It'll help my showing you where they are, won't it?
Yeah, it'll help.
Okay. I'm supposed to meet them tonight or early tomorrow, Marshal. They won't wait longer than that.
All right, who are they, Clovis?
They're not friends of mine, Marshal. I never saw them before 2 weeks ago in St. Louis. And they're all hiding behind summer names.
Yeah. How far's away the meeting place?
It's an old cabin, about 20 miles from here.
They there now?
Nobody stopped them here, did they?
No. Thanks to you.
But I'm helping you now, Marshal.
If I find your partners, you are. Chester, go get our horses.
We going out there tonight, Mr. Dillon?
Would you rather try it in broad daylight, Chester?
No, sir.
One-way cigarettes, one size, that is, are almost obsolete because they just don't give smokers what they want. Either way, you'll like Chesterfield best. It's America's most popular two-way cigarette because only Chesterfield gives you the right combination of the world's best tobaccos. Tobaccos that are highest in quality, low in nicotine, best for you. You and I smoke for relaxation, for comfort, for satisfaction. And in the whole wide world, no cigarette satisfies like a Chesterfield. You smoke with the greatest possible pleasure when your cigarette is Chesterfield. Yes, these 6 words, highest in quality, low in nicotine, mean Chesterfield is best for you. Get a carton of Chesterfield. Chesterfield Regular, Chesterfield King Size. Both at the same price in most places.
You sure you can find this cabin, Clovis?
I made the ride out here one night just to be sure.
I swear I can't hardly see nothing. I wish that moon wasn't all scudded up with clouds.
Chester, you still don't understand that if you can see them, they can see you.
That's right. I know. You're right, Mr. Dillon. It sure looks like rain, though.
We're almost there.
Good.
Marshal.
Yeah.
How are you going to take them? 3 men.
What's the matter, Clovis? You getting scared?
You know what they'll do to me if you don't take them, Marshal.
Like I said, you're a gambler, aren't you?
Look, why don't you give me a gun? I'll help you.
We'll manage.
You can trust me, Marshal. I'm on your side now.
Clovis, I wouldn't trust a man like you if you were in church praying.
Wait. Somewhere over there. Ooh. Yeah. There it is. That little clump of elder. The cabin's in there, eh? You see the light?
Yeah. Are you sure that's it?
Of course I am.
Okay, let's get out. Chester, I'm going to go up on foot and have a look. You stay here with Clovis.
Okay, sir.
What if they hear him and come out and shoot him?
Mr. Dillon ain't exactly green at this game, Clovis.
They wouldn't kill me. They'd burn me or something first.
Can't blame them much.
I wish I'd stayed in jail. Wished I'd let him keep the money. Something's sure to go wrong here. Unless maybe I outsmart him.
You ain't gonna outsmart nobody, Clovis, so forget about it.
Okay.
I declare I never seen a darker night than this is.
No. Neither did I. Here, get off. Get off.
What's the matter?
It's my horse. He's standing on my foot.
We'll push him off.
I can't. Now help me, Chester.
No, for pity's sake.
Come on. Ow.
Move him. That's all you gotta do. Back. Here, what are you doing? Clovis?
I got your gun, Chester. Now shut up. Don't move.
You give
Shut
me
up,
that
I said.
gun.
That's better. Hey, what's that?
Thunder, Clovis. You'll be hearing a different kind when Mr. Dillon gets back here.
He's not coming back here. We're going to him. And if he shoots anybody, it'll be you, because you're going to be right in front of me. Like this. All right. Start walking, Chester. Go on. That's far enough. Stop here. We'll pick up the marshal now and go on to the cabin. I'll call him and tell him how you're fixed. Go on, call him.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon? He ain't nowhere around
Yes,
here.
he is. Tell him. Go on.
Clovis got my gun, Mr. Dillon.
Tell him if he doesn't walk over here with his hands up, I'll shoot you.
He's going to take us both to the cabin, Mr. Dillon. He says he'll shoot me.
You heard him, Marshal. And I'll kill him sure if you try anything.
He ain't close enough. I tell you, he's probably clear up there at the cabin.
Okay, start walking, Chester. Straight ahead. Once I get you inside the cabin, he'll have to give up. Unless he wants you dead.
You hurt, Chester?
No, sir. His gun just went off when you hit him.
All right, get the gun quick. Come on.
I got it, Mr. Dillon.
All right, let's get up to that cabin. They know we're out here now.
Oh, they're getting away, Mr. Dillon. They're gone.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. I just don't know what to say.
Then don't say anything. Let's try to find our horses. We'll get Clovis later.
We'll never find them horses in the dark this way.
Rain. Well, that's it. There won't be a track left now. Well, there go 3 killers and $25,000.
Dillon, I just feel awful about this.
How'd he get your gun away from you anyway?
Well, see, he said his horse was standing on his foot, so
you walked up and let him pull your gun right out of the holster, huh?
Yes, sir, that's about the way it happened. Dillon, you should have let him take me into that cabin. They'd have killed me, but you could have caught them. They wouldn't have got away like they did.
Yeah, I know. I was close enough to hear what Clovis said.
Well, then why'd you save me? Everything would have been okay.
Oh, yeah, everything would have been okay. Oh, most everything, Chester. Well, let's just don't stand here in the rain talking about it. Come on.
My, what a terrible mess.
It was my choice, Chester. Not yours.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Dillon. Mr. Dillon? Would you like a whorehound drop?
L&M filters are sweeping the country, and the reason's simple. No filter compares with L&M's exclusive Miracle Tip for quality or for effectiveness. And notice how easy it draws. You get much more flavor, much less nicotine. Yes, only L&M gives you effective filtration, and no other cigarette has it. Our statement of quality goes unchallenged. L&M is America's highest quality and best filter tip cigarette. Buy L&M's, now king size or regular, both at the same low price.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner and Lawrence Dobkin. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Remember, next week at this same time, Chesterfield will bring you another transcribed story of the Western frontier on Gunsmoke.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Billy, what you doing?
I'm watching Wheel of Fortune.
Dinner soon.
Ready to solve the puzzle?
Wheelies.
That's correct! And you won the grand prize!
Billy, where'd you get that?
Wheelies.
There's no such thing as wheelies.
It's a really great show. Tonight at 6:30.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
Jell-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Cry, Baby, Cry. This is the day of the Easter parade, and there's a cheerful feeling in the air. Perky new hats, gay flowers, everything reflects the spirit of carefree spring. It's a day of color, and if you serve Jell-O for your Easter dessert, you were right in the spirit of things. For a shimmering mold of bright, clear Jell-O is mighty gay and cheerful. The glowing reds of strawberry, raspberry, or cherry Jell-O, shiny orange, golden lemon, or sea green lime, you have a regular rainbow to choose from. And no matter which flavor you select, you're sure of a masterpiece. For Jell-O tastes as good as it looks. It's crammed with delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor. The flavor from fresh, ripe fruit. It's put there by a special process. It's sealed right in so it can't get out. It's caught and held for you to enjoy the minute you taste a shimmering spoonful. A delight to the eye and a thrill to the taste. That's Jell-O. But be absolutely sure you do get genuine Jell-O with that extra-rich fruit flavor. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. That was Cry, Baby, Cry, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who is celebrating Easter with a new suit, new shirt, new tie, and new shoes that squeak, Jack Benny.
Yes, sir. Thanks. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, who is also looking for a new announcer. And listen, Don, it was nice of you to mention my Easter outfit, but it so happens that my shoes do not squeak. They might chirp a little because they're happy. But they do not squeak.
Why, Jack, I heard you when you came into the studio. You sounded like a rusty beer sign in the wind.
Now, Don, every new shoe has a little something to say, but I repeat, mine do not squeak.
All right, then, just walk around the microphone and see what happens.
Okay, Smarty.
Well, what do you think of your shoes now?
Well, naturally, they're a little nervous. It's the first time they've ever been on the air. But say, Don, you're kind of dolled up for Easter yourself. That's a nice-looking suit you're wearing.
Well, thanks, Jack. I just bought it last week.
It's very snappy. Where'd you get it?
Well, Hart Schaffner and Marks made the pants.
Hart Schaffner and Marks. I knew it wasn't a one-man job. Did they, Did they make the coat, too?
Well, Jack, they put in a bid on it, but I finally awarded the contract to the Tri-State Construction Company.
Oh, yes, they also did the Boulder Dam, or something big. Say, Don, come here a minute. Look at Phil standing over there. Isn't it disgraceful the way he comes dressed on a holiday?
Well, it isn't very good taste.
Come here, Phil. What is it, Jack? You want to know a funny thing? Here I bother to get all dressed up for Easter with a new suit and shoes and spend hours fixing myself up. And you come to the studio with slacks, an old sport coat, and no necktie.
Yeah, and you want to know another funny thing?
What?
I still look better than you do.
You do not. And I'll leave it to anyone here. In fact, I'll leave it to the boys in your band. Which of us is dressed better for Easter?
What do they know? They tried to buy firecrackers today.
Well, that's a nice organization you've got. Don't tell me they all thought today was the 4th of July.
No, the drummer held out for St. Patrick's Day.
Oh. Yes, I see the shamrock on the cymbal. Well, Phil, your boys might be mixed up about holidays, but when it comes to music, they're mixed up. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Happy Easter.
Thanks. Same to you, kid.
Gee, you look so cute in the Easter parade this morning, all dressed up in your new spring suit.
Oh, I wasn't out there to show off or anything. I like to walk down the boulevard on Easter. Everybody does.
So you were in the parade this morning, huh, Jack?
I certainly was.
You should have seen him, fella, strutting along with a cane on his hand and a flower in his lapel, and he was wearing the swellest derby hat.
Oh, Mary.
Way down over his ears.
Well, it was a little too big. I bought it before I got my hair cut like a darn fool.
And you should have seen that funny double-breasted suit he was wearing.
Well, what was wrong with it? That coat fit me like a dummy in a window.
Well, you should have stayed there.
Well, after all, Mary, I don't have to spend a fortune for a little Easter outfit.
You're right, Jack.
Yeah.
Tell him what happened on the boulevard this morning.
Never mind that.
What was it, Mary?
Well, Jack was strutting along in his new suit, proud as a peacock.
I was just walking.
Go ahead, Mary.
Well...
Oh, you're silly.
Well, he was walking along, and all of a sudden, a man behind him sneezed.
He sneezed, eh? And then what happened?
Jack's coat shrunk 4 inches.
Oh, well.
Is that right, Jack?
Yeah, before I could say Gesundheit, I was nearly strangled. Anyway, what if it did shrink a little? Who cares?
Oh, Jack.
Oh, hello, Kenny.
Come here a minute, will you?
What is it?
Well, come over here. It's important.
I can imagine. Okay. Oh, darn these shoes. Huh?
Hey, what's that noise?
A squeak at Oxford.
All right, now what is it, Kenny?
Well, I did something last week, and I don't know whether I ought to tell you.
Well, you called me over here, didn't you?
Well, if I tell you, will you promise you won't fire me for it?
Yes, I promise. What did you do?
Well, I listened to Fred Allen Wednesday night.
Oh, you mean the guy that wears flour sack scandies? Well, Kenny, I don't care who you listen to.
I heard Fred Allen, too, Jack, and the way he ran you down, you ought to do something about it.
Well, I'll admit he is a bit of a nuisance, but what can I do?
Why don't you have him bumped off?
Bumped off?
You know, take him for a drive.
Drive? You mean ride. Take him for a drive.
Well, you ought to do something about it. Alan keeps saying you're cheap all the time.
Oh, he does, eh? Well, he's got a lot of nerve to talk about me. Any man that'll open a can of sardines, eat them, and then save the tails for hash, well... Glad I didn't blow that line, too. Don't tell me about that guy.
Yeah, and another thing. He said your toupee didn't fit.
Now, that's a big lie because I don't even wear one. Mary, look at the top of my head. What do you see there?
A parking lot.
Well, let's forget my head and Alan and everything else. Go ahead and sing your song, Kenny.
Okay.
Oh, Jack, wait a minute. I just thought of something awful.
What's that?
Here it is, Easter, and I forgot to write a poem.
Well, Mary, what will people think? Now, you go ahead and write one while Kenny sings, and work hard on it.
Oh, her and her old poems.
Oh, yeah, you and your old songs.
Well, my songs are better than your poems.
Now, children! Sing, Kenny. Oh, me and my new shoes. I'm sorry I tore off that guarantee.
There's a song in the air, but the fair senorita doesn't seem to care for the song in the air. So I'll sing to the mule if you're sure she won't think that I am just a fool serenading a mule. She listens carefully to each little tune I play. La bella senorita, she'd love to sing it too if only she knew the way. There's a light in her eye, though she may try to hide it, she cannot deny there's a light in her eye. Oh, the charm of her smile so beguiled Don Diego that he rode a mile for the charm of her smile. Amigo mio, is she listening to my song? La bella senorita, she'd love to sing it too if only she knew the way. But try as she may, in her voice there's a flaw, and all that the lady can say is Senorita, donkeycita, not so fleet as a mosquito, but so sweet like my Chiquita, you're the one for me.
That was Donkey Serenade from the Firefly, sung by Kenny Baker. Donkey Serenade. It's kind of a silly title, isn't it, Kenny?
Silly?
Sure. After all, who would serenade a donkey?
A jackass, Jack.
Well, hey, That's right, come to think of it. Hey, Mary, are you coming along with your poem?
I need one more verse. I'll be through in a minute.
Well, hurry it up. We haven't got anything to do here.
Oh, we haven't, eh? Well, ladies and gentlemen, while you're waiting for Miss Livingston's poem, why don't you skip out in your kitchen and prepare a dish of Jell-O? It's tempting, easy to make, and comes in 6 delicious flavors.
I'm all finished, Don.
Well, I'm not. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. Look for the big red letters on the box.
Oh, happy Easter, happy Easter. You are
Well,
with
wait
us,
a
huh?
minute, Mary. Wait a minute. Take it easy. Now, what's the name of your poem?
Easter Greetings by Mary O. Livingston.
Now, what's the O for?
Oh, happy Easter, happy Easter. You are with us once again. With your Easter eggs so tempting, summer candy, summer hen.
Well, that makes sense, yeah.
Boys and girls all dressed up pretty parade the streets in every city and all show off their Easter stuff, even though it's on the cuff.
Now, that's a little too personal, I think, Mary.
I like to smell your Easter lilies. Your hot cross buns I love to tackle.
Oh.
Your rabbits all lay eggs, they say. But, gee, I never heard one cackle.
Tackle. Now, that's just loony.
Say, Jack, did Longfellow work with a stooge?
No.
Then keep still. Last verse.
That's good.
So I salute you, Happy Easter, with one hip hip and 2 hurrahs. Until you come next year to greet us, I say farewell. The end. Applause.
Well, you got a nice hand there, Mary, but you asked for it. Do you think that's ethical?
No, but it's sure.
Oh, yeah. Well, you got something there. There's nothing like going after it yourself.
Say, Jack.
Yes, Phil?
What are we stalling for? When are we going to do something interesting?
Well, Phil, we're doing the best we can. If it's dull here, why don't you pick up your orchestra and go home?
That's what I say.
Thanks, Kenny, and mind your own business. He always comes to at the wrong time.
What I meant, Jack, are we going to do a play tonight?
No, Phil, we don't have to do a play every Sunday night. What is this, a stock company?
No, but I just thought we ought to.
Well, putting on a play week after week is no picnic, you know.
But people seem to like them.
Yes, but gee whiz, do you think it's easy? Do you think it's necessary?
It's none of my business.
I'm talking to Phil. Kenneth. Anyway, fellas, I'll tell you what I've planned to do, and it's a surprise. We're going to cut the program short tonight, and I'm going to treat you all to the Al G. Barnes Sells Floto Circus. Now, what do you think of that? Yes, sir. Now, remember, fellas, it's my treat. A man gave me 5 passes for tonight's show.
Passes? How'd you get them?
Well, I've got a friend with the circus, and besides, I let him put posters up all over my new house. You know? I won't be moving in for quite a while, you know.
Say, Jack, you know, I happened to drive by your new house last night. It's coming along fine, isn't it?
Yeah, and you notice all those circus posters with lions and snakes and zebras all over them?
Yes, sir. I threw my jug right out the window.
Oh, you did, huh? Well, tonight you're invited to see the real thing. We'll have a lot of fun, too.
I'm terribly sorry, Jack. I'd love to go, but I got a blind date tonight.
Oh, you and your blind date. Well, I guess you're stuck, Phil. How about going now, fellas? We'll just about make it.
Oh, sure, I think we better hurry.
Wait a minute. Come in. Well.
Hiya, Buck.
Well, hello, Andy. Say, you're just in time. We're all going to the circus, and I got a pass for you, too. You want to come along?
Sure, Buck. I got an aunt with that show. She's the bearded lady.
Your aunt? How did she happen to become a bearded lady?
Oh, she just got tired of shaving one day.
Oh, well, come on, let's go. Oh, by the way, Andy, I meant to ask you, did your pa buy that airplane you were telling me about?
Oh, sure. He's been flying around in it all week.
Already? Say, he's learning fast, isn't he?
Yeah, too fast. Yesterday he was practicing a loop-the-loop and he fell out.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, lucky thing he had on a parachute.
Well, I'll say it was lucky.
Too bad he forgot to open it.
What? My goodness, he fell right down to the ground, eh? Gee, he must have hit it pretty hard.
I'll say he did. He swallowed his chewing tobacco.
Well, I'm glad it was nothing more serious.
Come on, Jack, let's go.
All right, wait, let's see if I've got the passes. Yeah, we're all set. Come on, fellas.
Boy, get out of my way.
Hey, Phil, take care of the show from now on.
Okay. Well, fellas, let's play the next number and go home.
What'll we play?
Oh, anything. Squeaky shoes won't know the difference. You ready, boys? Wait a minute, hold everything. Come in.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Have you got a blind date tonight?
Yes, I have.
Well, don't keep Mama out late. Goodbye.
All right, boys. Play slow. I'm in no hurry.
Well, fellas, here we are. There's a big crowd, so everybody stick close to me.
We've got a little time to kill before the big show goes on.
Well, what'll we do first?
I want to see the elephant.
I want to get my girl's name tattooed on my chest.
What's her name, Kenny?
Genevieve Kreuzenborgen Pepper.
You better get another girl or a bigger chest. It's a fine name.
Where's the fat lady? I'd like to see her.
She'd like to see you, too. Hey, she'd go for you.
Oh, Jack.
What?
Look at the India rubber man over there.
Oh, yes. Hey, that is the India rubber man. Huh?
He must have a cold.
A cold? Why?
He just tied his nose in a knot.
Say, I must try that sometime. It'll save handkerchiefs.
Hey, fellas, get a load of the wild man of Borneo.
Look at him there in that cage.
He's a tough-looking mug. Let's go over and talk to him.
Goo, 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 goo. Dow!
Oh, boy, he is ferocious. Hello, wild man. Tell me, what makes you so wild?
It's town hall tonight.
Oh. Very well, I can understand that.
Balloons. Get them out of there blowing up. Balloons.
Oh, Jack, buy me a balloon.
Yeah, I want one too, that pretty pink one.
Say, that is pretty. Do you want a balloon, Kenny?
Nah, that's for children. I want a Tom Collins.
Kenny, you don't even know what a Tom Collins is.
I do, too. It's a hard-boiled lemonade.
All right, stop showing off.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Why, Rochester.
I thought you was at NBC Broadcasting.
Yeah, and I thought you were home where you should be, working.
Well, here we are at the circus.
Well, now that you're here, you can stay, but don't let it happen again.
Yes, sir. Say, boss,
Well?
are you in the mood for a little conference in the field of finance?
Oh, so you're broke again, eh? What happened to that $5 I gave you last night?
The what?
I gave you $5 last night. Now, what did you do with it?
I sent that out to fight the recession.
Now, tell me the truth, Rochester. What did you do with that money?
I went to the barber shop.
Now, that's ridiculous. How could you spend $5 in a barber shop?
The barber threw a 7.
Well, here's $1. That's all you're going to get. Now run along.
Thanks, boss. Here comes Josephine.
That boy can't hold on to a dime.
Gee, I'm hungry. I'm going over and get a hot dog.
Yeah, me too.
I could go for one myself.
Hot dogs. Get your hot dogs here. Get them while they're red hot.
Hey, I thought you were selling balloons.
Wait till you taste the hot dogs.
Oh, I see. Well, we don't want any.
Hey, Jack, look. They're lining up the freaks for the sideshow.
Right this way, ladies and gentlemen. Our sideshow is about to begin. We have with us the greatest and most stupendous aggregation of freaks and curiosities this world has ever seen.
Come on, fellas, let's get a load of this.
And now, right over here on my right, we have Elmer, the living skeleton. Why, this man is so thin we can't weigh him. Keeps blowing off the scale.
A living skeleton. I'll bet he weighs 150 pounds.
Go on, your shoes squeak.
How does he know?
Now, over here on my left, we have Mademoiselle Lulu, the greatest snake charmer that ever made a cobra say uncle.
Well, hello, Lulu.
Hello, Andy.
Why, Andy, do you know the snake charmer?
Sure, I used to know her when she played with worms.
Oh, way back when, eh?
And right over here, we have one of the greatest novelties on the face of the globe. Sailor Smith, the tattooed man. Pictures from head to toe.
Tattooed man. Why, there's hardly a mark on his body.
We sent him to the laundry and shut up.
Shut up yourself, you old windbag.
And right over here, ladies and gentlemen, we have a new attraction. The man with the pin head.
Where?
I'm looking at you.
Oh.
Why don't you keep quiet, Jack?
The nerve of that guy saying I had a head like a pin.
Yeah, how could he tell with your hat on?
Wise guy.
And now, folks, last but not least, for the real sensation of the evening, we have with us none other than that famous Oriental dancer, Princess Zaza, direct from Cairo, Egypt. Yes, sir, she dances. She shakes and she quivers.
Oh, boy, that's my dish.
Kenny.
Right inside, folks. Princess Zaza goes on immediately.
Come on, fellas, let's go in.
Yeah.
See you later, you little cut-up.
Wait a minute, Jack. We haven't time to go in here. The big show starts right away.
Yeah, we got to go over there, darn it.
Have you got your passes, Jack?
Here they are. I've got to exchange them at the box office. Well, here we are, fellas.
Yes, sir. How many?
I'd like to exchange these for tickets. I've got 5 passes. Here you are.
Listen, buddy, these passes are good, all right, but not for tonight. These are for the matinee.
Matinee. The man that gave them to me said they were for tonight.
I can't help what he said. These are for the matinee.
Matinee or no matinee? What's the fine how do you? I'm going right home and rip those posters off my house.
Go ahead. We're leaving town tonight anyway.
Well, this is the dirtiest trick that I've
Now,
ever...
move along, buddy. We're holding up the line there.
Well, I've never heard of such a rotten thing in all my life.
Oh, Jack, why haggle about it? Why don't you buy tickets?
Sure, Buck, a couple of dollars won't
Now,
break
listen, fellas, it's not the money, it's the principle of the thing.
Oh, come on, Jack, come on. If you feel that way about it, I'll buy the ticket.
Oh, no, Don. You can take us out to supper later. But we're going to get into this circus for nothing. Now, follow me.
Hey, the main entrance is over that way.
I know what I'm doing. They're not going to put anything over on me. Come on around to the back. Now, quiet, everybody. I'll show those guys. Now, look nonchalant, fellas.
I know what's coming.
Now, wait. Here's a good place. Lift the tent, Kenny, and we'll all crawl under.
Oh, gee whiz.
Jack, we don't want to do this.
Oh, don't be afraid. Now, come on. Now, listen, fellas. Mary, Kenny, and I will go in first. And, Don, you and Andy can watch until I give you the signal to come in. Now, come on. Follow me under the tent. Woo! Kenny, don't push. Now, quiet, everybody.
Gee, this is like going to the circus with Harry Lauder.
All right, here we are, up on your feet. Well, here we are on the inside. What's wrong with this?
Hey, Jack, look at these bars over here. What are they for?
That's a cage, Kenny. There are lions on the other side.
Oh, yeah? Turn around, Jack.
Oh, for goodness sake!
Oh, hey! Come on,
Kenny, wait for me! Jack, go away! Calling Frank Buck! Calling Frank Buck!
Something new, something different, something swell to eat. And here it is, and you'll all want to try it. It's called golden apricot pie, the most unusual dessert you've served in a long time. Made with delicious orange jello combined with apricots, and it's easy to make, and here's what you do. First, dissolve 1 package of orange jello in hot water and chill until thickened. Then combine half a pound of cooked dried apricots with a 1/4 cup of sugar. Fold the apricots into the thickened jello and turn into a cold baked pie shell. Chill until firm, cover with whipped cream, and give your family a grand new treat. For golden apricot pie is really swell. Fragrant, fruit-rich orange jello molded with apricots under a blanket of fluffy whipped cream. A beautiful combination to look at, a delicious one to taste. Just be sure to make your apricot pie with genuine jello, for only jello brings you jello's extra rich fruit flavor. So try this delicious new pie for dessert. Order jello from your grocer tomorrow.
The last number of the 29th program of the new Jello series. And we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Well, folks, I'm all out of breath, but I got away from that lion. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that next Sunday night we are going to present the highlight of our entire season. We are going to offer our version of Walt Disney's greatest film success, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. So be sure and listen in.
Say, Jack, have you seen the picture yet?
No, Mary, but I'm going to see it tonight. I've got passes. Do you want to come along?
No, I'm not going to sneak under the Carthay Circle.
Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L.
Here's an important announcement. Starting this week, Robert L. Ripley's Believe It or Not program will be heard Tuesday night instead of Saturday over most of these same stations. Be sure to see your local newspaper for the new time. Daylight saving begins in some parts of the country next Sunday. This will bring a change in time for the Jello program on some of these stations. Consult your local newspaper for schedule of your station. Kenny Baker appears on the Jello program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Brian Ahern, Madeline Carroll, Louis Hayward, and Josephine Hutchinson in My Son, My Son. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Not long ago, a novel by Howard Spring called My Son, My Son rolled up an impressive record at the bookseller's box office. It was a powerful book, a dual love story with characters so real and sharp that the public itself began to cast the motion picture that was sure to be made. And it was made by producer Edward Small. The picture will be released nationally by United Artists within a few weeks. And tonight we invite you to hear our radio adaptation of My Son, My Son, with the same stars you'll see on the screen. Brian Ahern, Madeline Carroll, Louis Hayward, and Josephine Hutchinson. It's a real thrill to me, week after week, to invite you who use Lux Toilet Soap to the radio premiere of plays like My Son, My Son. But the women in our audience know that every week and every day there's another invitation from Lux Toilet Soap, an invitation to beauty. Two of our stars covered some thousands of miles in reaching this stage tonight. Madeline Carroll, who came back from Europe to star for me with Gary Cooper in Northwest Mounted Police, arrived just in time to do double duty. by recreating her original role in tonight's play. Brian Ahern, after many consecutive months before the camera, had gone to New York on an actor's holiday. He was vacationing on Broadway, seeing plays. With the assistance of the telephone, we persuaded Brian that he was on the wrong side of the footlights. So we saw one more matinee and flew back to Hollywood post-haste to rehearse for tonight's production. Fortunately, Louis Hayward and Josephine Hutchinson were right here in town, so we were able to corral all 4 stars of the picture for tonight's performance. My Son is a drama of a father and son and their conflict over one woman. Brian Ahern and Louis Hayward are the father and son, and Madeline Carroll the girl, who innocently comes between them. We give you now a drama of strong wills and the equally strong emotions of people you won't soon forget. The house lights go down and the curtain goes up on the first act of My Son, starring Brian Ahern as William Essex, Madeline Carroll as Livia Vainall, Louis Hayward as Oliver Essex, and Josephine Hutchinson as Nellie. Manchester, England, 1889. A murky dawn hovers over the smoke-encrusted chimneys of cotton mills and rooming houses and steals slowly through the grimy window of a dreary attic room. There, in the yellow glow of a kerosene lamp, a young man sits writing at a desk. On the cover of the ruled book in which he writes is the neatly printed legend, Personal Journal of William Essex. His pen moves slowly across the page and stops. At last he blows out the lamp, and in the gray light of the window, studies what he has written.
November the 2nd, 1889. Somehow it seems proper that I start my journal on this day, for leaving this drab old lodging house must surely mark a milestone in my life. It has been so symbolic of a discouraging past. I have lived, or rather existed, here in these quarters for almost 3 years. I and my old friend, Dermot O'Riordan. During this time, I have chosen to call myself a writer, though the first of my manuscripts has yet to see the glory of print. While Dermot has forged ahead with his usual energy and is well on the road to becoming the finest young cabinet maker in England. Today, however, our ways must part. For today, Dermot O'Riordan is to be married. It is almost 5 o'clock, and I must wait him.
Holy heaven of all the days to cut myself shaving. My own wedding day. Will, my lad, have you a piece of paper to stick in my chin?
Yes, of course. Here you are, Dermot.
That? I can't use that. It's part of your new book.
Use it. It's all it's good for.
There you go now. Let an old man discouragement ride your shoulders. Well, you've got talent and imagination and heart. Why, man, the whole world is open for you to write about.
It's easy for you to talk, Dermot. You work in wood and you get paid for what you do. But who'll pay me to write? I had to take a job in a bakery shop so that I can write on the side.
But you've got it in you. Look, Will, a spider spins its web out of its own insides. Now you've got to dig down and pull it out of your heart and your body. The things you know, and you will. Holy heaven, will you heart of the time it is? Are we all packed?
Yes, all but the trunk to be closed.
That is a wonderful thing I'm doing today. And a sad thing, too. Leaving you all alone, Will Essex. But I'll make up for it, I swear. I'll name my second son after you.
Your second son?
Well, the first is after my father, Rory. It's the best I can do for you, Will. That's the thing, eh, Will? A son. A son to teach the beautiful ways of life to.
If ever I have a son, he'll not live a life like mine. I'll get him out of here. Out of the slums.
Oh, it's not my son's body I'm thinking of, but his spirit.
What chance has anybody's spirit in a stinking, starving place like this? My son will have something worth living for.
And so will mine. But it won't be money.
Well, that's a fine thing to be getting in a rage about. The future of our unborn sons.
Isn't it now? I'm ashamed of myself.
We won't quarrel, Dermot. And if ever we do, we'll never part without a handshake. Eh?
It's a bargain, Will.
Well, you better be away now.
As soon as I bring Sheila back from Liverpool, I'll come to see you.
Oh, of course. Here's your coat.
Now, mind you, find a good place for yourself to live.
Oh, I'll be all right.
Sure, you'll be all right. Both of us will be all right. Remember the lad with the banner. Excelsior!
Onward and upward.
That's it, onward and upward. Me with my hands and you with your head. Goodbye, Will.
Goodbye, Dermot. Good luck. May the 3rd, 1890. Another important milestone for my journal. The most important since Dermot and Sheila were married. For this time, it's another marriage that I write of. My own. Nellie Muscrop and I were married today. It's strange, in a way, how it all came about. working in her father's bakery shop and seeing her every day, never dreaming one day she would be my wife. But since her father died, Nellie has been very lonely, and I hope that I may bring her happiness and be worthy of the trust she has put in me. We shall continue to manage the bakery shop, of course, and at nights and in my spare time, I hope to continue with my writing. Although I'm afraid Nellie shows little enthusiasm for my new novel. But I feel it's my best effort to date. I pray it may be as good as I think, and the start of a new existence for me and for my wife.
William, there's a parcel come for you.
All right, I'm coming. I think the baking's about done, Nellie. Hello, what's this?
A parcel from Jordan and Company, whoever they may be.
Why, they're my publishers. Oh, it's my book. Oh, why didn't you tell me sooner?
It only just came, William.
Quick, hand me a knife. Oh, look, Nellie, look. 1, 2, 3, 6 copies. Oh, it's not real. I can't believe it. I'm dreaming. A Lancashire Lad by William Essex. Oh, look at it. Look at it. Feel it. Oh, smell it. Printer's ink. The perfume of the gods.
William, please don't make fun of the scriptures. You know I don't like it.
Oh, Nellie, let's go and see Dermot and Sheila tonight and celebrate.
Not tonight, William.
Why not?
You know I have chapel tonight.
Oh, Nellie, can't you miss it? Just this once.
But I haven't missed chapel since I was 14.
Oh, well. All right, Nellie.
Anyway, I don't believe they'd want us over tonight. It's enough to get along without visitors with a new baby in the house.
Oh, yes, of course, young Rory. I don't suppose my book could create much of a stir against that kind of competition anyway. Well, I have my book, and Dermot has his son. He's a lucky man, Dermot.
William, do you envy Dermot?
Oh, no, I don't think so. Why?
I didn't mean to tell you so soon, but you needn't envy him.
Nellie, do you mean it? Are we really going to have a child?
I've prayed for one. I knew how much it would mean to you.
Oh, Nellie.
William, please. What if someone came in and saw you kissing him?
Oh, what does it matter? I think a man might do anything the night he learns he's going to have a son.
A son? It might not be a son.
Oh, it must be a son. It must be. April the 14th, 1892. My son was born today. Tom, the piper's son, learned to play when he was young, but the only tune that he could play was a whittle and all right, Oliver, all right.
Do you mind the day we were at each other's throats over our unborn sons? And now here they are, as if it were the most natural thing in the world.
The most natural and the most wonderful. You know, Dermot, they talk about the miracle of motherhood, but no one ever writes songs or poems about the miracle of fatherhood. The man sees bits of knitting about the house, socks and things which look as if they might fit a canary, and then one day he's kicked out like a homeless cat. And after a century or two, somebody shows him a bundle that might be Mrs. Flanagan's watch. He takes it fearfully in his arms at first, but immediately he touches it, something happens to him. His heart melts, and his bones turn to water, and he's a slave to it for the rest of his life. Look, Dermot, look, the wonder of it. This little hand of Oliver's, this little hand into which I shall pour the world. I'll work my fingers to the bone to give him everything he asks for. I'll write book after book, and there'll be rungs of a ladder for him to climb on. He shall have everything. Everything. July the 20th, 1901. I suppose I shall be a very happy man today, for my 10th book has just been delivered in galley proofs, and I dare say it's my best to date. But things have not been going too well at home. Nellie is convinced that I am spoiling Oliver, and calls to witness all his minor indiscretions of the last 2 years, which I am sure are nothing but schoolboy pranks. Oliver's a spirited lad, and does at times get out of hand. But I know this is natural with all healthy young animals, and I wouldn't have him otherwise.
It's true, I tell you. Oliver stole Rory's book. Stole it.
Now, Nellie, please, let me handle this. Oliver, come here. Now, did you steal Rory's book?
Steal it? No, Father.
Oliver, don't lie to your father. I saw the whole thing myself.
But, Oliver, the book was in your bookcase. You must have put it there.
Oh, yes, I put it there. But I didn't steal it. I took it because it was Rory's.
I don't understand, Oliver.
Don't you see? I love Rory, and I wanted to have something belonging to him. Something that he loves.
William, can't you see that he's lying?
Nellie, please.
I didn't mean to do wrong. You do believe me, don't you, Father?
Yes. I believe you, Oliver.
Oh, Father.
Oliver, go into your bedroom.
Yes, Mother.
What are you going to do about this, William?
Well, there's nothing to do. It's all settled.
Whether I'm anything to you or not, I am the child's mother. It matters to me if he grows up to be a cheat and a liar.
Oh, it's not as that bad as that. Oliver has his sense of right and wrong a bit muddled, that's all. These things are easily straightened out with understanding and love.
You love the child so much you can't see what's going on under your eyes, I suppose. I found Oliver lying and thieving before, and I've said nothing about it. I've left everything to you. But now, when he commits this crime...
Have you lost your senses?
I'm not blinded by what you call love. Bringing up a child to think he can do what he likes. Giving him everything. More money in a week than I saw in a year at his age. More clothes than any child needs. Everything he fancies or dreams of. Give it to him. Give it to him. That's your idea of love. Well, it isn't mine. Whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth. Oliver's mine as well as yours, and I've a right to have some say about it.
Very well. What do you think should be done?
I think he should be thrashed.
Well, I don't.
You haven't the strength to do your duty, but I have.
No, Mother, don't think Mother. Stop it, please.
Nellie! Nellie, what are you doing?
I'm doing your work.
Give me that cane.
William, I'll not have this.
Give it to me, I say. Give it to me.
No, don't you hit my mother. You...
Oliver, I wasn't going to...
Leave her alone. Get out of here. Get out.
Oliver, go to sleep now.
Yes, Mother.
William, I'm sorry for what's happened. But we've got to have an understanding about Oliver. You've made his upbringing your business. It's always your son. Your son.
Oh, I know it's hard for you to understand, Nellie, but Oliver is more than my son. He's a symbol of all the things I wanted and had to go without. He must be better than I am. He must be me going on from the point where I leave off.
But Oliver isn't only you. He's me as well. And I mean to have my say about him from now on.
Oh, Nellie. Why did you ever marry me?
I thought you must be a good man. And I thought we'd be happy together.
But you fought me every inch of the way. You fought against selling the shop when your father died. You fought against my hopes of moving to London. You fought me in everything for 10 years. Oh, I don't mind for myself, but I mind for Oliver.
Oliver! That's the root of it. Everything for Oliver. Everything.
Why not? What else has our marriage brought me? November 1912. This is the first entry in this journal in many a month, and I smiled to myself as I wrote the dateline. For last week, my 40th birthday passed unnoticed by all, including myself. No, I must mend that statement. But I received a belated greeting from Dermot's daughter, Maeva, this morning, with a postscript reminding me that I have promised to write a play for her budding talents as an actress. Am I really 40 years old? A son old enough to be at Cambridge seems to make this truth self-evident. Well, I must face the fact that I am nearing middle age. But now, however, to more amusing matters. I have been spending these past few weeks in Yorkshire, working in the coal mines. I have an idea for a new novel, my 22nd, and I knew that working in the mines would bring me closer to my subject. This afternoon, as I came up with the morning shift, covered with coal dust, and stepping out of the elevator, I was surprised to see a girl sitting, sketching, at the head of the pit shaft. She was young and very pretty. As I passed by, she evidently mistook me for a miner, for she called out.
You there, the coal worker.
Huh? You mean me, miss?
Yes, come here, please. Would you like to make a shilling?
A bob? Well, I might. What do I have to do for it?
Well, just stand over there by the wall and let me make a sketch of you.
Not all of me?
You mean full length, yes.
Ah, that would be worth 2 bob.
Well, 2 bob, then. Now, don't pose. Stand naturally.
Oh, like this?
That's it. It'll only take a few minutes. What do you do in the mine?
Dig.
Oh.
Do you like your work?
Do you mean to keep on asking questions? It'll cost you another bob if you do.
I'm not that interested. Turn your profile, please. No, don't look at me. Look at that shack over there.
I beg your pardon, miss. Do you do this drawing for a living, or just to amuse yourself?
If I answer, it'll cost you a bob.
Even up. You fair got me that time, miss.
Yes, I do it for a living. But I was passing through here, and I thought I might like to get some type. You're a type, you know.
Well, that's kind of you, miss.
There. That'll do for a rough sketch. Like to have a look at it?
Ah, I would that. It's a champion bit of drawing, is that?
Thank you. Here's your 2 bob.
I only took money from a woman once before, when I worked in her father's bake shop. But it changed my whole life.
Well, you're quite safe in taking this. I hired you, and I'm paying you. Here.
Oh, thank you, miss. Oh, it rings true. I imagine it's a good one.
Why, you... Go on. You're fired.
That was this afternoon. Tonight I keep thinking of her. Who is she? What is her life? Well, I shall never know, of course, since I must leave here in the morning. Perhaps I shall write more of this later, when I return from my evening walk.
Excuse me, can you direct me to the railway station, please?
Oh, yes, certainly. You just follow this road to the bend and... Oh.
It's you. You fraud. You miserable fraud.
Oh, madam, my head is in the dust.
Give me back my 2 shillings.
No, I earned them.
Not honestly. I thought I was sketching a miner.
Oh, so you were. But you see, I'm a writer, too.
Oh, a writer.
Your servant, madam. I am that humblest of creatures. A man
Very interesting, I'm sure, but I have a train to catch.
Oh, carry a bag for a shilling, miss?
Oh, you're the most mercenary man I've ever met. Don't you do anything unless you get a shilling for it?
Well, sometimes I get 2 shillings, miss.
Yes. Come along, miss.
So I thought the best thing was to come up here and spend a few days actually working in a coal mine to get the feel of it, you know.
I know. It's the same with my work. If I can capture with my eye that the body rhythm of a workman at his job, the way he walks, the way he swings his pick, when I come to paint or draw, I find I've got it in my fingers somehow. That's what makes my work so exciting.
Oh, I never knew that talking to a woman could be like this.
What? What do you mean?
Well, I didn't know that a woman could be beautiful and intelligent, all at the same time.
I'm glad you put the beautiful first.
Why? Are you vain?
A little.
Oh, I'm glad.
Why?
I wouldn't have you too perfect.
You don't know very much about women, do you?
Well, I managed to write about them.
Oh, lots of men do. But 9 times out of 10, they make a dismal failure of it. They call a creature Gertie. Stick a green hat on her head, and there's your heroine. Why, I read a book coming up on the train, Every Street.
Oh, by William Essex, huh?
Yes, do you know his book?
Yes.
You must admit he's pretty fine. He's got great power, a sort of Manchester Dickens.
Oh, I wouldn't say he was that good.
One thing, however, his women aren't Gerties in green hats.
Oh, well, hardly.
No, they're not women at all.
What's that?
Why, it's a man's one glaring weakness.
I thought he did him rather well.
Oh. Did you ever meet a woman like one of his heroines?
Well, I don't meet many women.
No, but you write about them.
The critics seem to like his love scenes.
The critics are men. Now, don't stand there and tell me that you'd make love like William Essex.
I might have once. I wouldn't now. Not after tonight.
No.
I'd say, oh, my darling.
My darling.
No, I shouldn't have done that. I had no right. I'm married. I'm not a free man. But I shall love you forever and ever. I knew it from the moment I heard your voice, from the first moment I saw your face.
How?
No, don't speak. Don't tell me anything about yourself. I don't want to know your name or who you are or where you live. It isn't safe for me to know. I must never see you again.
Never.
Oh, please, not tears. I couldn't bear that.
I shall be in tears when I'm alone.
Oh, my darling. Now go quickly. Get your train. Get out of my life while I can still send you.
Mr. Essex, sir.
Yes.
I've been looking all over for you, sir. There's a message at the inn for you.
From Manchester.
From Manchester? What is it?
I don't know, sir, but they want you there at once. It was something about your wife, sir.
Dermot. Will me, lad. I got here as soon as I could. What's happened, Dermot? What is it? Well, it's Nellie. She's gone, Will. You mean she's dead? She was run over, Will, by a motor car on her way home from chapel. Poor Nellie. On her way from chapel. God's ways are strange, Will. Strange indeed. In just a moment, we'll hear Act 2 of My Son, My Son, starring Brian Ahern, Madeline Carroll, and Louis Hayward. Now we want you to listen in on a tiny New York apartment where a visitor from Hollywood was welcomed today.
Gosh, Sue, what in the world are you doing in there? I thought you were going right to bed. After that long trip...
Ooh, that's heavy. Everything's under control, darling. I'm just looking for something in my big bag.
Can't I help you, Sue? You ought to be in bed. You can use anything of mine you like.
Well, thanks, Anne. You're awfully sweet. I just wanted to
I can lend you anything you need. You must be dead tired, Sue. You ought to get to bed.
Well, to tell you the truth, Anne, I don't like that soap you've got in the bathroom.
You don't? Oh, well, never mind. I'll get you any kind you like tomorrow.
There's what I've been looking for. My 6 precious cakes
Oh, it's Lux soap you just must have, eh?
Yes, ma'am. For my active lather facial that I take every night, tired or not tired. You see, Lux toilet soap has active lather, and that's why it's always...
And now Anne is going to learn something from her Hollywood visitor. She's going to learn how to take an active lather facial, the beauty care that famous Hollywood screen stars recommend. As a matter of fact, Anne's complexion hasn't been all it might be lately. She's noticed 1 or 2 unattractive little blemishes. Her pores look coarser than they used to. She doesn't know it, but because she hasn't been removing dust, dirt, and stale cosmetics thoroughly, she's letting cosmetic skin develop. The unattractive skin condition that results from choked pores. Lux Toilet Soap's active lather does a thorough job. Helps skin to stay smooth and lovely. Use cosmetics all you like, but use this gentle white soap regularly. When you use Lux Toilet Soap every night at bedtime, you give your skin protection it needs for beauty. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of My Son, My Son, starring Brian Ahern as William Essex, Madeline Carroll as Livia, and Louis Hayward as Oliver. More than 20 years have gone by since the first entry in the personal journal of William Essex. The old ledger is filled to overflowing with the events of his past and his hopes for the future of his son. Now in the streets of London, a billboard proclaims the opening of a new play, Every Street, by William Essex. In his richly furnished library, Essex hurriedly writes a new entry.
Despite my haste, I wish to make a prophecy for my journal. It is this. By this time tomorrow, the name of Mava O'Riordan will be on the lips of every London theatergoer. For within the hour, the curtain will rise on the first showing of the play I wrote for her. For Dermot O'Riordan's daughter. To make my evening complete, Oliver has come down from Cambridge for the opening performance. And this reunion makes me doubly. Well. Is this my son or some Piccadilly Johnny? Turn around, let's have a good look at you.
Yes, I thought my tailor did rather well. So he should at the prices you pay.
Here are your seats for tonight, Oliver.
Thanks. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. I'm taking a girl.
A girl? Well, yes, I suppose it is about time you were beginning to think about girls. Anyone I know?
I don't think so. I met her in London last time I was down.
What's her name?
Livia Vainel.
Short for Olivia, I suppose. Well, what's she like?
I'll wait until you see her.
Pretty hard hit, eh?
Rather.
You bringing her back to the party after?
Well, I thought I would, but maybe I shouldn't.
Oh, why not?
Pretty stiff competition.
Competition?
Take a look in that mirror.
Huh?
Would you introduce your best girl to a distinguished-looking bloke like that?
Oliver, what is all this flattery leading to?
I beg your pardon?
Well, in other words, how much is it going to cost me?
Oh, Father,
You don't think I'd stoop to compliments for any ulterior motive, do you?
Think you would? My dear boy, I know you would. Well, come on now. What have you been up to? How much is it this time?
Well, it was a card debt. I was a bit too optimistic about filling straights and flushes. It's a little matter of £100.
£100? My boy, that was a year's wages when I was your age.
Ah, but you see, I'm having a good time for both of us. That's why it costs you double. Remember how you always said, Oliver must have all the things I missed? Well, I've taken on the job, and I'm not doing it by halves. When I'm offered a drink, I say, one for me and one for the governor. Gets to be a bit of a strain once in a while, but I'm bearing up nobly.
You young scoundrel. Well, I'll send you a check in the morning. Now, come along. We'll be late for the theater.
Well, the old boy's done it, Livia. Jolly good play, wasn't it?
Oh, beautiful play.
Mabel's done rather well, too. I'm proud of her.
Yes, she's a very lovely girl and a great actress. Your father must understand women to ride as he did for her.
The governor? Well, you can judge for yourself, Livia. We'll meet him at the reception later.
Uncle Will.
Maver, my darling.
Oh, Uncle Will, wasn't it wonderful tonight?
Oh, weren't you wonderful, Maver?
But how could I help it with such words to say? And didn't the love scenes play beautifully? I didn't know you could write them.
Well, I couldn't once, but I learned.
For me? You learned to write them for me, Uncle Will?
Yes, Maver, for you.
Oh, I love you so.
I love you too, my dear.
Congratulations, Uncle Will. Congratulations, Maver.
Rory, darling, wasn't it marvelous?
How are you, Rory?
Very proud of my sister, sir.
So you should be. She was...
What's the matter, Uncle Will?
That girl over there. Who is she?
I don't know.
Excuse me, Maver. I must see her. Oh, it isn't true. I haven't found you. You're not my lady of the 2-shilling piece.
Yes, I am.
Oh, there can't be this much happiness in one night for any man. If I don't reach out and hold you, you'll vanish from my sight. Well, what brought you here? No, don't tell me. Just let me think it was a miracle. Sent from heaven. Oh, my dear.
You didn't forget, did you?
Forget? Does the moon forget to rise? Do the stars forget to shine? Oh, if you only knew the things I've done to find you. I've pursued helpless females up dark streets, peering under umbrellas and saying, I beg your pardon, madam, I thought you were... And then I never could say who I thought you were. You see, I don't even know your name. What is your name?
Livia.
Livia? Not, you can't be.
Oh, there you are, darling. I've been looking everywhere for you. Hello, Father. You don't mind if we run away a little early, do you? Livia and I have a supper engagement.
Oliver,
really, Oliver,
please,
aren't you asking me to be a little rude? I mean, willing to lose so charming a guest.
Oh, Livia, you have made a hit. I'm glad you approve, sir.
And if I hadn't?
I don't believe I could picture my world without Livia. Could I, darling?
Oliver.
Oh, Father hasn't forgotten what it's like to be in love. Oh, have you?
No, Oliver, I haven't. Who is it? Oh, you're still here?
I waited until the others had gone. Aren't you going to ask me in? I won't stay long, I promise.
What are you doing here?
I'm being melodramatic. At least I suppose I am. But I wanted to speak to you.
Why?
Because I know the picture you've built up in your mind about Oliver and me, and you're so wrong. Oliver has absolutely no claim on me. After all, every woman meets men who are attracted to her, who call her darling.
Oliver is my son.
Oh, don't dramatize that. I've only known him for such a short while. True, he liked to take me about and say pretty things to me, flirt with me a little, but I never encouraged him. Never once led him to think that I was more than amused. I even told him about you, that I'd met a man I could never forget. And tonight I told him you were that man. Will.
Oh, why don't you go? Why don't you leave me in peace?
Were you in peace before I came?
Oh, no. How could I be?
My poor darling.
Don't. After all, you can't expect me to compete with my own son.
But I've told you Oliver means nothing to me.
But you mean something to Oliver. I'm not going to take you away.
Take me away? What am I? A chair, a table, a desk? Take it, my dear Oliver. It's yours. I give it to you. Why, you spent your whole life giving things to Oliver.
He's my son.
But you can't give him everything. Life has something to say about that. And you can't give me to Oliver because I won't be given. Go to Oliver. Tell him that we love each other. He's only a boy. He'll forget me.
And if he doesn't?
That's Oliver's business. Keep out of it. Oh, my darling. You sent me away once before. Are you going to send me away again?
Yes.
Listen. I'll go away. I'll go out of your life. I'll walk out of that door for good and never come back. If you'll do just one thing. Look into my eyes and say, Livia Vaynol, I don't love you. Say that once and I'll go.
Livia.
Say it.
I can't.
Will.
I love you, Livia. I shall love you forever and ever and ever.
Oh, Will, my darling.
Come in, Will. The door's open.
Oh, I thought... Oh. Good morning, Oliver.
Morning. Just paying my respects with these flowers to my future stepmama.
Your father's told you, then.
Oh, yes, we had quite a chat last night after you left. Heart to heart and all that. I gave you up like a gentleman, Livia. Here, darling, roses. With my compliments, congratulations, and dutiful devotion.
Oliver, listen. I know this nonsense is just your way of trying to be nice and to show me you don't intend to complicate things for any of us. And I appreciate it, particularly because of your father.
As a matter of fact, I was very generous to the old boy when we talked. No, but I'm quite happy about the arrangement. Just think what a nice, cozy time we'll have together. The three of us.
3?
Papa, Mama, and little Oliver.
You intend to live with us?
Of course, what else?
Oliver.
We'll be such a snug little family. Long winter evenings in town, long summer nights at the country house. And when Father's busy with his books, you won't have to worry about being lonely, for I'll be there. And everyone will say, isn't it touching, isn't it sweet how devoted Oliver is to his beautiful young stepmother?
You couldn't do it.
Do what?
You know. You intend to live in your father's house and make love to your father's wife, don't you?
Livia, how can you have such thoughts? Aren't you afraid of putting ideas into my head?
I didn't know anyone could be so vile. Get out. Get out!
June 1914. We are staying at the summer house. Sheila and Dermot and Oliver and Livia and I. We've enjoyed our stay here, and I feel it is a happy prelude to our marriage in the autumn. Livia doesn't seem to get ahead with her painting, though, and today was her worst day yet. She returned to the house verging on tears, with her canvas torn and wretchedly smeared. And this evening at dinner, Oliver ragged her mercilessly. I wondered a little at his rather vain and silly remarks to her, and I decided that I must speak to him at the first opportunity.
Well, Father? I say, you do look solemn. What have I done now?
Oliver, I'd like you to explain your conduct at dinner this evening.
I don't know what you mean.
Your manner to Livia. I can't put my finger on it, but under every word you spoke, there was something malicious. Something almost sinister.
Sinister? Oh, I say, aren't you going a bit too far?
I hope I am. And yet, why was Livia's behavior so strange all through dinner? You weren't with her this afternoon, were you, Oliver?
I told you I was out sailing.
Yeah, so you were. You didn't come ashore by any chance and join her?
Of course not. Look here, Father. I don't want to be presumptuous and give you advice about women, but they do have moods, you know. Don't magnify them. If Livia is upset about something, I have nothing to do with it. You do believe me, don't you?
Yes. I believe you, Oliver.
If you didn't, if I thought for one moment that I was coming between you and Livia, I'd want to clear out now.
Oh, my boy, I'm sorry if I hurt you. Well, it's all over now. Let's forget about it, shall we?
There's nothing I'd like better.
Oh, it's forgotten. Now, how about that cigarette now, if you don't mind?
Right. Why, I thought I had some in. What?
Oliver.
What is it?
Oliver? What's that smear on the sleeve of your coat?
Oh, that...
That's the coat you had on this afternoon, isn't it?
Yes, I think so.
I think it is. You know it is. And this paint, blue paint all over the sleeve. Oliver, you're a liar and a cheat. You were with Livia. That's how her canvas got smeared. That's why she came home unhappy and tormented. And that's what all your jibes meant at dinner. Well, what have you got to say?
Nothing.
Nothing?
You hold all the cards.
But this isn't a poker game.
No, the stakes are slightly higher.
A liar and a cheat. Why, here in this very room, your mother told me that. And I didn't believe her. What a fool you must have thought me.
Well, of course, if you're going to let a quarrel over a woman...
Livia's no longer the cause of this, Oliver. It goes deeper. You've degraded what was the finest thing in my life. My love for my son. How right your mother was. The first time I caught you in a lie, I should have thrashed you.
Do you propose to do it now?
I wouldn't trust myself to touch you.
I suppose this is my cue to exit.
Why?
Well, I'm being chucked out, aren't I?
Don't. So nothing at all. I'm still your father, and you're still my son. Our problem now is to find a new basis on which to build a new kind of understanding.
Noble, aren't you? I'm to be given a trial, to be put on probation to see if I'm good enough to breathe the same air as you and Livia. No, thank you. I'm fed up with having my life arranged to fit into the picture you've made of us. You can give my place in that picture to Livia. Perhaps she can sit at your feet and worship without yawning. I can't. I'm clearing out now, and for good. Oliver! Oliver.
After a brief intermission, our stars, Brian Ahern, Madeline Carroll, and Louis Hayward, will return in Act 3 of My Son, My Son. Now, for just a moment, I want to ask Sally a few questions. Sally, who's your favorite movie star?
Why, Mr. Ruick. Now, isn't that just like a man?
Just like a man? Why, what's wrong with asking who's your favorite movie star?
Why, Mr. Ruick, you know perfectly well it wouldn't do for me to stand up here and tell your audience that any one star is my favorite.
Uh-oh. Well, Sally, you're perfectly right. Why, aren't women wonderful? Such tact. Well, anyway, Sally, here's one you can answer. Do you know what top-flight screen stars are taking care of their complexions with active lather facials?
Active lather facials? Why, that means Lux toilet soap. Of course I do, Mr. Ruick. There's Madeline Carroll, and there's Ann Sheridan, and Olivia de Havilland, and Loretta Young, and Barbara Stanwyck.
That's good, Sally. You did pretty well on that question. But then it was easy, because after all, 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap. Now I'll try you on one more question. Do you know how to take an active lather facial?
You can just bet I do, Mr. Ruick. I take one myself every single night at bedtime. First of all, you work up a nice, rich Lux soap lather and work it gently into your skin. Sort of a circular motion.
Yes, Sally. And then?
You rinse off all that nice, creamy, active lather with warm water. And then a dash of cool water to finish off.
And then?
And then you pat your skin dry. Quick, light little pat.
And I know what then. Then you look in your mirror, and what you see makes you happy. And then you go to bed with a clear conscience, knowing you've protected your skin, given it care it needs for beauty, the gentle, thorough cleansing that Lux toilet soap's active lather gives. The screen star's million-dollar complexions must look lovely always, and surely the beauty of your skin deserves the best care. So get 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap tomorrow and try active lather facials for 30 days. See what this regular, gentle care can do for your skin. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The curtain rises on Act 3 of My Son, My Son. August 1914, and the first ominous rumble of a great conflict, destined to plunge all Europe into chaos, rolls across the Channel from the battlefield of France. The personal journal of William Essex has been closed since the evening Oliver left home, but now a new page is turned.
I have just returned from Victoria Station, where a troop train was leaving for France. Although I have not seen Oliver for months, I had heard through Maver that he had joined up. Maver has been seeing a good deal of him, and she telephoned me tonight to tell me that he was being sent out at once. The train was almost ready to leave when I arrived. I could see Oliver through the gate. I called to him. He turned and saw me. And then, without a word, he disappeared into the crowd. Oh, Oliver, I know you meant to hurt me. You have succeeded, Oliver.
Frederick, I beg your pardon, but...
Yes, Henry?
You're wanted on the telephone, sir. It's urgent, sir.
Who is it, Henry?
It's Annie, sir. Miss Maver's maid.
Miss Maver's maid? Well, what's the trouble?
I don't know, sir, but she seemed very excited.
Hello, Annie. Yes, Annie, what's the matter? Miss Maver's ill? Well, have you called the doctor? Annie, what you talking about? What's the trouble with her? Why? Why can't you say it? What? Annie, are you sure of this? Of course we can't tell her father. But what has Oliver to do with? Oh, I see. Yes, of course I knew that Oliver was seeing Maver, but... Annie, where is she? At the theater? All right. I'll be there. I'll be there as soon as I can. I can't believe it, Mabel. I can't believe it. This doesn't seem possible.
But it's good theater, isn't it? Young actress wrecks career, throws away all she's worked for, faces certain eclipse and scandal.
But Oliver, how could he do this to you? How could he leave you to face this thing?
He didn't know.
You didn't tell him?
No.
But why, in heaven's name, why?
Because there was nothing I wanted him to do about it. You mustn't blame Oliver. It was my fault.
Yours?
Because when Oliver left you, I actually set out to keep an eye on him. I knew when he'd come to his senses, he'd make it up with you, and I wanted to be around. So I saw him often.
Yes, I know, but...
Wait. Then I imagined he came to think I'd fallen in love with him. Perhaps I had. Perhaps I'd been too wrapped up in my own unhappiness to know how I really felt toward him.
Your unhappiness, darling?
Oh, I forgot. You didn't know, did you? It goes back a long time. As far back as I remember. You see, I've been hopelessly, desperately in love with someone who didn't love me. Who looked on me as a child.
Neighbor.
3 minutes and 3rd act, Miss Rawdon.
Thank you.
Neighbor, listen to me.
Oh, darling, it's all too complicated. There isn't time. What a bad schemer I make. My part should always be written for me. How do I go on from here? You're a playwright. Tell me.
Yes, I'll tell you. Maeva, you must marry me.
Marry you? Oh, no.
No, I don't offer it on any romantic basis, my dear. But I'd be very honored and very grateful if you would accept me as a shelter.
But Livia... What about Livia?
Livia? Oh, I mustn't think of her.
You love her like that. And yet you'd marry me. Cut yourself off from every hope of happiness. For me. Oh, Uncle Will, you make me so proud.
You must marry me, my dear. We'll close the play tomorrow.
I must have time. I must think.
Your whole life depends on this, Maeva.
And yours.
Mr. Rawdon, curtain's going up.
Oh, you can't go out there and face that audience. No.
Can't I, though? Don't you remember what you said when I was only a little girl? Any actress worth her salt could go right on in a play with her heart broken and the tears still wet on her face.
Maeva.
Oh, Uncle Will, I love you so much. Will, come in. Oh, Will, I'm so happy to see you. Here, let me take your coat.
No, Livia, I'm not staying.
Oh.
I must go back to the theater at once. It's been a long time since I've been here.
A very long time. There's been so much I wanted to tell you, to show you. Look, there's a charcoal drawing I made of a man once. A miner. An impudent fellow, but I thought his face had character.
Character? I don't see it. I'm afraid you wasted your time.
No, I didn't. I never forgot him, Will.
Better if you had.
Oh, no.
Oh, Livia. I've never brought you anything but unhappiness. And I never will.
So that's what you came to tell me?
Yes.
You want me to release you?
Yes.
I don't believe you.
Oh, you must believe me. You must.
Why should I? There's no reason.
There's only one reason why I could ever leave you.
It's Oliver. Oh, my darling, don't let that separate us. Don't let your love for Oliver put me out of your life.
It's not Oliver.
Then why?
Livia, darling, do you remember you told me once that if I could look into your eyes and say, Livia Beno, I don't love you, that you'd go out of my life.
And you couldn't do it. You couldn't.
I can't say no.
Will.
Oh, I'm sorry, Livia. I can't explain. Forgive me.
Paper, sir. Evening paper, sir. Evening paper.
No.
Read about the suicide, sir. Actress commits suicide.
Huh? What's that?
Suicide, sir. Actress in a dressing room drank poison.
Who? What was her name?
Oh, it's right here, sir. Miss Maeva O'Riordan.
Maeva. Maeva is dead. For 2 whole months, I've been unable to force myself to that thought. But now, dear Maeva, I can write of it at last. Now I can accept your death and your brave sacrifice, for I leave London tomorrow to write of even greater sorrows, to write of death upon death in the front-line trenches of France. I shall leave this book behind me, its pages closed, perhaps forever, for my life is over too. Goodbye, my Maeva.
Come right this way, sir. These are our field headquarters. Not much to look at, but we'll try to make you comfortable.
Oh, thank you, Colonel.
My junior officers, good soldiers all. Well, by the way, sir, did you say your name was Essex?
Yes, that's right, Colonel. William Essex.
You're not related to Oliver Essex by any chance?
Oliver? Yes, I'm his father. Why?
I'll show you why, sir. Captain Essex.
Yes, sir?
Come here.
Oliver.
Good evening, Colonel. Did you... Oh.
Little surprise, eh, Essex?
Yes, quite a surprise.
Well, Mr. Essex, how does he look to you? Has he changed much?
Well, sir, what's your verdict? You know me pretty well.
No. No, I don't think he's changed at all.
It would take more than a war for that, wouldn't it, sir?
Dinner, sir. Ah, dinner. Sit down, Mr. Essex. Sit down, gentlemen. I say, somebody's missing. Who is it?
Mr. O'Riordan, sir. He's been home on leave. He's expected back tonight.
Better be. We're short of officers as it is.
I'm back now, sir.
Oh, evening, O'Riordan.
Evening, sir.
Oh, hello, Rory, my boy.
Uncle Will, I didn't expect to find you here. It's a little surprise, Rory.
I'd like to see you, Oliver. Upstairs.
What, now?
Now.
What about?
I'll tell you. Upstairs.
All right. Excuse me, Colonel.
Sit down, Mr. Essex. I'm sure they won't be long.
No, thank you.
I knew nothing about it. Nothing. I didn't even know that Mabel was dead. You must believe that, Rory.
It used to amuse me to watch you lie, Oliver. You did it so well. But you can't do it to me now. My sister's dead. My sister. And you're to blame.
If you won't believe me, there's nothing more to be done about it.
But there is. There is something to be done.
Put that gun away.
I'm going to kill you, Oliver.
You're a fool if you do. You'll only be court-martialed.
You think of everything,
And if you're court-martialed, they'll find out why you killed me. That won't be very pleasant. The whole story told, Maver's name dragged through the papers.
You swine. You'd even dig poor little Maver out of her grave to save yourself. Well, it won't save you. It won't.
Rory, put down that gun.
Keep out of it. You can't save him now. Get out of my way.
I'm not trying to save Oliver. I'm not even sure that he's worth saving. It's you I'm trying to save, Rory. Why, you'd be blasting your life to bits, my boy.
What does that matter now?
Not a great deal to you, perhaps. But it would to Dermot, to your father. Even if I've lost my son, I can't let your father lose his. No matter what Oliver's done, I won't let you disgrace your own name. Why, it's the only way we have, Rory, of making up to your father for Maver. No, come, give me the gun. Thank you, Rory.
It's the company's fall in.
Pardon, sir. Captain O'Riordan, Captain Essex, company's falling in. We're moving up. Emergency order.
Thank you, Sergeant. We'll be along.
You'll be needed below, Rory.
Yes. I'll take my gun, Uncle Will. You don't need to worry about my using it at the wrong time.
Goodbye, Rory.
I imagine this is the big push we've been expecting. You know, I missed saying goodbye to you once when I left England. It may sound funny to you, but I don't want to miss it this time. Well, I suppose it's a little late to be saying things. A little? Too late? Perhaps. I don't know. Well, goodbye then.
Goodbye.
Oh, incidentally, that was a good idea of yours. Rory is the one worth saving.
Do you mean that?
I've always known it. One thing, though, about Maver. She never told me.
No, I know.
Rory didn't believe that. All my lies came home to roost.
Adjutant's compliments, Captain Essex, and will your company form the rear guard?
Very good, Sergeant. You know, I ought to be dead by rights. Rory's a good shot. Being alive now is, well, it's something that I'm not quite entitled to. Don't blame yourself too much for the way I've turned out. No matter what you'd done, I couldn't have turned out any better. Wasn't in the car.
Oh, don't say that.
It's the truth. I was never any good. You were too good. That's the story.
You can't dismiss yourself like that. That's not true of anyone.
I suppose you mean I must have some redeeming virtues and all that.
Yes, of course.
Well, now that I think of it, perhaps I do have one. I can see how decent you are. If that's a virtue, put it down on the credit side of the ledger. It won't be crowded.
Oliver, I wanted so much for you.
Don't you see, I couldn't live up to you.
I didn't know you wanted to.
Neither did I until it was too late.
Oh, it's not too late. It's not too late. You could change.
It's not in me to change.
No, but you could. You're young. Your whole life's before you.
Is it? You can't pour a quart into a pint measure. One more thing. Whatever I may have done, I've never doubted you. I've always known that you were there. Goodbye, Father.
Goodbye, Oliver. God bless you, my boy.
Father.
My son. I have spent all the day within the pages of my journal. How priceless are the entries. What a wealth of memories they recall. Of of sorrow and joy, of happiness and tragedy, of Dermot and Rory and Mavor, of Nellie and Livia and Oliver. Oliver. How much I've written of him. How troubled was his short life, and how simple his epitaph. Oliver Essex, killed in action.
Will, darling.
Yes, Livia?
There's a letter come to you. It's from the Ministry of War. Shall I read it?
Yes, please, darling.
Mr. William Essex, I am directed to inform you that approval has been given for the award of the Victoria Cross to your son, Captain Oliver Essex, for conspicuous bravery in demolishing a machine gun post single-handed and under heavy fire, rescuing a comrade at the cost of his own life. A comrade? Will?
Yes, it was Rory he rescued. Dermot told me.
At the cost of his own life.
He did make up for everything, didn't he, Livia?
Yes, darling. Come outside with me, into the sunshine.
Yes, in a moment. I have another entry I want to make. Just one more. I am proud. I am very proud of my son.
Curtain falls on My Son, My Son. Brian Ahern, Madeline Carroll, Louis Hayward, and Josephine Hutchinson are returning to the microphone. And a little lightning calculation reveals that they traveled about 9,000 miles to get here.
Well, I think Madeline takes top honors with 6,000 miles or so by land, sea, and air.
3,000 by air for the Flying Brian. That's 9,000 already. The rest of you must have come from somewhere.
Best I can do is about 8 miles.
It almost sounds as though you didn't want to come, Josephine. I traveled a full 15 myself. What's your mileage, Mr. DeMille?
Well, it's a little embarrassing. About 2 miles, I think, but I walked.
Well, you aren't much help statistically, CB. But that makes our total combined mileage 9,025.
The performance you four just gave was worth every mile of it.
Thank you for all four of us, Mr. DeMille. I always enjoy appearing in the Lux Radio Theater, and I think women everywhere are grateful for the product behind it, Lux Soap. It's a grand complexion care. I know that from my own experience because I've used it for years.
I'm another Lux fan, Mr. DeMille. The thing I like about Lux Soap is that it has such a gentle way of caring for your skin.
Mr. DeMille, it's up to you to bow to both ladies at once. And after the bow, you can tell us about next week's play.
I think we'll take a bow on next week's play, too, Louis. A week from tonight, we're going to do The Rains Came.
Oh, that's one of my favorite stories, Mr. DeMille. Who's going to play in it?
We'll have George Brent from the original cast of the 20th Century Fox picture, and Kay Francis, Gene Parker, and Jim Amici. Louis Bromfield wrote the novel, and it soon became a fixture on the bestseller list. Later, the picture was one of the hits of the year. The Rains Came is the story of a group of very modern people in India, and the way they react to sudden violent disaster, a flood that sweeps aside their own petty troubles and unites them in a common purpose. It's a stormy, turbulent drama in both action and emotion, with Kay Francis, George Brent, Jim Amici, and Gene Parker fighting a catastrophe on the edge of civilization.
Oh, with that cast and play, you have a surefire hit, CB. Good night. Good night.
Good night. I'll see you on the set tomorrow, Mr. DeMille.
Good night. As critics, we'll give 4 stars to you four anytime. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents George Brent, Kay Francis, Gene Parker, and Jim Amici in The Rains Came. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. Heard in tonight's play were Kathleen Fitz as Mavor, Warren Ash as Dermot, Scotty Beckett as Oliver the Child, Ted Bliss as Rory, Eric Snowden as Colonel, Jack Lewis as Sergeant, and Lou Merrill, Barry Steele, Thomas Mills, and Celeste Rush. The screenplay for My Son, was written by Lenore Coffey. Josephine Hutchinson is now working in the RKO Town and Baker production, Tom Brown's School Days. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Marianne Childers on Eyewitness News, tonight at 10.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland. Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air. On horseback. Or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
So the judge says to him, I'll let you off with a fine this time, but if you're arrested again, I'll send you to jail. And the man says to the judge, that there sounds like a weather forecast, Judge.
What did he mean?
Fine today, cooler tomorrow.
Oh, I get it, yeah.
Oh, hi, Bill. Come on over here and get warm.
Yeah, there's plenty of hot air coming from both the stove and Stumpy.
What are you two up to? We're just talking about the weather.
The only way Stumpy could talk about it, with jokes.
Well, this cold snap is no joke. It's about the coldest I can remember it being around here.
Well, the Weather Bureau warned us. They said it'd get plenty cold for a few days.
Say, did I ever tell you about the weather forecaster who was always wrong about what the weather was going to be like?
I'm glad you're here, Bill. At least I don't have to suffer through his jokes alone.
What amazes me is that he always seems to have new ones. And all the time we've worked together, old-timer, I can't remember you repeating a joke. At least not very often.
I never thought about that. But that's true.
Well, do you want to hear this story or don't you? Oh, listen to him. Now that we've almost paid him a compliment, he thinks he's somebody important.
Yeah. We await your jewels of laughter, O teller of funny stories.
Be silent, all ye in attendance. The potentate of prank, the commandant of comedy.
The bearded jester desires your attention.
Well, I can see that my little attempts to keep things in a lighter mood around here ain't needed. You two seem to do pretty well for yourselves. Now, don't feel unnecessary, old-timer. If it wasn't for your constant barrage of humor, we wouldn't have anything to kid about.
Yeah. Tell us that joke you were going to tell. What was it?
I don't think it seemed funny now. Not after that outburst. Sure it would, Stumpy. Go ahead. There's something about a weather forecaster. Well, ordinarily I wouldn't. But this one is so funny. I can't keep it to myself.
Tell us then.
Well, there was this here weather forecaster who was just never right about the weather. When he said it'd rain, it was sunny. When he said it'd snow, it'd be 90 in the shade.
So what happened?
Well, finally everybody got to laughing at him, not paying any attention at all. So he requested that he be changed to a new area. And the weather people asked him why he wanted to be changed.
What did he say?
He said, the climate out here don't agree with me. Well, this weather doesn't agree with me either. I'm sure glad we don't have to go out in it.
Don't even say anything like that, Bill. You know what happens every time you say something like that?
Henry's right, Bill. We can be sitting here in the nice warm office, and nobody bad off at all. But as soon as any one of us mentions that we're glad we don't have to go out in it, the phone rings. And it's somebody in some sort of trouble. I'll get it. Ranger Station, Bill Jefferson speaking.
Mr. Jefferson, this is Gunter Neves. I own the little rabbit farm on the north end of town.
Oh, yes, Mr. Neves. I know who you are. I don't think we've ever met.
Well, I think it's about time we do. I got me a little problem over here, and I think it probably comes under ranger business.
Can you tell me about it over the phone, Mr. Neves?
Why do you think I called? I'm losing rabbits, and fast enough so that somebody'd better do something about it right away.
Do you know what's causing your rabbits to die?
I got no doubt in my mind whatsoever. Wolves.
Wolves?
That's right, wolves. Now, do you think it sounds like one of your problems?
Yes, it does, Mr. Neves. We'll be right over to take a look at your place.
Well, you'd better hurry, Mr. Jefferson. I ain't got a large enough outfit to keep losing rabbits the way I've been.
There's even more than that at stake, if what you say is right.
Oh?
That's right, Mr. Neves. If your rabbits really are being attacked by wolves, that means that they're much farther south than usual and hungry. The whole town of Knotty Pine could be involved. Whatever did this sure wasn't much concerned with a neat job.
Yeah, it's a mess, all right. That's the 7th rabbit I've lost in the last week. You see all them tracks?
They look like wolf tracks, all right. And more than one.
Well, Mr. Jefferson, what are you going to do about it?
I'll have to investigate. See whether just a few wolves running around this far south or a whole pack. That way I'll know better how to approach the problem.
Investigate? While I go on losing rabbits?
If there are just a few stray wolves and they've singled out your farm here, it'll be a simple matter to stop them. But if there's a pack or more, it'll be another story.
How do you plan to carry out this investigation?
I'll go straight back to the station, Mr. Neves, and then to the airport. By cruising around the area, I'll be able to see any large packs of wolves or any signs they might leave.
Well, I won't pretend I'm happy about the way you're handling this, Mr. Jefferson. I'd expect you to get the whole thing cleared up right away.
Now, you listen here, you young whippersnapper. Bill here's a lot more experienced at these things than you are. What he decides ought to be done is what ought to be done.
That's so. Well, you rangers, listen to me. If I lose so much as one more rabbit to a hungry wolf, I'm packing my shotgun and going out after him myself.
If there are too many wolves out there, Mr. Neves, that wouldn't be a very wise thing to do. Hungry wolves aren't particular who they attack.
I don't think they'll argue very long with a shotgun.
That's true. They wouldn't.
So?
As soon as you were out of shells, the argument would be over.
Ranger headquarters. Henry Scott speaking. Bill? No, he and Stumpy went out about... Oh, just a minute. Hold on. He just came in. Bill, it's for you.
Thanks, pal. Hello, Bill Jefferson speaking. Oh, hello, Miss Kessler. What's that? In the schoolyard, huh? Well, we have had word of them being in the area. Sure thing. We'll get right to it. Right. It's a good idea to have someone there, too, when the children leave this afternoon. Maybe Cal can give you a man. Yes. Thanks for calling, Miss Kessler. Goodbye.
What was that all about?
Looks like we've got a real problem on our hands, fellas. That was Miss Kessler at the grammar school. She said that there were a couple of wolves wandering around the schoolyard this afternoon. Sounds bad, Bill. We've had this kind of situation before. When the weather gets this cold, the wolves migrate farther south than usual. When they do, they satisfy their appetite on anything that happens to be in their way.
Which in this case looks like it's knotty pine.
Right.
Another one?
If this really is a plague of wolves, this phone will be busy almost all the time from here on until we somehow ease the situation.
I told you what I'd do, Ranger. One more rabbit and those wolves would have to answer to me. Well, I lost 2 last night.
But what you don't seem to understand, Mr. Neves, is that those wolves are hungry enough to attack you.
Yeah, and I'm angry enough to attack them. That makes us about even.
We've been getting reports all last night and this morning about wolves attacking animals around here.
All the more reason somebody'd better go out there and stop them.
How can I convince you that you're no match for them?
Well, you can't. Besides, what you plan on doing with them? Setting traps?
We're going to drive them back up north.
Gonna send off to the television people for some cowboys and have a big roundup, eh?
Mr. Neves, I can understand you're being angry at this whole situation. But there are factors that you aren't aware of. The wolves may be very harmful this far south, but they are essential to the balance of nature up north.
Well, I think there's something wrong with your balance. Them wolves are killing animals. They must be gotten rid of. They kill, so they must be killed. Even the Bible says something about an eye for an eye.
Is that the way you want to be dealt with by God?
Why waste my time chattering with you? I'm going into the woods, and there's nothing you can do that'll stop me. When I take care of them wolves, you'll be thankful for me.
I hope you'll be around to thank, Mr. Neves.
This could become a very serious problem. I'm telling you, it's one of...
All right, men, may I have your attention?
Yeah.
By now, you're all well aware of Knotty Pine's problem. The wolves. It appears that they have come south looking for warmer weather and food.
What are we going to do about them, Bill?
Well, that's why I've called you here. I've worked out a plan to drive them back north, but I need your help.
Okay, let's hear it, boys.
We're going to be dropping food for them at these spots marked here on this area map.
What do you...
These deposits of food should draw the wolves to them and give us certain knowledge as to where they are. Then we can ride out and drive them north again. We'll also use the plane to send them on their way.
Well, aren't we going to kill them?
It'll probably be necessary to kill some of them, but it would be unwise to kill them all. Now, all of you who want to and can help out, please stay, and we'll arrange you into groups and work out our plan.
Go on, get out of here. Go on. How many of you do I have to kill? Oh, look at them. No wonder they attack animals. They must be starved. They're eating the dead ones. Go on, get out of here. I'm getting low on shells. Hey! It scared my horse away. They got me surrounded. Hey! Get away! Get out of here! And I won't keep them away for long. That tree there. Only a few wolves between it and me. Maybe if I blast in that direction and then run for it. I gotta do something. They're closing in. Hey! Get out of my way! Get out! Scram! Go on! Get out! Go on! I made it. Now that I'm here, what am I going to do?
Boy, there sure are a lot of wolves down there. I never thought there were so many in the world.
Sometimes I think if people knew how much of everything there is in the world, they'd act a lot differently.
What do you mean?
Well, take, for example, Gunner Neves. If he had had any idea at all of how many wolves there were out here, he never would have started out to stop them.
That's for sure. Boy, I hope he's all right.
I think he is, pal. He's impetuous, but once he sees what he's up against, I think he'll turn back.
I suppose so. I know I sure would.
How are we doing with that food supply, pal?
Oh, there's still some left. About enough for 2 or 3 more drops, I guess.
Good. I'll swing a little farther north. Maybe we can start those wolves on the way home.
Look, Bill. There's a pack of them right down there.
Hold on, pal. I'll circle around and buzz them. If I come in at them from the south, they ought to start running for home.
Some of them seem to be a little bothered by us up here, but they aren't running yet.
This ought to be far enough away to start in for a buzz. You watch them start to run when they see us coming out of the sky at them. Here goes!
Wow, look at them run. Oh, look at them go.
Well, that's one fact that we won't have to worry too much about. Looks like they've spotted that food we left for them. Well, that puts them a good 20 miles from Nutty Pine.
The way they took off, I don't think they'll stop before they arrive back at home sweet home, way up north.
Not so much for the little sidetrack. You better get to dropping the rest of this food.
Right.
When the men start chasing those big fellas up this way, I want them to think they're going in the right direction.
Hey, look down there, Bill.
Where are you looking, pal?
See? Over there. Is that what I think it is?
Looks like a horse. Now, what would a single horse be doing out here? Now, let's bank over a little closer, see what's going on.
Looks like he's alone.
There's something I didn't see from where we were before.
What's that, Bill?
That's not just a wild horse, Henry. Look, he's got a saddle on his back. That horse belongs to someone. Unless I miss my guess, that someone is out here and in trouble.
Sounds like they're getting enough of their bodies together to push this tree over. What a position to be in. I ought to listen to them rangers, but I had to get out here and collect my eye for an eye. Wonder what Bill meant when he asked if that's the way I wanted to be treated by God. I'm no worse than anybody else. Besides, Hey, what's going on? Hey, there's branches. Hey!
If that horse was coming from the direction of whoever left it, we should see something pretty soon, Henry.
All I can see is a lot of wolves running around down there.
I know. That's why we'd better find whoever it is. If he's in trouble, that trouble might well involve those wolves.
Would they attack a man, Bill?
They've been known to, pal.
Hey, do you think that horse might belong to Mr. Neves?
That's what I was thinking, Henry. From up here, it looked a lot like the one he rode out on this morning.
Well, he went out to hunt wolves, didn't he?
That's right.
Boy, if he gets into a scrap with a pack of them, and his horse came away alone...
Now you can see why I'm so anxious to find... Hey, look over there.
Where? Oh, I see. Looks like a couple of dead wolves down there on the snow.
More than that, Henry. Look over there. About 100 feet from those dead wolves. By that tree.
It's a man.
It's Gunner Neves. I recognize his jacket.
But he doesn't seem to be moving. Do you think he's...
I'm not sure what to think, pal. I don't think the wolves have been at him. If they had, it wouldn't be a very pretty sight.
What are we going to do?
We've got to get down there and help him if we can.
But where can you land? This is so hilly and rocky, we can't set the plane down here.
I'm looking around right now for a landing spot, Henry.
I don't see any place.
Neither do I. But what I do see makes it even more important for us to get down there.
What's that, Bill?
Almost in every direction, wolves.
What happened? Tree branch broken. My leg. Looks like that branch wasn't the only thing that broke. The wolves. Forgot about them. Where's my gun? Over there. You should be able to reach it. Got it. I don't know how much good it'll do me. I only got 4 shells left. Can't get up. Looks like I'm stuck here. Help! A lot of good that'll do. Nobody in their right mind would be out in this country with all them wolves around. No, it's just between the wolves and me. Why did I have to go and get angry like this for? If I'd have kept my temper, the Rangers would have settled the whole thing and I wouldn't be here. My temper. How many times has it gotten me in trouble? Oh, well, some people have tempers and some cheat. Don't make anybody worse off than anybody else. Of course, it don't make any better than anybody else either. I guess you could look at it that way. Maybe I'd better not look at it that way. It puts us all in a pretty bad position. I wonder if that's what Bill meant. If God treated everybody on an eye-for-an-eye basis, I guess nobody'd make it to heaven. But wait a minute. How does God treat people? Oh, I didn't see him sneaking up on me. So you're coming for dinner, eh? Well, some of you are gonna taste lead. Wait till enough of them get together in a little area and hope the scatter of the shot will get more than one. That's a nice little quartet over there. That'll discourage them for a little. Uh-oh, not for long. Thought you'd come around and back, eh? That's got him off for a bit. Just about time to reload, I guess. Only these 2 shots left. And then... Oh, God. God, are you going to let me die? For the first time in my life, I ain't sure about myself. I don't know what to do. Oh, God, help me. What? Ah! Hey, get out of here! There, I'm out of shells. Come on, wolves! I'll fight you with my bare hands if I have to. I don't want to die. I can't die. I'm not ready to die.
Let's get Mr. Reeves out of there before those wolves decide our rifles aren't as much of a threat as they seem.
Ranger riding over.
May I have your attention, men? Thank you. I have some good news for you. Two things, actually. Our little scheme to send the wolves home has, for all practical purposes, worked. There have been very few sighted in the last 24 hours in this area. And the second piece of news is that the low temperatures that brought the wolves to us are on the way out. I'm sure that's good news for all of us. So I want to thank you for your help in all this. And I want to especially thank the businessmen of Knotty Pine for allowing many of you time off from your regular work to help handle this problem.
That's all right, Bill. We all enjoyed the vacation.
Fine. Well, that about wraps things up, I guess. Thanks for coming, man.
Anytime, Ranger boy. We've sure...
Bill, I wonder if I could talk with you for a minute.
Sure, Gunter. What is it?
Well, first of all, I guess, I'm thankful you came along when you did. I wouldn't be here. Well,
We were glad to find you still alive.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about, Bill. Out there, when the wolves were moving in on me, I did some straight thinking. Probably the first I've ever done in my life.
Oh?
It's real easy to sit back and call God unfair, to make him out to be some sort of a bully, as long as you don't really look at yourself and how much real punishment you deserve for what you've done and what you are. When a fellow sees that about himself, well, then it seems he's got it coming to him.
I know what you mean, Gunter.
But somehow I felt that wasn't the whole story, Bill. And I believe my life was spared so that I could find out what the whole story is.
Uh-huh. That's possible. Nobody can really explain the way God works.
That's why I want to talk to you, Bill. I know that you're a religious man and you got things all worked out.
Not me, Gunter. God has. If we're willing to accept his way.
What is his way?
You realized yourself out there that the wages of sin is death, didn't you?
Yeah, I've heard that saying before, but I really never put any meaning to it.
Did you ever think about the other half of the verse, Gunter?
What's that?
The free gift of God is eternal life in Jesus Christ, our Lord.
Yeah, I've heard that too, but what does it mean, in Jesus Christ?
Well, simply it's this. None of us are good enough to spend 1 minute in the presence of God. So God sent his Son, Jesus Christ, to live a life good enough for him and to suffer death for our sins. He lived the way you and I ought to, and he died because of our sins, so we would become good enough to face God.
God did that? For me? So that I could be in his presence?
That's right. And what we're asked to do is accept this free gift from God, eternal life in Jesus Christ. With this gift comes power to live the way that God wants us to live. The only real way to live.
I need that gift, Bill. I want you to help me to get it.
I guess I don't have to tell you what happened. When a person really sees who he is and who God is, then he must act. And until God's gift is accepted, life is truly empty. It's hopeless. We hope you've accepted his great and free gift. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
This program was produced in the radio studios of the Moody Bible Institute in Chicago.
It is estimated that more than 20 million people will come down with colds this year.
It's time for a powerful weapon.
More than 10 million workdays will be lost.
It's time for a powerful weapon.
More than 20 million school days lost.
It's time for Benadryl Plus Cold Formula. With the strength of Benadryl, plus a maximum strength nasal decongestant, plus a maximum strength fever and pain reliever. Fight back with Benadryl Plus Cold Formula. A powerful weapon in the Cold War.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam. Crazy people. Spam, rebop, boom, spam. George Burns and Gracie Allen on the show where there's orchestra, singing glee with the Smoothies three. Last but not least, and with Bud Easton. Another Monday night brings another Burns and Allen show to your house with this swell dinner suggestion that it's as snappy as a new fall hat. Headline the evening meal with a Spam bake. Just open a can of Spam and bake this delicious meat. Takes only a jiffy, and you'll find the easy recipe right on the label. All summer, smart housewives have served Spam cold. Now that fall is here, baked Spam makes a real hit. When you bake Spam, you enhance the meaty flavor, the satisfying goodness of this delicious meat. You save time because Spam, a perfect blend of pure pork shoulder with ham meat added, is cooked by Hormel's own formula to preserve all the natural juicy flavor and tenderness of choice meats. Try baked Spam for dinner tomorrow. Ask your food dealer for SPAM Spam when you shop. You'll discover in baked Spam an economical main course that satisfies the family completely. Don't look now, folks, but here they are, the two favorites of our Spam family, George and Gracie.
Well, thank you very much.
Well, George, here it is, September.
Yes, Gracie, and the summer is practically over.
Leaves are beginning to fall. It's starting to get cold.
Squirrels are beginning to gather nuts.
I'm staying indoors from now on.
In 9 weeks, it'll be Thanksgiving.
In 10 weeks, it'll be Thanksgiving again.
Picture stars have stopped taking sunbaths.
Tourists are leaving town.
Dorothy Lamour's taking off her sarong.
Tourists are coming back again.
Pretty soon, the rest of the country will be snowed in, but California will be sending oranges to Florida, grapefruit to Illinois.
Raspberries to Florida.
Oh, yes, I just certainly killed that joke. Oranges to New York. Yes. Well, that ought to take care of the fall weather.
Sí, yo siempre he dicho que el clima de California es una cosa preciosa. A mí me gusta mucho.
Oh, yes, in spades. What is that, Senor Lee?
In weather like this, I always go into the Brown Derby and order myself a nice glass of gold milk.
Gold milk?
Sí.
You mean cold milk?
The prices they charge, it must be gold.
For your information, that milk traveled 3,000 miles to get here.
So I had to pay the taxi fare?
Well, this is fine. Now the Brown Derby will take my picture off the wall.
Oh, they won't go back into the kitchen just for that.
By the way, George, I saw Jack Benny and Mary Livingston at the Derby last week, and Jack invited me to sit down and have dinner.
Really, honey?
Yeah, Mary ordered a steak, and I had a roast pheasant.
What was Jack eating?
His heart out.
Stop kidding about Jack Benny being cheap. He worked very hard for his money. He's been on the radio for 10 years, and he finally came out on top.
Yeah, by the handful.
Well, now it's time for the Smoothies, Charlie, Babs, and Little. Kids, what are you going to sing tonight?
It's a song about two comedians.
talking to each other.
What's the name of it?
Trade winds.
I don't get it.
Oh, George, I knew I had something to tell you. Somebody suggested that with the fall programs coming back on the air, you should get the jump on everybody by getting a guest star.
My dear Bud, whoever told you that could not have been listening to our programs.
The sponsor suggested it.
And furthermore, Bud, the sponsor?
Yeah, sponsor.
There must be a mistake. See, all the programs I've been on, they brought in guest stars only when the program needed help. The weaker the program, the bigger the guest star they needed.
The sponsor wants you to get Clark Gable.
What does he want with Clark Gable? I can't understand that.
You can't understand what, Judge?
Gable is a movie actor. He's only been on the radio for about 4 times. I've been on the radio for 12 years.
I can't understand that either.
Guest star. Artie, do you think I need to get any help?
All I know, George, is that for years my family would gather around the radio whenever you were on. And they would sit by that radio until the program was over.
Thanks, Artie.
And then they'd turn it on.
Clark Gable is a guest star. Take away his looks and his personality, and what have you got?
George Burns.
Gracie.
Mr. Burns.
What does it sound, man?
If you're thinking of getting a guest star, why not give me the opportunity? I used to be a great Shakespearean actor.
Really?
Yes, for years I toured the country in various Shakespearean roles.
Look, there's something I always wanted to know. In the play Hamlet, was there really a love affair between Hamlet and Ophelia?
In the company I was in, there was.
Well, anyway, I don't need a guest star. Sponsor or no sponsor.
Hello? Spam program.
I'm not getting a guest star.
Who?
I'm the boss of
just
this
a minute.
program. And when I
George.
say something, I mean it.
George.
I wouldn't get a guest star if
George.
you paid me for a
Hey,
fortune.
Poopsie!
Quiet with that Poopsie.
The sponsor on the phone.
The sponsor? Oh, hello? Yeah, this is George Burns. Yeah. What? What? Yeah, but that shows that the male star of the program is weak. Yeah, but that shows... Yeah, but that... Yeah, but... Yeah, but...
Sounds like Abbot and Costello.
Yeah, but... Well, all right, I'll get Clark Gable and Lionel Barrymore, but Ronald Coleman we don't need. Yeah, but... Well, I don't know whether I can get them. They cost a lot of money. Oh, you want me to call you back? Oh, you're at a board meeting discussing my option? Oh, certainly I'll get them. You wouldn't want me to get Mickey Rooney, too? Oh, later, huh? Well, goodbye, sir. And I'll spare no expams. Spams. That's a joke. Oh, he hung up. Well, that makes us one happy little family. Lionel Barrymore, Ronald Coleman, and Clark Gable. How do you get men like that?
Oh, it's easy. I just drop my handkerchief and they pick it up and I say, how do?
Oh, stop.
I'll say that later.
Gracie, they're discussing our option. We've got to do something.
Well, George, why don't you get an impersonator who can imitate those stars?
Say, that's a great idea.
And I know just the fellow. He's a great mimic.
A mimic?
Yes.
You mean mimic?
No, mimic. He imitates Al Jolson.
I suppose if he could imitate Papa Dion, he'd be a puppet.
No, then he'd be a panic.
A panic? Gracie, you may not know it, but getting an impersonator was a great idea.
Down where the trade winds play, down where you lose a day. We found a new world where paradise starts. We traded hearts way down where the trade winds play. Music was everywhere. Flowers were in her hair. Under a moaning of silvery boughs, we traded vows the night that I sailed away. Old trade winds, water vows that lovers make. Old trade winds are the only made to break. When it is May again, I'll sail away again. Though I'm returning, it's not the same. She traded her name down with a trade wind flame. What all the vows that all the lovers make, trade winds are they only made to break. When it is May again, when it is May again, I'll sail away again, I'll sail away again. Though I'm returning, my love is burning, still it's not the same. You know, no love is so. Trade winds blow, you gotta blow. Oh, blow, blow, you gotta blow. Trade winds blow.
Well, Bud, we're all set. I just hired a great mimic.
Well, can he do Gable?
He can do anybody. In fact, Gracie is downstairs now, and she's getting a script of Boomtown.
Oh, George, I just got it. Here's the script.
Did you get the radio senses okay?
Yes, except for a few minor changes.
Good. Now, will everybody get around me, and I'll read the play?
You bet. Okay.
Now, the first scene takes place in a thriving oil town, and there's a lot of hustle and bustle.
George, the censor says you can't say that on the radio.
Say what?
Bustle.
All right, the bustle is out.
Oh, where else can it be?
Well, in this little town, there's an oil well right in the middle of the street. Now, some careless man leaves a few sacks of TNT lying at an angle.
Can't do it.
Why not?
You've got to leave out the sax angle.
All right, somebody left some TNT.
George, you're not going to say TNT.
Why not?
Brother, that's dynamite.
Some careless man drops a match. Is that better? And sets the oil well on fire. And at that moment, the hero is entering the town saloon, and he's just about to step in.
Can't do it.
Can't do it.
Can't mention step in.
Well, I'm sorry. It was just a slip.
Can't mention slip.
Can't, huh?
That comes under the ban.
Underwear?
Can't do it.
Can't do what?
Can't mention underwear.
All right, forget the underwear.
That's even worse.
I suppose to do this play, I'll have to get an okay from the Secretary of the Interior.
Can't do it.
Can't do it.
It's icky.
Well, this is fine. If I can't do this play tonight, I'll probably wind up without a job and walking around on my bare feet.
You cannot do that.
Why not?
Too corny.
Well, quiet, everybody. We're going to do Boomtown. If it was good enough for the movies, it's good enough for the radio. I don't want any more interruptions. Oh, that's probably the impersonator. Sound man, open the door.
You can't say that on the radio.
Why not?
This door is made of wood. Wood is made of pine. Pine is knotty, and you can't say knotty words on the radio.
Sound man, open the door.
Hello, Mr. Burns.
Oh, this is Peter Lynn Hayes, everybody. Hello, Peter.
Hey, listen, I'm sure glad to get this job, Mr. Burns. I haven't worked for about 6 months. I haven't eaten since last week, and you don't happen to have a sandwich on you.
You mean spamwich?
Later, Peter. We're broadcasting now, you see.
Gee, I haven't had a bite since Thursday.
George, shall I bite him?
Quiet. Look, say, Peter, it's very important that you do these impersonations perfectly. I want Lionel Barrymore, Ronald Coleman, and Clark Gable.
No, but I can't do Gable.
You can't do Gable? You can't do Gable? Well, now I'm in a terrible mess. Here, well, you can take the script anyway.
Have you got a knife and fork?
Look, don't eat it, just read it. Bud, will you get the sponsor on the phone?
George, what are you going to say to him if he can't do Gable?
Well, I'll suggest Gary Cooper. I'll suggest Charles Lawton. I'll suggest Georgie Rabb.
Can't do that on the radio.
Why not?
Too suggestive.
Bud, will you get the sponsor?
Okay.
Senor Burns, if you want a good mimic, I'm just the man you're looking at.
You're a good mimic?
I'm positive, I think. I do a very fine impersonation of a cockney.
A cockney?
Listen, put up your hands and reach for the ceiling, you mug.
What kind of a cockney is that?
James Cockney.
Oh, quiet.
Here's the sponsor, George. I've got him on the phone.
Oh, hello? Well, I finally did it. I got Ronald Coleman, I got Lionel Barrymore, and I got a big surprise for you. Instead of Gable, I got Charles Lawton and... Yeah, but... Oh, you're going back into the board meeting to discuss the option? Oh, sure, I'll get Gable for you. Yes, if I say I'll get him, I'll get him. What do you think I am? Oh. Goodbye. Gracie, what do you think the sponsor said to me?
You can't say that on the radio.
You said it. And now Artie Shaw and his boys will do Rose Room, which, by the way, they play nightly at the Rose Room of the Palace Hotel in San Francisco. Plug. I know that, Gracie. But the sponsor wants Gable, and we haven't got Gable.
But we've got Lionel Barrymore, so let's do Dr. Kildare.
Yeah, but we've got to get Gable. And Gable was in Boomtown.
All right, so let's make it Dr. Kildare goes to Boomtown.
But that still doesn't give us Gable.
Well, I've got an idea. Want to hear it?
Yes, I'm all ears.
Then you play Gable.
Well, this is fun. I'll hire a mimic, and he can imitate everybody except the one I want.
Oh, that's nothing, George. Great things can't really be imitated. Now, take Spam.
I got you into that nicely.
Thank you very kindly. Cold or hot, Spam hits the spot is a phrase that fits Spam to a T. All summer long, millions have enjoyed Spam served cold. This delicious meat will continue as a mealtime mainstay served for lunch, just as it comes from the can, because it's all ready to eat. Now that school has started, you like to send the family away in the morning with a breakfast that sticks to the ribs. Well, here's a suggestion for a mighty good breakfast that's easy to fix and never fails to get the family up in a hurry. Spam and eggs. You don't have to worry about the family going away hungry because Spam, S-P-A-M, is delicious meat with a satisfying taste and flavor. Just open a can of Spam, cut off thin slices, and fry quickly in a hot pan. And egg sunny side up with tender, juicy, golden brown slices of fried Spam is a hearty breakfast as bright as the morning sun, and certainly a welcome change. Give your family Spam and eggs. You'll save time in the kitchen and serve good, economical meals. Spam keeps without refrigeration and is always ready for quick action. So ask your food dealer for Spam when you shop tomorrow. Try the several easy recipes on the label. Then you'll know why Spam is good served cold or served hot.
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot. Spam hits the spot.
And now for our play.
But, Gracie, we haven't got Gable.
I've got it all fixed.
Starring Lionel Barrymore, Ronald Coleman, and Clark Gable.
Entitled It Can't Happen Here.
George, that's not the name of it. The title is The Great Appendicitis Operation, or A Scar is Born.
The scar?
Uh-huh.
Gracie, what about Gay?
Leave it to me. Music.
I hope.
As the play opens, we find Dr. Kildare and Nurse Allen in the operating room. The doctor is performing a very delicate operation. It's a very tense moment.
Nurse, forceps. Scalpel. Needle. Well, there you are. Perfect job.
Oh, thanks, Doctor. And now sew up the hole in my other stocking.
Enough of that. Where's Dr. Lionel Barrymore?
Quarreling with his brother John Barrymore about a face operation.
Well, of course, there are two sides to everything.
Except John's face.
Nurse Allen, look, I've got my own troubles.
Oh, please, Doctor, not so loud. You're disturbing the patient in 414.
414?
Mm-hmm.
What patient?
The one who has a temperature of 109.
A temperature of 109?
Yes.
How can he live?
Well, he gets an allowance from his folks.
Temperature of 109 is very dangerous. What did you do with him?
Well, I put him to bed with that patient who's got the chills.
Well, I better go up and see him.
Nobody's allowed in 414.
Gracie, what about Abel Gay?
I've got it all fixed.
You have, huh?
Look, here comes Dr. Lionel Barrymore.
Well, I hope you got it fixed. Oh, hello, Dr. Lionel Barrymore.
See here, son, who said you knew anything about medicine? I left positive instructions that little Billy should be kept on a strict diet. And he's brought into surgery with a hamburger sandwich clutched in his hand.
Well, I'm awfully sorry, Doctor.
Well, you should be. So I placed this little tyke on the operating table, and I administered the anesthesia myself. And I stood there looking at him. I stood gazing at that poor face until those tired little eyes finally closed.
Well, Doctor, what did you do?
What do you think I did? I ate the hamburger.
Still hungry, huh?
You mean Spam Burger.
I wonder where I can find Dr. Ronald Coleman.
Please, Doctor, you're disturbing the patient in 414.
Who is that patient in 414?
The one who's got appendicitis.
Well, then I must operate.
Oh, no, his wife won't let you.
Why not?
Well, she says she won't have anybody else opening her mail.
Gracie, what about Abel Gay?
Don't worry.
Dr. Kildare, go to surgery G. Dr. Kildare, go to surgery G.
I can't go to G.
Then go to H.
What kind of a hospital is this anyway?
Please, Doctor, you're disturbing the patient in 414.
Will you forget that man in 414?
But, Doctor, he's got chills.
Did you shake all over?
No, only in 414.
Gracie, did you fix that Clark on the wall? I'm not Gable to tell the time.
It's all fixed.
Is it? I hope so. Hello?
Hello, this is Dr. Shaw.
Yes, Dr. Shaw.
They just brought in a patient wearing a white sweater. Send stretcher at once.
What do you want the stretcher for?
The sweater doesn't fit me.
Some doctor.
Dr. Kildare?
Yes, what is it, Senor Lee?
Operate quick, Doctor. A piece of cinder fleed me in the eye.
It fleed you in the eye?
Hey.
You mean it flew in your eye?
Fleed.
Flew? Look, what comes after flies?
Flit.
Nurse Allen, will you go out and look for Dr. Coleman?
Please, Doctor. You're disturbing the patient in 414.
Who is this fellow in 414? How did he get in here without me seeing him?
Well, he was an accident case. He fell off an ironing board.
A ironing board?
He was pressing his pants and he forgot to take them off.
Look, Gracie, if we don't get...
We got.
When?
Later.
I hope.
Dr. Kildare.
Yes, Dr. Heaston.
I just got a telephone call from New York that might interest you. This person said there's nothing better for a person who expects a nervous breakdown than a good dish of mongoose.
Raw mongoose?
No, it's cooked.
Who said mongoose is cooked?
The sponsor if you don't get Gable.
Gracie.
Don't worry, don't worry. Here comes Dr. Coleman now.
Well, Dr. Ronald Coleman.
My dear Dr. Kildare, it's an honor and a pleasure to be a visiting surgeon in your great hospital. I've devoted my entire life to medicine. As a medical man, you know I'm speaking the truth when saying the reward we seek is not material. I don't want glory. I don't want fame. I just want one thing for my work.
Well, what is it you want?
You don't happen to have a sandwich.
No.
You mean sandwich.
Quiet. This is going far enough.
Oh, please, Doctor. You're disturbing the patient in 414.
Oh, stop with that 414.
George, the sponsor is on the phone again.
Oh, well, good night. Hello. I know. Yes, I know. Well, I tried and I did my best and...
Give me that phone. Hello? This is Gracie Allen speaking. What? What? We haven't got Clark Gable. We haven't got Clark Gable. Who do you think that fellow is in 414?
Well, that's all I want to know. And from the new Jolson show, Gracie will now sing Would You Be So Kindly? Sing it.
I'm not so hot in my IQ, but that's okay. I've got to tell you I like you, and that ain't hay. I'm not so bright, not so sharp, not so smooth in the sizzling phrases. And so I ask you in my curioso way, oh, would you be so kindly to treat me not so blindly? Or would you be so kindly if you please? Or would you be so sweetly to sweep me off my feetly? I'm asking you discreetly on my knees. Or would you be so gently to say that you'll be true and say it sentimentally, just like in tea for two? Or would you be so cutely to love me absolutely? Because to put it brutally, I love you. Now, baby, would you be so kindly, so very, very kindly, to show me how to find me a little piece of mindly? Or would you be so kindly if you please? Or would you be so goodly, wouldn't you, to treat me as you shouldly, shouldn't you? I'm so misunderstoodly. Why must you tease? Oh, come on, I'm waiting for an answer. Won't you be an angely and tell me I'm divine? I have a feeling strangely that you will soon be mine and bells will chime. Oh, don't be namby-pamby. Let's raise a little family. 'Cause being like I amly, I love you. I do, and I do mean you.
Would you like to see the family completely satisfied after dinner tomorrow evening? Well, here's a sure way to do it. Open a can of Spam, S-P-A-M. Take out this tender, delicious meat, stud with cloves, and pop it into the oven. Baste with a little orange or pineapple juice. Only takes a jiffy, and the simple recipe is right on the label of the Spam can. When a delightful aroma sneaks out of the oven, you'll hardly be able to wait for dinner to be ready. There's an economical main course that's easy to fix, grand to eat. Be sure to ask your food dealer for Spam when you shop tomorrow.
Thank you, Bud. Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Good night.
And, Peter, I want to thank you for those grand impersonations. But how come that you couldn't do Clark Gable?
Well, that would be a very tedious job. In order to do a fellow like Clark Gable, I'd have to stay close to him for about 7 weeks.
Should happen to me.
Good night, all.
Be with us again next Monday night, same time, same station, for another George Burns and Gracie Allen show with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothies. Until then, this is Bud Heaston reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? You may think you don't like chili, but chili con carne, the way Hormel makes it, is different, and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ooh, honey, don't come near me, please.
Oh, I can't.
No, baby. Not right.
Oh, sweetie. You don't want to get too close.
Fight morning breath with Scope. Scope has 2 powerful ingredients to kill 90% of the bacteria that cause morning breath.
Kiss me.
What are you waiting for?
Great kiss.
You may kiss me now.
Scope, the best thing first thing in the morning.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Make-Believe Sheriff. The Green Hornet strikes again. Backroom hideout, Slick Maynard, big-time crook and confidence man, was talking to his 2 partners in crime, Fingers and Biff.
Well, fellas, so far we've done all right by ourselves in this burg. So far the cops haven't got any kind of a line on who pulled off those last 3 jobs of ours.
Yeah, Slick, we sure got to hand it to you for planning things out right since we didn't leave no clues or nothing. Hey, we can move on to some other burg with the dough we got and live decent.
What do you mean, decent?
Well, I mean in a nice dump and all that. You know.
Yeah? How long do you think that dough's going to last, Biff? We got to run up the ante before we can live like you're thinking of.
Hey, Slick, we may not be so lucky in this town if we pull any more jobs. If the cops do get a line on us, we'd be sunk.
Now, stop shaking in your boots, Fingers, and let's listen to Slick. He knows what's best. You got something in mind, Slick?
Yeah. Believe you me, it's something big this time. Did you ever hear the Blue India Diamond?
Sure. That's the rock the Chesley dame had put into well, you know, one of them things you pin on your front like.
That's a brooch, you dumb cluck.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Hey, that rock's unlucky, and it's too well known to get rid of. You can count me out on that deal.
Oh, is that so? Well, I'm counting you in, Fingers. That's one job we need you on, but definitely, see?
I said count me out. And nothing you can say will change my mind.
Well, maybe this will make you change your mind, you scary dope.
Hey, put down that gun, Slick.
Now, look, I'm telling you mugs what to do around here, and what I say goes, get it?
Oh, yeah? Well, I ain't taking no threats off of you.
Now, hold it, Fingers. He'll drill you. So help me, I'll biff you in if you don't come to your senses.
No, wait, Biff. I was only kidding.
Okay, I'll let you go then.
Hold it.
Don't be a fool and try to jump Slick when he has a rod pointed at you.
Okay, let me loose.
There.
Slick, you ain't got no right to pull that rod on me like that.
Well, I'm putting it away, Fingers. I just want you to know I mean what I say, get it?
Sure, I get it.
Well, then sit down and listen, you punkhead. Slick ain't gonna give us any bum steers, are you, Slick?
You ought to know that by now. They got the whole thing planned out.
What's a dump?
Well, the Chesley dame is going to a swell lunch today. And there was mention in the paper that she was going to wear that brooch with a blue India hunk eyes in it.
Yeah, you see, Biffy, he's cracked. We can't rob that dame in broad daylight.
Now, look, you shut up or I'll biff you like I said. Go on, Slick.
Well, she keeps that brooch in a bank safety deposit box, see? And she ain't using it for some swell occasion. Well, that lunch will last probably till after the bank is closed, so she'll keep it at home tonight. And I've been casing that joint where she lives, see?
Say, maybe you got something there. What's the layout, Slick?
Well, her husband's out of town. She's got an old dude who's sort of a houseman. Also a maid who does the cooking. Maid has Tuesdays off, see? And this is Tuesday. The madam meets out tonight.
Well, you mean the old man's there alone tonight, then, huh?
Yeah, in a way. She has a kid, too, a boy. He goes to bed early. Just a punk, about 6 or 7.
Yeah, maybe that dame will wear that rock when she goes to dinner.
No. She only wears it on special occasions, like I told you. No, I expect she'll put it into a small wall safe she's got in an upstairs sitting room.
Say, you really did case that joint, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. I got all the dope from the maid when I went to the back door as a salesman one day last week. She yaps her jaws so fast she almost sold me the kitchen stove before I left.
Well, you always did have a way with women, Slick. Yeah, that sure sounds like a job's made for us. With Fingers here to open that wall safe.
And supposing something goes wrong while I'm opening that safe?
We'll be right there to protect you, sonny boy.
Nothing will go wrong. Old setup's a cinch. Grab that beautiful piece of ice tonight, then we can leave town with a fortune in our midst. And neither Mrs. Chesley nor the cops will ever know what became of the famous Blue India diamond brooch.
Late that afternoon, Mrs. Chesley returned home from the luncheon. And before leaving for an early dinner with friends, she was giving final instructions to her small son, Tommy, and to the houseman, Elberton.
Now, remember, Tommy, be a good boy and go to bed right after Elberton gives you his dinner.
Yes, Mother. Mother,
What is it, dear?
was Daddy ever a sheriff?
No, darling.
Why?
Because he had other things to do, Tommy.
Can a sheriff arrest people, Mother?
Well, I suppose they can. Now run along and play, dear. Mother's in a hurry.
Why?
Tommy, please. Elberton.
Yes, madam.
Perhaps you'd better take Tommy downstairs and get him something to eat right now.
Yes, madam.
Oh, I don't want to. I want to play sheriff. Can I, Mother? Can I?
Say, may I, Tommy, not can I.
Well, may I then?
Yes, for a little while. But when Elberton tells you it's time to eat, you go with him.
Yes, Mother. Are you leaving right now?
Yes, dear. Kiss Mother. Take good care of Tommy, Elberton.
Yes, madam.
Oh, Elberton. I almost forgot. Will you put my brooch in the safe before you go downstairs?
Right away, madam.
Put up your hands, LB. I'm a sheriff.
Oh, goodness me, Master Tommy, you frightened me with that toy gun.
Put 'em up, mister. This isn't a toy gun. I'm going to put you in jail.
Well, now, Master Tommy, you don't look like a sheriff to me. You haven't any badge on.
Gee, I forgot. Sheriffs do wear badges, don't they?
Most assuredly. To be a sheriff, you must have a badge, Master Tommy. Oh, your mother is calling. Stay here and I come back, Sheriff Tommy.
All right, LB. I'll arrest you when you come back. Gee, how can I be a sheriff without a badge to wear? People won't believe I'm a sheriff if I don't have one.
Mr. Tommy.
What?
Go into your own room, get into your pajamas, and if you hang all your clothes up nicely in the closet, I'll bring your supper up on a tray.
You will? Oh, boy, that'll be swell. I'll go right away, LB. I like supper on a tray.
After Tommy had had his supper and was sleeping, Elberton went to his own room on the ground floor just off the kitchen. Hearing the distant rumble of thunder, he hastened upstairs to close the windows. Soon he reached the door of the upstairs sitting room.
Oh, my, I forgot to put out this light. Who's that? Hey, come in. I saw a man with his leg over that windowsill. The brooch. I forgot to put it in the safe. It's gone. I must phone for the police.
Meanwhile, in his office at the Daily Sentinel building, Britt Reed, young man about town and publisher of the Sentinel, was talking to his secretary, Lenore Case.
It's been a long time since Edna Chesley's worn the famous blue India diamond brooch in public, Miss Case. The story she told me about it today will make a good Sunday feature.
You know the Chesleys quite well, don't you, Mr. Reed?
Yes, they're very nice people.
They must be extremely wealthy to own a gem like that.
Well, as a matter of fact, Miss Case, I think practically all they have is tied up in that brooch. Mrs. Chesley's mother willed it to her. She told me today she was thinking seriously of putting it on the market for sale.
I suppose she'd hate to have to part with it.
Yes, I suppose so. But her fortune has dwindled so that she may have to give it up, whether she wants to or not.
I hope that storm doesn't last long. I didn't come to the office prepared for rain.
Well, these summer storms don't usually last very long. I think it's about over now.
Mr. Reed's office, Miss Case speaking.
Hello, Casey. Is Reed there?
Oh, it's you, Axford. Just a minute. Our self-appointed reporter, Michael Axford, wants to talk to you, Mr. Reed.
It's Axford, huh? Hello, Axford. What's up?
Plenty, Reed. I'm down at cops' headquarters. They just got word that somebody stole the Chesley Blue India diamond.
What?
That's right, Reed. The houseman phoned and said he went into the sitting room where it was and was just in time to see a man disappearing through the window. A squad car was in the neighborhood and got around there in time to see some guy hightailing it across the street from the house and climbing into a car. They're found in the car now.
So they took the Chesley brooch, huh?
Yeah, but the cops will run him down. I'll stick with Sergeant Burke in case they bring the crooks in. Then we'll have the whole story.
All right, Axford. And I do hope they catch those thieves. Be sure to get in touch with me as soon as you have any further news.
That I will, Reed.
If I'm not here, call me at home, Axford. I'll be interested to know the outcome of the chase. And for Mrs. Chesley's sake, I hope the police run them down before they dispose of it.
Sure. Okay, Reed. So long.
Goodbye, Axford.
Did I hear you say that somebody took that diamond?
Yes, Miss Case, so Axford said. And if it isn't found, Edna Chesley will be in rather difficult circumstances.
Isn't it insured?
Well, she said the insurance ran out some time ago and was never renewed. Her husband's business is in a bad way. And if they don't get that stone back, it's going to be a hard blow to her. A very hard blow.
Later that evening, Britt Reed went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Britt. Mr. Axford called for you on the telephone a little while ago.
What do you have to say, Cato?
He said to tell you police follow crooks for a long way out River Road. Later find car abandoned. They're still hunting out in that neighborhood for men who are in the car.
I see. The crooks gave them the slip, evidently.
What is it crooks steal, Mr. Britt?
The Chesley brooch, Cato. And I feel sorry for Edna Chesley.
Oh, they get famous blue India diamond.
That's right. I'd do most anything in the world to help get it back for her.
Not much you can do, Mr. Britt. But perhaps if Green Hornet...
I've been thinking of that, Cato. Did Axford say the police are still hunting the crooks out in the vicinity of the River Road?
Yes, Mr. Britt.
Well, then, while their attention is turned out there, it might not be a bad idea for the Green Hornet to go to the Chesley home and have a look around. Maybe some clue might be found there to lead us to those crooks. Come on, Cato, we'll do it.
Gas gun ready. Also a Black Beauty, Mr. Britt.
Good. Let's go, Cato.
Fingers, I should have let you have a slug this morning when you argued with me. Sure fine the way you messed up this deal.
How did I know that old coot was going to come walking into the room just then?
Well, if he wasn't such a scary dope, you would have slugged him and gone ahead and opened that safe like you were supposed to. Yeah, we should have beat it and left you to the cop. That's what we should have done.
Yeah, if the cops ever get hold of this mope, they'll grill him till he tells everything he ever knew. That's one thing we won't let happen. They'll let the cops get their mitts on Fingers here.
We got away from them, didn't we? What are you beefing about?
Well, if we hadn't had this car parked out there on the River Road for a quick change, they would have got us.
You sure were smart to think of that, Slick. In case anything did happen. And it did.
Well, those coppers are still out there hunting.
Yeah, so what?
Listen, lunkhead. As long as they think we're away out there on foot trying to hide, they won't expect us to make a second try for that hunk of ice, get it?
Sure. And no one but Slick would think that one up. and have the nerve to try.
Hey, you mean we're going to go back?
We're going to go back there, see? I'll take care of that old house, man, while you go up over the roof and crack the safe. And this time, brother, you better come out with that diamond brooch or else.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. And now, back to our story. Not knowing that the crooks had eluded the police and were returning to make another try for the diamond brooch, Britt Reed and Cato speeded toward the Chesley home in the Black Beauty. Meantime, Slick, Biff, and Fingers arrived near their destination and parked their car in the shadows.
Hey, Slick. I just thought of something.
Yeah, what's on your mind, Biffy?
It seems mighty funny to me that since the brooch is still in there, the cops didn't leave somebody here to guard it for the rest of the night.
Hey, maybe they did leave somebody inside.
Quiet, you. What if they did? They wouldn't leave more than one guy and we can handle him. I don't think they left anybody. They don't know we'd have the nerve to try again like this.
Hey, before I go in to crack that safe, Slick, you gotta go inside and make sure it's okay. Or I ain't gonna have no part in it, see?
Get going, you. Go on.
Well, I'm going, Biff. Take it easy, will ya?
All right, you are. Now get out and get started.
Come on, you big dope. I'll go along with you and see that you don't get hurt.
Well, I'll slip into those bushes near the front of the house, and the cops do come back, I'll whistle. If you need help inside, I'll be ready.
Okay, Biff. I'll go around through the back and quiet that old house, man. Come on, Fingers. This time we're coming out with that rock.
While the three crooks were discussing their plans in their car up the street, Britt Reed and Cato arrived in the alley behind the Chesley place.
You think perhaps police have somebody there in the house, Mr. Britt?
I hope not, Cato, but I'll have to risk it. You stay here and be ready for a quick getaway.
I'll be ready, Mr. Britt.
Good. I don't expect to be very long.
Oh, there's light in the window near back entrance.
Yes, that's where the manservant stays. I was here once, some time ago. If I remember correctly, the safe was in an upstairs sitting room with windows over the front porch. I'll go there now, so be on guard, Cato.
Yes, sir. You be careful for a trap.
Leaving Cato and the Black Beauty, Britt Reed moved silently into the shadows and was soon standing alongside the front porch under the sitting room windows.
Because of that rain, there's quite a bit of mud right here. And footsteps in that mud. Here goes.
With expert and cat-like movements, Britt Reed made his way to the porch roof. Finding the window to the sitting room unlatched, he quietly raised it and lifted himself over the sill into the room beyond.
And now for a quick look around with my flashlight. That's strange. With all that mud down below, there should be at least a trace of it on the rug. There's the wall safe over there. Let's see. Yes, I leave a mud track when I step. Evidently that houseman saw the crook entering and not leaving. Therefore, the brooch should still be here. And yet he reported to the police that it was gone. Say, maybe he was the one... Sounds like somebody on the roof. I'll hide behind this chair.
I could have sworn I seen some sort of light go on and off in here. I guess my nerves are jumpy. Now to break that safe and get the rock. Seems to be empty. There must be something pulled off here. That note all slick must have got a wrong steer. And if I say I didn't get it, he'll come right back and... Hey, jumping catfish, what goes? Who are you?
Where's that brooch?
Hey, let me look at you with my... Great creeping lizards, a Green Hornet.
Answer me, where's that brooch?
Honest Hornet, it ain't here. It's gone. Look for yourself.
Step aside. Empty. It is gone, then.
Hey, maybe you're pulling a fast one. Maybe you took it.
You're the one who's trying to pull a fast one.
I got this rod right in your back, wise guy. Don't make a move or I'll drill you.
Hey, good for you, Slick. Hey, I think he's got that hunk of ice we came after. I'll turn on the light.
No doubt. Hand it over, Hornet. We didn't make 2 trips here for nothing.
So, you mugs are the same ones who were here earlier.
So what? Quit stalling. Give me that rock.
If I had it, I wouldn't give it to you.
Oh, no? Frisk him, Pincus.
Yeah, sure. Keep him covered, Slick.
Touch me, mug.
Hey, back on my shit.
Oh, you missed him, Slick. Get him. Try it again.
Quiet, you.
I'll get you the last thing I do.
There goes your gun, crook. And now it's my turn.
No, wait.
Take it, Lux.
Hey, wait. The gas gun.
Hey, Slick, Slick, the cops are Hey, so that's it, huh?
Good thing I got a gun here.
Another one, huh?
Yeah, another one.
And this one has a drop on the Green Hornet himself. The cops will find you here with them two, but they won't find me. I'm gonna plug you, Hornet.
Put him up, mister.
Hey, what the... Give me that gun! That little boy took your attention just the right time. Now you can take it, big boy.
No. Gas. Can't breathe.
Hey, he was my prisoner. Now you put him up, mister.
Oh, so you're going to make me your prisoner, is that it?
Yep, I'm a sheriff, and I'm going to arrest you.
Well, how do I know you're a sheriff? You don't look like a sheriff to me, Sonny.
My name isn't Sonny, it's Tommy. And I'm a sheriff with a gun and a... Oh, now I know. You don't think I'm a sheriff because I don't have a badge on. Albie says I have to have a badge to arrest him, too. And I have one, too. Better than any sheriff's got, I betcha.
Oh, so you have a badge, huh? I'll tell you what. You show me your badge, and then maybe I'll believe you're really a sheriff, Tommy.
Wait till I get this badge out of my pocket. Look, see? Here's my badge. Isn't it a swell one?
And the brooch. Yes, that's really a fine one, Tommy.
Now you'll believe me, mister. Say, why do you have that thing over your face like that?
Why, I'm just playing a game, Tommy.
Well, now I'm going to arrest you, see?
Oh, no, wait a minute, Mr. Sheriff. Suppose we make a deal.
A what?
A deal, Tommy. See, I'll give you these, and you let me go. How about it?
What are those, money?
Well, not exactly, but we'll make believe they are. Is that a deal?
Gee, give them to me then.
There you are.
What was that?
That's people coming, Tommy, so I'll have to leave you.
Oh, don't go. I want to play some more.
You can play sheriff anyway. Just stand near those bad men laying there on the floor, and don't let them get away.
I'll watch them. They won't get away, mister. But I want you to stay, too.
Now, listen, Tommy. There's some real policemen coming right now. You can play with them a while. And be sure to show them your badge so they'll know you're a sheriff. And now, goodbye, Tommy. Be a good boy.
Hey, don't leave me here with these bad men.
What's going on in here? What was that shooting? Glory be, look at here.
Holy crow, Sarge. There's 3 of them stretched out like...
Put him up, mister.
Oh, Sarge. You take that gun away from that kid before it goes off.
Oh, Axford, that's rich. The kid's holding a toy cap pistol in your back and you're shaking like a leaf.
A toy pistol, is it? Well, now I knew it all the time. Can't I give the boy a little fun, Sarge?
Looks to me like he's already had plenty of fun.
Say, Sarge, you don't mean to say you think this little boy did all this to them 3 there, do you?
No, I don't. But somebody did. Cassidy tipped us off there was somebody entering this place through that upstairs window. And here we find 3 of them stretched out like this.
Hey, Sarge, we found the houseman knocked out cold down in his room.
These 3 are crooks, all right, but... Say, Sonny, what do you know about all this?
I'm a sheriff, mister.
And I'm watching these bad men like the other man said to.
So you think you're a sheriff, eh?
Sure, and I got this badge to make me a sheriff, see?
So you call that it? Hey, that's the brooch that was stolen a while ago.
You mean that's the India diamond thing?
This is my badge, and I didn't steal it. It belongs to my mother, so there.
Sure, son, sure. You're a brave little lad to get it back from these crooks. Your mother will be mighty proud of you.
She will?
Sure she will, me lad.
Why?
Why? Well, for getting it back and all, like the Sarge said.
Doesn't he talk funny? I think I'll arrest him.
He sure does, Sonny. that he does.
Funny, is it? Now look at here, little boy.
If you don't want to be arrested, you can give me money like that other man did.
The kid's in the hold-up game, that he is.
Yeah, he's got a racket all his own. So somebody gave you money to let him go, huh? Let's see all the money he gave you.
There, see?
Oh, so you call that money, eh? Well, that's... Great Pluto's ghost, Axford. Look at here. The kid's got a handful of them.
Handful of what are you talking about, Sarge?
Look for yourself. See, he's got a whole fistful of seals. Seals of the Green Hornet.
Heaven preserve us. Where did he get them all?
He gave them to me because I was going to arrest him. But when he gave me these, I let him go. He said I could play with the policemen when they came. Are you policemen?
Sure, Sonny. But don't tell anybody. So this is the work of the Hornet, eh? And somehow the kid got the brooch back from him and his gang. We must have scared him off. Get those thugs out of here, boys.
What happened to Tommy? Where is he?
Hey, look, Sarge, the houseman must have come, too. That's him there.
Tell me, where's the little boy?
Take it easy, fella. Hey, you Axford, get your big carcass to one side so this guy can get a look at the kid.
Now you give me a pain.
Yeah, but we can't see through it. There's the boy.
Hello, Elby. I was hiding behind this great fat man to surprise you. I'm playing sheriff. See all my prisoners?
Oh, Tommy, thank heaven you're all right. But those men, one of them is a man who attacked me. Tommy, are you sure you aren't hurt?
Hurt? Take a look at them for a change. And what's more, the kid got the brooch back. Took it off the Green Hornet himself, no less.
Green Hornet? Tommy facing all these men in the Green Hornet?
Catch him, Cassidy. He's fainted.
Elby's playing dead just for fun, isn't he? Bang! Bang! Why don't you fall down, mister?
Bang yourself, youngster. I'm busy.
Say, Sonny, here comes your mother.
What happened? Hello, Mother. I was just playing sheriff. You told me I could.
Sure. The kid's all right, ma'am. And here's your brooch. It was stolen this evening, but somehow the kid got it back. And we got the crooks in the bargain.
Oh, my poor baby.
Baby, is it? Sure enough, at his age, he can play sheriff and do all this. I hope he don't start playing president or he'll wind up in the White House. That he will. And what beats me down to a pulp, ma'am, is how he managed to get a fistful of seals from that ace of criminals, the Green Hornet himself.
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Hite speaking. This is the Blue Network.
The rush of icy clean freshness. Now you can feel it every morning with the power of peppermint. Peppermint Scope.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. Cattle raising was the first great industry in Texas, but when the days of the open range passed, many farmers and sheep herders settled in the new territory. There was bitter rivalry between these new settlers and the cattlemen, and their disputes over boundaries and water rights would have resulted in range wars if the masked rider of the plains had not interfered. He made both factions realize that the West could never be made safe for honest men unless they united and fought side by side for law and order. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear, when adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for Valley City. Almost waiting on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Our story begins in Saul Bemis General Store at Valley City. Lefty Curtis opens the door and...
Hi there, Lefty.
Howdy, Saul. I'm looking for my boss. Is Mr. Hammond around here any place?
You ain't blind, are you?
Oh, hello, Mr. Hammond. Howdy there, Peggy.
Hello.
What are you looking for me for, Lefty?
Boss, there's been more sheep drove into Sweetwater Canyon.
No.
Close to 100 head.
The dirty, sneaking, rotten crooks.
It was drove right over the edge. You can see 'em piled up below. 100 head of prime sheep killed.
Them blasted cattlemen? Lefty, did any of the boys see 'em do it? Did they leave a trail that could be followed? Was there anything to prove it all?
I'm sorry, boss.
Nothing.
It was done like they always do it, when there's nobody to see 'em. Now, if we post guards towards Sweetwater Canyon, they'll turn around and drive the sheep into White Rock or Big Smoky or one of them others. We'd have to hire a regiment to keep 'em from our critters.
I'll have to tell the sheriff about this.
I've already told him. He should be on his way here now. They're stopping his office trying to find you.
Well, Peggy, I think this should convince you now.
Of what, Pa?
Of what? Why, the kind of ornery, low-down skunks them cattlemen are, that's what.
I suppose you're referring to Pete Lambert.
He's one of them.
Pete wouldn't do anything like this. What's more, Pa, it ain't been proved yet that any of the cattlemen are implicated.
Who else would try to kill off my sheep?
I can't say, but I know that Pete wouldn't.
Turning again your own paw.
Pa, that ain't true.
If you'd forget Pete like any girl of sense would, and
And,
Go ahead, say it, Pa. If I'd marry Lefty instead.
Sure, we'll get hitched one of these days, Peggy. You'll come around to it in time.
I think not.
Shucks. You sure ain't going to turn me down for Pete, are you? You wouldn't take him when you could get a man, would you?
Forget it, Lefty. She's spoiled, and I'm to blame for it. But she's a Hammond. She won't always be so flighty and addle-headed.
Here comes the sheriff, if you're sure you're through discussing me in public.
You're a Hammond, girl. You sure got your Morse tongue.
Howdy, folks.
Howdy, Sheriff.
Lefty told you what happened, Sheriff?
I've already sent out 2 of my deputies to see if they can't find some trace of the Sidewinder.
I reckon you know who done this.
Uh-huh. The law still says I gotta have proof before I can act.
Then get proof.
That's what I'm a-trying to do. But I'll get it. Don't you worry, Mr. Hammond. Them ranchers won't get by with their slick tricks forever.
Wait a minute, Sheriff.
What's up?
See that fella Saul's waiting on?
Here's the grub you asked for, stranger. Got it all wrapped up.
Thank you. Here's your money.
2, 3, 355. Just right.
Why, he's...
What's that, Lefty?
Big Bill Nyberg. You're talking to me? Bill, how'd you get here? Where'd you come
Hey,
from?
hold on, stranger. If you're Big Bill, hide your hand.
I think not.
Who's that draw?
I never seen the like.
Just drop that gun back in its holster, Sheriff. You've mistaken me for another man. Don't try to act on that mistake. Wait, Sheriff.
Huh?
I reckon I did make a mistake. Stepping out of the shadows that way, the stranger sure did look like Big Bill just for a second. But he ain't, Sheriff. Bill weren't that tall, and he didn't hold himself so straight, neither.
Doggone, Lefty, make up your mind. Is he or ain't he Bill Nyberg?
I'm not Big Bill, and don't try to follow me.
Just a second, stranger.
All either fella be, Sheriff. I told you you weren't Big Bill, didn't I?
And don't go getting yourself sidetracked, Sheriff. It's them crooked ranchers I'm interested in, not strangers.
Well, then, come along. We'll have a look at where your sheep are drove over and see if my deputies was able to find any evidence that Lefty didn't.
After leaving the store, the Lone Ranger made his way to the place where he had concealed his great horse, Silver. He mounted and then raced to the well-hidden camp where Tonto was waiting.
Oh, Silver. Oh. Here are the supplies, Tonto.
Oh, that's good.
And Lefty fell for our trap.
Him think you, Big Bill?
Only for a moment, but a moment was enough. Every sheriff in the West has a reward notice describing Big Bill.
Ah.
But the only people who have ever seen him in person are the members of his old gang and the deputy sheriff who joined the gang to get evidence against them.
That's right.
The only ones until we caught him and turned him over to the law. But that news hasn't reached here yet.
We get here plenty fast.
I wanted to act on Big Bill's tip that when his gang was broken up and Notch Hopkins escaped, Notch came to this territory. Everything's fitting together. We know that 2 of Hammond's own men drove his sheep over the cliff. The breed they call Pedro and that fellow they call Fritz.
Tonto not see him drive sheep, but Tonto see him come from that way.
I've no doubt they were the men. They didn't drive the sheep over. They were close enough to see who did and report them. The fact that they didn't report anybody proves them guilty. I don't want them arrested, however, until we know who's behind them. They have no motive. And Hammond wouldn't deliberately kill his own sheep just to drive the cattlemen off the range. As a matter of fact, he was here first, and the cattlemen didn't take over the north end of the range until Hammond assured them he didn't plan to use it.
Not right.
But if Hammond's daughter marries Lefty, Hammond plans to retire and turn over the management of the ranch entirely to Lefty. And of course, when Hammond dies, the whole spread will belong to Lefty.
That's why him want cattlemen get out.
It gives him a motive. I'm sure now that Notch Hopkins and Lefty Curtis are one and the same person. Notch was ambitious. That's why he turned crooked. Getting things honestly wasn't fast enough for him. It would be like Notch, or Lefty, as he calls himself now, to want the whole range. And the fact that he'll get nothing until he marries Peggy Hammond, and that Peggy doesn't like him, wouldn't bother him at all. In the first place, Peggy isn't likely to marry anyone without her father's consent, and her father wants her to marry Lefty. In the second place, Lefty's own conceit won't let him believe she really doesn't like him.
What you do now?
All right, now I'm going to take off this disguise. It's done its work. Anyone who had been in Big Bill's gang would have thought I was him until he looked closer, which is just what Lefty did.
Tonto put disguise on plenty good.
You did. And as soon as it's off, I'll tell you a plan I have.
You tell law Lefty feller named Notch?
No. Even if we were believed, Lefty wouldn't get much of a jail sentence on the old charges against him. In a year or 2, he'd go free to go on with his crimes.
Him plenty bad feller.
However, if we can prove he's behind the killing of these sheep, he'll get what he deserves, and we're going to see that he does.
That be plenty hard. Him not drive sheep. Pedro, Fritz do that.
Yes, and the 3 of them working together on the same outfit
Gives them a dozen opportunities a day to lay their plans without being observed. Nevertheless, Tonto, the only way we can clear the cattlemen and place the guilt on Lefty is to know when the next flock of sheep is going to be driven over the edge of the canyon.
Then you take Lawman there, huh?
That would still involve only Pedro and Fritz. If arrested, they might testify against Lefty, or they might not. No, Kemosabe, we don't even need to know where they plan to kill the sheep. Just find out when, and our plan will work. Both the masked man and Tonto trailed Lefty as best they could throughout the following week. But as the Lone Ranger had pointed out earlier, there were still times when Lefty could give instructions without being overheard. The week passed, and one day Peggy Hammond was sitting alone on the seat of a buckboard in front of the general store, and...
Stand still there, Spars.
Why, Peggy.
Peggy.
I thought that was your pa's buckboard, but I didn't see you at first.
Now, that's a fine thing.
Oh, shucks, I reckon you know how I meant it. You come to town alone?
Lefty drove me in. He's in the store now.
Huh.
Jealous?
Of that ornery lowdown... Well, I'm sorry, honey, but every time I think of that skunk, I get hot under the collar.
You sure do.
I got reason, I guess. Gosh, Peggy, it seems like I never get to see you anymore.
Pa won't let you come to the house.
No, and he won't let you come to town less than him or Lefty is with you. Blast it all, it ain't fair.
Do you think I like it, Pete?
I suppose not. But the worst of it is being kept away from you on account of being blamed for something I never done.
Pa don't blame you, Pete.
He don't blame me. He blames all us cattlemen together. So it amounts to the same thing in the end.
I'm sorry, Pete.
Hey.
What's the matter?
Nothing, honey. Just got an idea is all.
An idea?
Uh-huh. I suppose that's Lefty's horse tied to the end of the buckboard?
Yes, but...
Then what do you say I untie it, leave it at the hitch rail, and put my horse in its place?
But whatever for?
Well, then maybe I'd climb on the buckboard with you and drive you on home. That way we'd have a chance to talk together. And as long as Lefty's horse is left behind, he wouldn't have to walk home neither.
Do you think we dare?
Why not?
Oh, but if Pa saw me with you...
He won't. I'll leave you before we get in sight of the house and ride on back.
Then where?
Say, ain't I a fella with good ideas? I'll untie his horse.
I'll watch and see he don't come out.
Come on, fella. Just let me get that rope now.
Hurry, Pete.
You bet. All right, horse. Over here now. Got your eye on him, honey?
He's still talking to Saul.
He'll be hopping mad about this, which will just suit me fine.
Hurry and climb up.
There we are. Hand me that whip and we'll get going.
Hey there.
Oh.
No, that beats all. Lefty, why couldn't you have stayed inside?
Get down off of that wagon, you sheep killer.
Lefty.
What'd you call me?
Just what you are. Now get down. Peggy, was you going to drive away with this sidewinder?
You're not my boss, Lefty.
You're Paul here about this. By heavens, Peter, you getting down, or do I have to drag you from that seat?
I'll get down. And I'll ask you to take back that about being a sheep killer.
Take it back? Why, that's just what you are, ain't it? You and all them thieving, dry-gulching skunks. You hit me. You'll pay for that.
Stand up and take the rest you got coming.
Pete, watch out.
A knife.
I'll show you. You'll blast you. I'll get you for that. I'll show you.
He'll stab you, Pete.
No, he won't.
I'll fix you. Hey, my arm.
Drop that knife. I'll break your arm off.
Let me go. Let me go.
Drop it.
There it is.
Now then.
But you ain't got the best of me yet.
Then take this. And this.
Don't hit me. Let me go. Don't
you
hit me
lying
again.
polecat.
I've had enough.
Now here's one to finish
I've
up
had
the
enough.
job.
No. You'll pay for this, Pete. You'll see if you don't. I'll fix you. I'll show you. You think I can't, don't you? But you wait. You'll see.
No, give me
I'll
that
make
whip,
you pay,
Peggy.
you dirty skunk.
I'm driving
I'll
you home
break
like I
every bone
started
in your
you
body.
before. Get up there.
I'll fix you for that.
Get up.
I got a way to fix him. He'll see.
You sure got a licking, Lefty.
Let me give you a hand to stand up.
Pete didn't break your jaw, did he, Lefty?
Get away from me. Let me be. I can take care of myself. I'll show him and you and everybody.
A masked hombre.
Why, he was hid behind that building. Who in blazes was that fella? Well, I got other things to figure out right now. Wait till I see Saul. By heavens, Saul had better do what I tell him. Saul! Where are you, Saul? Come here, blast you thieving hide. Where are you?
Here I am, Lefty.
Why didn't you help me out just now? Why didn't you give me a hand with Pete?
Well, I heard a ruckus, but I was too busy to pay any attention. Say, your eyes most swelled shut, and your shirt all ripped off of you. What's happened?
That's what Pete done.
Yeah?
The polecat.
He must have got the best of you.
Maybe he did for now.
Yes, but he...
But what I'm going to do to him is plenty. And so, you're going to help me.
Oh, but Lefty, I ain't no fighter. I
Who's
couldn't...
asked you to fight, you yellow bag of bones? Just shut up and listen for once.
But what do you...
Or would you rather I told the boss about how you've been cheating him on supplies? How you've been charging for 2 barrels of flour and delivering 1? How you've been doing a lot of other
Quiet.
things?
Keep still. Don't, Lefty. Quiet.
Now do you think you can help me?
Just don't say no more about them things.
It's blame lucky for you. Nobody else around here knows about your crooked tricks, Saul.
Sure, Lefty, sure. But please
And
don't...
it's darn lucky for me the same as you. 'Cause it's gonna be your word and mine, Saul. It's gonna fix Pete Lambert the way I want him fixed. Blast him.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. After the Lone Ranger had watched the fight in town between Pete Lambert and Lefty Curtis, he rode back to camp once more.
Oh, Silver. Oh, fella. Oh, boy. You want me follow Lefty now? Tonto, it won't be necessary. I think Lefty will act tomorrow. You find out? I just saw him take the beating of his life from Pete Lambert. He can't act today. There isn't enough time. He'll likely make his plans tonight and strike tomorrow. That's what Tonto think. We'll have to take the chance that Lefty will act as we think he will. Him do that all right. I don't doubt that he will. It isn't like him to wait. He'll get revenge just as soon as he can. During the night, Tonto, call on every man I told you about yesterday. I'll take care of the sheriff myself. How to do that? Good. I think we're going to end these sheep killings and bring a criminal to justice at the same time.
No sooner had the sun set than Tonto leaped into the saddle, gave a shouted command to Scout, and sent the fleet horse racing toward the north end of the fertile rangeland. The masked man himself was in the saddle before dawn. Silver, a flashing, flying ghost, swept toward town, outracing the wind. At length, in the first light of dawn, the Lone Ranger reached his destination and drew rein in front of the sheriff's home.
Whoa, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, there. Hip. Sheriff, open the door.
Who's there?
Open up.
Is trouble somewhere? Just a second.
I'll come in.
A crook.
Close the door.
You
Close it.
What is this? What do you want?
You're already dressed. Good. Get into your coat and come with me.
Now, look
Don't
here,
argue with my 6-gun, Sheriff.
But where are we going? What's the idea? What's that master?
You and I are going to the Hammond Ranch.
Huh?
We're going to trap the men who have been killing Hammond sheep.
Hey, you know who they are?
Perhaps.
Then tell me what you know.
I'm not
about.
going to tell you. I'm going to show you. Now get into your coat.
Give a fella a chance, will you?
Sheriff, what time do Hammond's men leave the bunkhouse?
They'll be out by dawn. Why, you want to get there before they're gone?
Just after they're gone. Come on.
This looks to me like some kind of a trick.
It is. Is your horse saddled?
I ought to saddle up before I fix me my breakfast. He's standing around the side of the house.
Get him.
He'll come when I call. Here, Chief. Come here, boy. But you just admitted this is a trick.
Not on you, Sheriff, on the crooks.
Yeah? Well, I ain't got nothing but your word for it.
Which you'll have to take.
If I wasn't covered,
But you are. Now into the saddle.
We're going to Hammond's place, you say?
We are. Steady, Silver.
Say, what did you call
Don't
that?
stop to talk. Get going. Come on, Silver.
Get up. Get up there.
Now, with the early sun to light their way, the masked man and the sheriff sent their mounts plunging down the trail toward the distant Hammond ranch house. When they left the main trail, the sound of their horses' hoofs brought both Hammond and his daughter to the door of their home.
A masked fella.
Oh, Silver. Oh,
Chief.
boy.
Who there?
Come on, Sheriff. Up the steps.
Is it a hold-up?
It isn't, Peggy. You needn't be alarmed.
Well, if it ain't a hold-up, what's the mask for? And why the gun?
I'm making sure you do as you're told. Who's inside the house?
Why, no one.
Your men. Where are they?
Out on the range, where they belong.
And there's no one but you at the ranch now?
No one but the cook.
Good. Now inside with you, all three.
Hey, you...
Inside, I said.
Please, Pop, don't argue with them.
I'd argue if I had a 6-gun in my hand.
Inside. You too, Sheriff.
I wish you'd explain what you're up to.
You'll learn before I'm through. Now take chairs and place them in front of the window so that they face that barn across the yard.
This is the doggonedest hocus-pocus I ever heard tell of.
There's a reason for it.
The only reason is that them cattlemen are up to some trick again.
Now then, Hammond, you can see the door of that barn over there. Tell me this. Is there any other way it can be entered or left?
Blast it, what's the idea of a fool question like that?
I expect an answer.
Well, that door's the only way I know of to get in or out, short of busting in the side of the barn.
Very well. The three of you are staying right where you are. You're keeping your eyes on that barn. I don't know how long you'll have to stay here, but I do know this. You will stay and make no attempt to make a break for it. In the meantime, at some distance from the ranch house, Lefty Curtis was standing beside his horse. He kept looking impatiently, first at the broad expanse of range that was spread out below him, then over his shoulder toward the trail from town. At last, he heard a horse approaching.
Whoa there. Whoa. I couldn't make it no sooner, Lefty.
Well, you're late enough, Saul. But what I want to know is what's keeping Pedro and Fritz. They're even later than you are.
You said nobody but you was going to see me here.
Don't get head up. We ain't meeting the boys.
Then what was
I picked out this place up here so as we could see 'em when they got started. Yeah, look down below.
Huh?
See where them sheep are scattered out?
Uh-huh.
Well, Fritz and Pedro will come riding from over beyond there. They'll get the sheep started with the dogs, then head 'em for the canyon.
They're using the dogs? Won't they try to keep the sheep out of danger?
They won't be needed after the sheep is bunched. The boys will shoot 'em.
Oh.
And that'll get Hammond madder than losing his critters will.
Why'd we have to come here at all? You gave them their orders, didn't you?
Yeah, and I'm making sure they're obeyed.
There they are.
Yeah, it took 'em long enough.
They got the dogs rounding up the sheep now.
Let's see. 5 minutes to get 'em in a flock. 15 or so to reach a canyon. More than an hour for us to get back to the ranch house. It's safe enough. Come on. Blast, just stand still. All right, Saul. Here's where Pete Lambert and his friends are fixed for good and all. Get up. Get along there.
Get up there. Get up. Get up.
Back at the ranch house, Hammond, his daughter, Peggy, and the sheriff were forced to obey the masked man. The hours dragged by slowly as they watched the barn the Lone Ranger had pointed out.
Dad rat it, masked man. Can't we take a walk around or do something or other? I'm getting so tired of sitting in one place I'm beginning to ache.
You'll stay where you are.
Sheriff, I ain't heard you complain none at all. You must like being kept prisoner.
It ain't that I like it, Hammond. Just that I'm reserving judgment.
Reserving judgment?
Look.
Huh?
See something, Peggy?
It's Lefty, riding back to the house.
What's bringing him here? Well, by thunder, that's Saul with him. Masked fella, you figure on making them prisoners, too?
No.
They're drawing up.
They look kind of excited.
Sheriff, if the cattlemen have been up to something, and you let this stranger hold us here...
Boss, what the...
Don't slap leather, Lefty.
You dirty killer. Has this fellow held you up, Hammond?
Not so far. Lefty, what are you doing back at the ranch house this time of day?
Gosh, your mask fellow near drove it out of my head. Boss, them cattlemen got your sheep again.
Blast them.
But this time they wasn't as slick as they thought they was. Go on, Saul. Tell them what you seen.
By heaven, Saul, did you see something?
Well, it was like this, Hammond.
Get on with it.
I'm a-trying to. I was riding over towards the old Risden place, figuring on having a look at the house and maybe buying it, and...
You doggone puttering old fool, get to the point.
Well, I was just trying to explain how I happened to be riding near Big Smoky Canyon.
That's where the sheep was drove over?
Uh-huh. And it was Pete Lambert and Ike Billings that done it.
No. Oh, no, it couldn't have been.
Didn't you just hear Saul say so? You couldn't get around that, Peggy.
How many did they kill this time?
Saul looked me up and we rode over. Judging roughly, I'd say somewhere between 75 and 100.
And Saul, you seen Pete and Ike so you could swear to it?
Well,
Go on.
Sure I could swear to it. I seen 'em plain.
Stranger?
Yes, Sheriff?
I wasn't saying anything while you held us here, 'cause I heard what you called your horse. That and the mask you're wearing put me in mind of a fella I'd heard of. Well, either you ain't the fella I thought you was,
or he ain't the kind of fellow most folks thinks he is.
You think I was in on the plot to kill Hammond's sheep?
You must have been.
And I'll see you hung for it. Maybe you've got the drop on us now, masked fella, but you'll get yours before I'm through.
I'll show you something. Watch that barn. Maybe then you'll understand why I forced you to stay here.
You can't fool us no longer.
Wait. Pete, Ike, all of you, come out.
Now, what?
There's Pete and Ike Billings, and there's Thurston and there's two cowhands.
Well, I'll be doggoned. And there's Westover and Larkin and the Roper boy.
They must have...
In that barn all the time. Every cattleman that uses the range was there. You said yourself there was no way in or out of that barn except by the door you were watching. There wasn't a cattleman free to destroy the sheep, as Saul and Lefty claimed they did.
But I don't say...
Come on in, fellas. Pete, all of you. There's some explaining to be done here.
Howdy, Peggy. Howdy, Mr. Hammond.
Am I gone loco? Saul says Pete and I killed my sheep. But me and the sheriff and Peggy here know blamed well it was in my barn all the time. Now, how's that going to be explained?
It was a scheme of Lefty's. I didn't know Saul was in on it. No doubt Lefty used him so that the evidence would be clinching.
It's a lie. Seems to me, Saul. It must have been you that were straying from the truth. You've seen for yourself Pete and Ike didn't do it.
Well, Right, Saul. Must have been some other fellows you seen.
Yeah, Lefty. I reckon it was.
But you both know the sheep were destroyed, of course.
Sure we do. That's why we thought it was a cattleman.
Tonto just rode up with 2 horsemen. Perhaps he'll have something to say about that. Come on in, Tonto.
The ancient's got a gun on Pedro and Fritz.
I have done nothing, senors. Nothing, I swear it.
Let the ancient let us go, will you? We can't be blamed for what we never done.
You stopped them in time, Tonto?
Me follow 'em. Them head plot per canyon. Then me make 'em stop.
Then the sheep are safe.
That right.
Good work, Himasabi. Now, Lefty and you, Saul. How do you explain reporting those sheep killed when they haven't been?
Well, I don't know. Well, maybe Saul lied to me.
You ain't going to make me the goat for this, Lefty. You ain't going to leave me holding the bag. I never wanted to have nothing to do with this trick in the first place. It was you made me do it.
See, that is so, senor. Lefty, he make us do what he say. That is the truth, por Dios, senor.
That clinches it. You're all under arrest. Take 'em out, boys.
Mr. Hammond, I hope you ain't gonna blame me and the other ranchers here no more for the trouble there's been.
Of course not, Pete. But I don't see why Lefty...
Well, the engine told us about that part of it, Mr. Hammond. You see, Lefty figured on marrying Peggy.
But he wasn't.
I know, honey, but Lefty didn't. And he figured with himself married to Peggy, the ranch turned over to him, and us cattlemen drove off the range, he'd be kingpin in these parts. And the Injun said something more, Sheriff. He said if you looked it up, you'd find where Lefty used to call himself Notch Hopkins. And Notch Hopkins was...
One of Big Bill Nyberg's gang. Now, where'd that masked fella get to? I got some apologies to make to him. Doggone. I should have known he wouldn't wait to be thanked.
But why wouldn't he, Sheriff?
If you folks guessed who he was like I did, you wouldn't ask me that. Friends, that masked fella was the Lone Ranger.
Come on, Silver, old boy. There's justice to be done in Cedarville. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
It's good. It's real good.
It's home cooking soup.
It's not hot enough.
No? Well, better let me check. Gee, I'd say perfect. Charlie, what do you say?
Celery and carrots are mighty good.
Well, Stan, how about you?
Chicken's delicious. Noodles, too.
Golly, Fred, looks like you got nothing to complain about.
Gee, guys, thanks for nothing.
Don't mention it.
Our pleasure.
The name is Home Cookin', and so is the taste. From Campbell's.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is door. D-O-O-R.
Oh, Fenneman can spell. Really?
You bet your life. More than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
You can do better than that. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $5,000 tonight.
Groucho, just before we went on the air, we selected a housewife and a man with an interesting background from our audience. And here they are, Mrs. Maxine Brown and Mr. Salvador Vara. Come in and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Let's see, Mrs. Maxine Brown and Mr. Salvador Vara. Mrs. Brown, where are you from?
I'm from Dongan Hill, Staten Island.
Dongan Hills, huh? Someone out there from Nova Scotia, I think. Probably a salmon. How long you been out here, Mrs. Brown?
14 years.
That's an odd name, isn't it, Mrs. Brown? Eh? Salvador Vara? Hello, I'm Vara. Happy to meet you, Mr. Vara. What did you say your name was?
Salvador Vara.
You have a very charming accent. Where is your home, Salvador?
In Pasadena.
South Pasadena, I presume. Eh? Were you born near the Rose Bowl in Pasadena?
No, Mr. Mark, I was born in San Sebastián in Spain.
Where?
San Sebastián in Spain.
Oh, well, that's not far from the Rose Bowl. That's where the 50-cent seats are. Well, I know. Salvador, are you married?
No, I'm no married.
You know, how old are you?
I will be 40 years of age next October 12.
October 12th, eh? That's Columbus Day, huh?
Columbus Day,
Oh.
correct.
How is it you're not married? Don't you care for the girls?
Why, yes, I just love women.
I see, and you want to keep on loving them, is that it?
Isn't that? Isn't it? I've never found my correct one, like many troubles we have men, to find the correct one.
Well, how are things around the Casbah? Or around any bar while we're at it. Now, do you have any activities besides housewifing, Mrs. B?
Oh, yes, I'm very active in PTA. I'm a den mother. I have 2 boys. And mainly, I'm a Beta Toastmasters member.
What do you do, bait toast for fishing?
No, Mr. Marks, it's a club to improve women so that they can speak and go out and make public speeches, improve their poise, and give them a...
Well, how many poise do you have? 2, huh?
I have 2 poise.
Well, what are some of the activities of your outfit?
Well, we furnish speakers mainly for charitable organizations. We do a lot of good in this way. We have one member who gave 150 speeches for the Red Cross last year. We furnish speakers for any organization that asks us. Beta never says no.
Well, that's a nice thing to know. Would you be interested in an elderly hypochondriac? Well, Thermidor, let's find out some more about you, huh? Mr. Fenneman says you have an interesting background. Just what have you done? Outside of Pasadena, I mean. And Glendale.
Well, I have been mail carrier pilot in Mexico City.
Mail pilot?
Mail pilot, yeah. Oh. Flying from Mexico City to Tampico, Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
I have been pearl diver.
Pearl diver?
In the Gulf of California in La Paz. And I have been a bullfighter. Professional bullfighter for 6 years. And
is that so? Oh, bully for you. How many bulls have you met in your career?
Well, we'll say just close to 200 bulls.
200 bulls?
Yeah, 200 bulls.
You must be the envy of every cow in Mexico. Well, I'd like to go on talking to you two, but the time is running out. I have to be in Chicago in July. So, just 1 minute. You're going to play You Bet Your Life. You bet you for a chance at $5,000. Right now, I want you to pay close attention to this.
Friends, you don't know what you're missing if you haven't had a ride in the new, spectacular DeSoto Fire Dome 8. From its beautiful and functional new air vent hood, way back to its shiny new tail light, DeSoto is really the talk of the nation. When you get behind the wheel and feel the smooth power and instant acceleration from that 160 horsepower Fire Dome V8 engine, you'll know the real meaning of power. And if you're like most people, if you're tired of struggling with that wheel as you squeeze into tight parking spaces, then you'll get a real thrill out of DeSoto's full power steering. That's right, full power steering. Not partial, but full power steering that takes all the effort out of turning the wheels. Whether you want to back into a parking space using just one finger, or whether you're out on the open road, DeSoto's full power steering always responds the same. Always makes your driving easier and safer. So don't put off this great experience any longer. Go into your DeSoto Plymouth dealers tomorrow and take a ride in the mighty 160 horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome 8. Also see and drive the DeSoto Power Master 6, available in custom and deluxe models. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the low-priced car most like high-priced cars. So no matter what price range you may have in mind, you'll find the car you want at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
All right, now let's see how you work together as a team. George, would you explain the rules to Mr. and Mrs. Bullfighter?
All right, you bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions. And the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $5,000 DeSoto Plymouth question later on in the show.
All right, here we go. Let's see how I can build you $20. You selected what's the number. The following are associated with familiar titles and phrases. Now, how much you going to bet?
$19.50.
All right, let's see if you can name the numbers. How many thieves opposed Alabama?
40.
40 is right.
And you have $39.50.
Remember, you're going for $5,000 tonight. How much of your $39.50 you going to risk?
39.
39.
39. How many horsemen of the apocalypse?
4.
4 is correct.
You now have $78.50.
Here's your third question. How much of the money are you going to bet?
$78.
$78.
How many blackbirds baked in a pie?
4 and 20.
4 and 20.
You're really climbing. You have $156.50.
Mrs. Brown is no schmo. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. You're going to bet how much?
156.
156?
50.
156. All of it.
All of it.
All of it.
All right.
156.50.
That's it.
How many fiddlers did Old King Cole call for?
3.
3 is right.
And you wind up with $313.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We have a waiter and a woman with an unusual occupation for you now, Groucho. They were chosen just before we went on the air, and here they are. Mrs. Mary Frances Starr and Mr. Woodrow Patrick. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Mrs. Mary Frances Starr.
That's
you,
right.
I presume, huh? And Woodrow Patrick. Mr. Patrick, you're a waiter, huh?
Yes, sir.
And Mary Frances Starr, where are you from, Mary?
Texas.
Texas, huh? Partner, when you say that, smile. Well, let's see. Who are you again?
I'm the waiter.
Oh, well, you're the waiter. Well, if you're hanging on for a tip, you're wasting your time with me. You work at where?
Moose on Frank in Hollywood, the oldest restaurant in Hollywood.
Mm-hmm. I know your place has been there for many years. How does your menu compare with the one they had 30 years ago?
Well, they're serving the same food they did 30 years ago.
Well, remind me not to order eggs in your place. What are some of the specials you feature at your place?
Well, we feature sauerbraten and goulash and especially flannel cakes.
Flannel cakes? What
yes,
kind of a monstrosity are flannel cakes? Are they long flannel cakes?
No, they're like crepe Suzettes without the Suzette.
Ah, that's Suzette. She wouldn't be caught dead wearing flannels. Now, Mary Frances, Mr. Fenneman says you have an unusual occupation. Just what do you do?
Well, I'm a fight manager, prize fight manager.
Well, and how many fighters do you manage?
I approximately have around 32 in my stable at this time.
That's pretty impressive, 32 fighters. Have you ever managed any top fighters?
Yes, I managed one of the top middleweights, my husband, Roman Starr. I managed him.
Well, naturally you were married. Any housewife can make that claim. Did you manage your husband's entire ring career?
No, Groucho. I managed him for 5 years and then sold him for $7,500.
You're a very shrewd manager. After 5 years of marriage, that's a good price for a husband.
I thought so.
You better explain this.
Well, I sold his contract.
Well, after you sold your husband, did you ever see you saw him again after that? Huh?
Well, a year later, I bought him back for $500.
You said you depreciated a lot in 1 year. What happened then?
Well, I got him back in shape. He had gotten beaten up quite a bit, and I got him back in shape, and I sold him then for $2,750.
This is like a grocery store, husband. Well, Mary, you've got the right idea. Buy low, sell high. Now, you're going to play You Bet Your Life. Beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $5,000 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The housewife and Mr. Saldor Vara won $313, and the secret word is door.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected people associated with birds and animals from our list of 20 categories. This is category number 13. Now, here's your first question. How much of the $20 you going to bet?
I think $19.50.
What kind of an animal do you associate with Mrs. O'Leary?
Cow.
A cow is right.
Off to a good start. You have $39.50.
That would have been a cinch for the bullfighter. Remember, you're going for $5,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $39.50 are you going to try?
39.
Okay.
All right. What kind of a bird do you associate with Edgar Allan Poe?
The raven.
The raven is right.
You now have $78.50.
And here's your third question. How much of this money are you going to try?
78.
Okay. I'll take a chance.
What kind of an animal do you associate with Old Mother Hubbard?
A dog.
A dog is right. You doggone right.
You've now climbed to $156.50.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much you going to bet?
156.
Okay.
All right. What kind of an animal do you associate with Goldilocks?
Wolf.
Ooh.
I mean a bear.
Bear.
I'm sorry.
Well, what do you decide on?
Bear.
A bear is right. Put it there. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
And you wind up with $312.50. Groucho, we have a grandmother and a young bride chosen from our audience. Mrs. Charlene Lamb and Mrs. Jane Kerr. Meet Groucho Marx.
Well, howdy doody. Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll win $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mrs. Charlene Lamb and Mrs. Jane Kerr. One of you is a grandmother, eh? Now, don't tell me. Let me guess which is which. Charlene, how old are you?
18.
18. I'm still not sure. Mrs. Kerr, what's your age?
70.
70. Well, I'll bet my bottom dollar you're the grandmother. Huh?
Great-grandmother.
Well, I'll bet the top dollar then. Huh? Where are you from, Charlene?
New Orleans, Louisiana.
New Orleans, huh?
Yes.
Where are you from, Jane? Do you mind if I call you Jane? Where are you from?
Ohio. High in the middle, round at both ends.
Now, I'm not concerned with your shape. I want to know where you're from, huh? Jane, you're certainly a youthful 70. How come you're so hale and hearty at your age?
I don't drink, I don't smoke, but I belong to a long levity family. My grandfather lived to be a good old age, but he drank and he smoked.
At what age did tobacco and alcohol catch up with him?
107.
Shows you what bad habits will do to a man. Why don't you drink or smoke, Jane?
Never cared for it.
That's an excellent reason. Now, Charlene, you're the young bride, I presume. How long have you been married?
5 months, 12 days, and 1 hour.
What time do you go through Lompoc? How old is your husband?
He's 20 and 8 months old.
You've only been married 5 months, and you know his exact age already, huh?
Yes, sir.
Charlene, you've been reading his insurance policy. What does your husband do?
He's a stock clerk.
Well, that sounds like an important job. Do you suppose he could give me a tip on the market?
No, he's a stock clerk at Ralph's grocery store.
He can still give me a tip on the market. All he has to do is let me know when the manager isn't looking. How did you meet your husband?
Well, Dick and I, we lived in the same neighborhood practically.
Is that his name,
all
Dick?
our life. Yes, Dick.
What do you call him, Dickie?
Dickie. And we lived right around the corner from each other. We went to the same grammar school and church and junior high, but he never noticed me until May 26, 1948, and it was the day of our A9 tea at Bancroft.
Day of your what?
A9 senior tea at Bancroft when we graduate. And May 26th, I went shopping up at Ralph's with my mother, you know, and he was working there then.
Did you know he was working there then?
Oh, I had an idea he was. And I was all dressed up in heels, and so he finally noticed me. And then I kept going in there a couple times a week and got to know my name.
Yeah, it pays to advertise. Did you have the phone number on the back of the little blouse?
No. And then June 1948, as the day after we graduated, he called about 6 o'clock and I don't know if he could come over, and I asked my mother, and she said yes. So not a minute after I hung up, he was at the door. See, all he had to do was jump over the back fence.
Wait a minute, you said door. That's the secret word. Oh, yeah. You said door, that's the secret word, and you and Grandma over here are each $50 richer.
Oh, golly.
Well, I don't understand this. He phoned you and you opened the door and he was standing out there?
See, he just
had
to
a
jump
portable
over.
phone, huh?
He just had to jump over the back fence. Run across the street, and he was there.
Oh, and when was this?
This was June 19th, 1948. And then on June 22nd, Tuesday, he
You mean
called.
you stayed 3 days? In the grocery store while this was going on.
I didn't have to go up as much then.
Oh.
And then he called and he wanted to know if I'd go out, so my mother said yes. So he picked me up about 4 o'clock in the
Why
afternoon.
did you have to go out when you were spending so much time together in the grocery store?
Oh, well. And
I see.
And then we,
Now, when did you finally get serious with this fellow?
August 29th, 1948.
At 20 minutes past 11, you said. What did he do? What did he say?
He kissed
What
me
happened?
in front of the house.
What's that?
He kissed me in front of the house.
He kissed you in front of the house? Fine place to kiss a pretty girl. Is that all there is to it?
No, then he turned around and ran across the street and stumbled over the back fence.
You couldn't have given him much of a kiss. If that kiss had packed any wallop at all, he'd have walked right through the fence. Well, after he fled from you, is that when you started going steady?
No, we didn't go stay till October 5th, 1948.
The only calendar I ever saw with high heels. You say October 5th, 1948, you started going steady, huh?
Yes.
You don't remember what time this was, huh?
8 o'clock.
Well, I remember that fateful day. It was a Thursday, wasn't it?
Tuesday.
Tuesday, huh? Well, what happened on this Black Tuesday? How did you know you were going steady? Was he reeling back from this kiss?
No, he gave me his track shoe to wear around my neck.
He gave you his track shoes to wear around your neck?
Just one.
Was his foot in it, or had he removed it?
No, it was his little gold track shoe on a chain that he got for being on the track team.
What did your husband do on the track team?
He was the best pole vaulter at Hollywood High School.
He was, huh?
Yeah.
He should have been. He got plenty of practice jumping that fence. Mrs. Carr, what do you think of a couple as young as Charlene and her husband getting married these days?
I think it's all right if the children had responsibilities at 12 and 14. I believe in the young marriage. But I believe that if men would marry when they're 27 and women who are between 23 and 25, they have good common sense and there'd be less divorces.
Now, how did you arrive at that figure of 27 as the ideal age for matrimony?
Well, I've known many people that married at that age, and they were very happy for years and years and years.
Well, I think you sneaked out of that question pretty well. Could you give Charlene here any specific advice about matrimony? You seem to be an authority on the subject.
Stop. Think. Save your angry words, my dear.
That's good advice. If you stop and think, you can come up with a lot better insults. Well, I've kidded you both, but you mustn't take me seriously, because right now I'm going to give you a chance to make some real money. When I say real money, I'm not fooling tonight. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $5,000 question. Can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The housewife and Salvador Vara still lead with $313.
All right, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected drinking songs as your category. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 are you going to bet?
How much do you bet? How much?
1975.
19?
75.
19.
19.
19. All right. Give me the title of this drinking song. Play, Jerry. What is it? Sweet Adeline is right. $39. All right, now you got $39. How much are you going to try this time? Remember, you're going for $5,000 tonight.
I mean, $38.99.
$38.99. Is that all right with you, Grandma?
Oh, it's all right with me.
Oh, there's nothing.
$38.99. Play it, Jerry. Talk up, kids. Talk it over.
I know I can.
I do know it, and I can't think of it.
Oh, the chine or something.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, too. There's a tavern in the town.
Oh, golly, yeah.
It was so easy, you just stumbled right over it.
I know.
Well, don't give up now. You still have a cent left.
Oh, the devil.
All right, you going to bet the whole thing?
Oh,
Well, talk it over now. I don't want to... All right, everything, huh? Play it, Jerry. She can sing her, but she doesn't have... She doesn't care. She's happy singing.
I know it.
Well, it's the Whippin' song. Yeah. Rudy Valley's been singing it for 30 years.
Sure.
They're broke, Groucho.
They're broke. Nobody leaves here broke. Give me that card. We're going to give you a chance to win $25. What color is an orange?
Yellow.
Now talk it over. What color is an orange?
She was only joking.
What is it?
Orange?
Oh, that's right.
Well, Groucho, this couple went broke.
You were fine.
So that means that Salvador Vara and his partner, the housewife, with $313 in just 1 minute, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $5,000 question.
Here's a good tip for all of us car owners to keep in mind as we look forward to another busy season of summer driving. Make safe driving a habit. Check your car. Check accidents. Tomorrow is the first day of Vehicle Maintenance Month, and there's no better place to take your car for a safety inspection than a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Here, highly skilled mechanics trained in factory methods will see to it that your car gets a complete safety checkup. Brakes, headlights, wheels, tires, steering, windshield wipers, glass, horn, muffler, and exhaust. They'll see that everything is done to make your car safe and sound for the thousands of happy miles of driving ahead of you. And you'll be pleasantly surprised when you find out how little this costs. Remember, make safe driving a habit. Check your car. Check accidents. Drive in where you see the familiar sign of better service, the friendly sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here's Salvador Vara and his partner, the housewife, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $5,000 question, Groucho.
Well, Salvador, you're a bullfighter, but you're now on the horns of the dilemma. Here we go for $5,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the customers. You ready? Paul Bunyan, the legendary character of American folklore, had a huge blue ox for a pet. And together they performed tremendous feats of strength. For $5,000, tell me the name of Paul Bunyan's ox. What is the answer you two have decided upon?
Blue Boy. It's just the...
No, I'm sorry. The correct answer is Babe. So that means the big question next week will be worth $5,500. Well, you lost the big money, but how much did they win in the quiz, George?
$313 in the quiz.
Well, that's not too bad. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you, and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $5,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember... See DeSoto Fire Dome 8 tomorrow.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Make safe driving a habit. Check your car. Check accidents. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Hey, Matt, in case you were wondering, I figured out what my first starring vehicle is going to be as a feature film. Really? I wasn't wondering about that at all. Well, you can wonder no more. I said I wasn't wondering about it at all. I decided I'm going to remake Lawrence of Arabia. You're going to remake Lawrence of Arabia with a C. Do you even have the rights to that? Oh, don't worry. I had to change enough of it that it won't be recognizable. What's the point of remaking it? I don't know, but it seems to be a successful formula for Hollywood. What's it called? It's Lawrence of Antarctica, of course. See you tomorrow, folks.